Tantor Audio, a division of recorded books, presents Eloping with the Princess by Robin DeHart, narrated by Pearl Hewitt. Prologue. London, 1825. "Jason, come quickly," Patrick said. Jason looked up from his wooden horse to see his younger brother bolt into the room. "What's the matter?" he asked. "It's Tom! Father is dismissing him. You must stop him. Who will care for the horses if he's gone?" Jason didn't wait around to console his brother. Instead, he ran from his room and down the large marble staircase to find his father. He skidded to a halt outside of the Viscount's study. The voices coming from inside were raised and angry. "You'll never find anyone else who can handle your horseflesh the way I can," Tom said. "I realize that," the Viscount said. "You are the very best, and that is not lost on me. However, it has been brought to my attention that Jason is spending far too much time with you. It's simply not right. He is my heir. Unfortunately, you are a bad influence on the boy." Jason wanted to run into the study to tell his father it wasn't true. Tom was a friend. He'd been kind to Jason, taught him so much about horses and how to care for them, and so many other things. He wanted to tell his father this was Jason's own fault. He'd been the one to seek Tom out, to badger the stable-master with questions until the man had relented and answered. Jason knew, though, that nothing he said would matter. He'd heard all of this before, primarily from his grandmother. His father's mother was a strict woman who still had her thumb on her son, doing her level best to remain in charge of the family despite her husband's death, long before Jason was born. Jason tried so hard to be a good boy, one his grandmother could be proud of, but he'd always seen the scorn in her gaze. The truth was, she'd never liked Jason. He'd felt that about his grandmother from his earliest memories, and it wasn't that she didn't care for children, because she'd seemed perfectly fond of his younger brother. "I have a right to spend time with him," Tom said. "You know that. We agreed on that much." "Where is Jenny?" "She is not here, but suffice it to say she agrees with this decision. You have had your time with him, but he is getting older, and now is the time for him to start learning my ways, the ways of his future," Jason's father said. "He'll never be like you," Tom said, bitterness dripping from his words. "Do not forget, you were paid quite handsomely for your silence. As an added incentive for you to remain silent, I will also ensure you leave here with the best recommendations. You shall be able to have any job you wish." Silence? About what? Jason knew there were secrets between their stable-master and his parents, but he'd never known about what precisely. He had his suspicions, but he'd never dared ask. "This is for the best, for Jason. I'm certain you can appreciate that," his father said, his voice gentle. Tom said nothing, merely grunted, then pushed his way out into the foyer. His dark eyes found Jason, and he walked directly up to him. Jason could have sworn there were tears welled in the stable-master's eyes. He grabbed hold of the front of Jason's shirt. "Remember this, boy. Blood will always tell. They can cover everything up with these high manners they're teaching you in that fancy education, but in the end, blood will tell. You can't run away from who you are." With that, he released Jason and walked away. It would be another 6 months before Jason learned the full truth, that Tom was his father, that his mother had had a brief affair, and that although according to the entire world he was the heir to his father's title and estate, Jason was nothing more than a bastard. Chapter 1. Isabel Crisp had always considered herself the most ordinary of women. Of unknown or undetermined parentage, she relied on the generosity of her uncle Lord Thornton to fund her rather mediocre education at St. Bartholomew's School for Girls. At 19, she had long ago made peace with her lack of prospects. After all, if her uncle had intended to withdraw her from school and launch her into society, it would have happened long ago. Apparently, however, her uncle was as disinterested in her future as he was in her education. As for Isabel herself, she hoped one day to find a position as a governess, or perhaps to be allowed to stay on at St. Bartholomew's as a teacher. She certainly never expected to be leaving St. Bartholomew's any time soon, especially not before sunrise. But her aunt, Lady Thornton, had come to retrieve her. They had no sooner stepped outside when something gripped her arm and tugged, or rather, someone. Pain and panic shot through her, and she struggled against the man as he dragged her away from the school and her aunt. Then the man who had accompanied her aunt came after her assailant, punching him square in the face. The man released her arm and howled in pain. Isabel scurried away. Her heart pounded loudly in her ears, thundered against her chest. Lilith grabbed her and pulled her into the waiting carriage. A minute later, her aunt's companion jumped inside the carriage and yelled to the driver to move. They rolled forward, away from the school. She rubbed at her throbbing arm where her would-be assailant had grabbed her. Her heart still beat wildly. She put her hand to her chest in a foolish effort to still her heart. "Did you know that man?" Lilith asked. Isabel was about to answer when she realized that the question had not been directed at her. She searched the faces of her aunt and her companion. The man shook his head. "I was hoping you recognized him." "Me? No, I've never seen him before," Lilith said. "What does he want with Isabel?" "I didn't give him a chance to tell me," he said. "I simply pulled her free and slowed him down, but it's obvious she's in danger." "Her? Why would she be in danger?" She merely assumed that the man had grabbed her because it was so early in the morning, and certainly that must be the time when all the criminals were out and about. Her assailant wasn't the only man she didn't know. Who was this man who was with her aunt? They quite obviously knew each other, but Isabel had never seen him before. He was a gentleman, that much was blatant, with his perfectly tied cravat and proper speech. Isabel watched the two of them talk back and forth as if she were invisible. When she could stand it no longer, she finally blurted out, "I am right here. No need to discuss me as if I am deaf or incapable of speaking for myself." Her aunt's companion turned his gaze on her. "Did you recognize him?" the man asked her. Isabel didn't answer immediately. She did not know this man. He could very well be a criminal, but that wouldn't explain why her aunt was with him. Lilith was the only person in the world she'd ever been able to trust. She glanced at her aunt, and when Lilith inclined her head gently, Isabel took a steadying breath. "No, but I rarely leave the school." She paused and considered any time recently when she would have been out of school grounds and in a place to meet a stranger, but nothing came to mind. She shook her hands out to calm her addled nerves. "I don't understand. Why am I in danger?" Then she angled her head to speak directly to Lilith. "And who is that man?" she asked quietly. The man looked directly at her aunt as if she alone held the answer. "Do not fret, Squirrel. I will keep you safe." Lilith patted Isabel's knee. Her aunt's use of the pet name offered a small measure of comfort. "This is Lord Linford. He is our escort for the evening." Isabel could clearly see that there was more the two of them weren't saying aloud. Where was her uncle? And why was her aunt with this Lord Linford? It was on her tongue to ask precisely that, but she instinctively knew they would not answer. Perhaps once she was alone with Lilith, she could find out more. Later on, the man stopped the carriage and gave instructions to the driver. When Lilith questioned him, he simply told her he was bringing them somewhere safe. Lilith argued, demanded even, that he return them to her town home, but the man refused. Isabel knew there was no point in her joining in the conversation. Neither of them would listen to her. She had no notion of what was happening in any case, and now merely wanted to be out of the carriage so she could move her body around. She was cramped and stationary, and that made her jittery. Tired of the quiet that stretched in the tiny confines of the carriage, Isabel finally asked one of the questions spinning through her mind. "Lilith, why did you come get me?" Her aunt smiled slightly. "You have been at the school long enough, wouldn't you agree?" "Well, yes, but every time I asked Lord Thornton if I could leave, he refused me," Isabel said. "You call your uncle by his title?" Lord Linford asked. Isabel frowned at the man. "He insisted on it. I called him uncle once or twice, and he said I was not to do so again." "He will no longer be insisting on anything," Lilith said. "He is gone." "Gone?" Isabel asked. "Dead, my dear." There was much left unsaid in that one statement. Isabel had known from nearly the moment she'd met her uncle's wife that theirs had not been a love match. Thornton was a cruel man, and he'd done little more than parade Lilith about on his arm, relishing the way her stunning beauty made others look at him. Isabel nodded but did not speak. Thornton was dead. He was her only family member, save Lilith, but that was only by marriage. She was alone in the world. She'd always felt as much, but now it was truth. The realization swam through her, but she felt nothing. Not relief, not sadness, not even indifference. It was as if Lilith had said something as simple as she'd started growing cabbage in her garden. The carriage rolled to a stop. "Who lives here?" Lilith asked after peeking out the curtained window. "Viscount Ellis," the man said. Then he held his hand out to them to assist them down from the rig. "Ladies?" The servant who opened the door bowed to the man. "Your Grace," he said as he gave them entrance. Lord Linford had moved farther into the house and was speaking quietly with the butler. "Who is that man?" Isabel whispered. Lilith rolled her eyes so slightly that Isabel wasn't even certain it had happened. "I already told you. Gabriel Campbell, Duke of Linford." No, that was merely the man's name. She wanted to know who he was. "Why are you with him?" Isabel asked. "'Tis a long story," Lilith said. "This way." Lord Linford angled his head. Lilith matched the Duke's stride and said something quietly to him as they were led through the foyer and down a corridor. He quipped back to her. Though Isabel couldn't hear their precise words, she was not so green to not recognize that something simmered between the two of them. Of course, that would not be surprising. Her aunt was beautiful, stunning, and likely turned the head of every man when she entered a room. She and the handsome Lord Linford would certainly make a striking couple. The butler led them into a study, and a man immediately stood from behind a large mahogany desk. Though he quite obviously belonged in this room, there was a boyish charm about his wry grin that made him appear as if he'd snuck into his father's study. "Have you been travelling about London picking up stray women all night, Linford?" His brilliant blue eyes sparkled as he spoke. "Not precisely," the Duke said. The man Isabel presumed was Lord Ellis stepped around his desk. He glanced at Lilith. "Lady Thornton, a pleasure to see you again." Lord Linford tried to introduce her. Isabel vaguely heard him refer to her as Miss Crisp. Isabel knew it was unbecoming and impolite to stare, but she seemed to be caught up in the appearance of Lord Ellis. With his cropped brown hair and chiselled jawline, he was the picture of a fine gentleman right down to the aristocratic line of his nose and the white of his cravat. Although he wasn't as tall as Lord Linford, his broad shoulders spoke of masculinity, and the way he moved revealed his athleticism. He was nothing short of dashing. "We used our Christian names at St. Bart's, so I'm accustomed to that. Isabel is fine," she said. "Very well," Lord Linford said with a nod. "Isabel is in need of protection." He stepped closer to Ellis and lowered his voice. "We could discuss this in private if need be." "Unnecessary. I trust your assessment. Who is she?" Lord Ellis asked, never taking his piercing gaze off her. Isabel coughed gently. "She is Lord Thornton's niece, I can speak for myself. That wry grin from earlier blossomed into a full smile. He gave her a sharp nod. Duly noted, Lord Thornton's niece. I shall address you directly in the future. He turned back to Lord Linford. Now then, am I to understand that we do not know why she is in danger? You believe me to be in danger still? Isabel asked, her heart ticking up a beat. I thought that man was merely a criminal taking advantage of my being out at such an early hour. We do not know, Lilith said, and I certainly did not intend for us to intrude upon you so early in the morning. It is not even fully light out yet. If you would kindly lend us a carriage, we shall— Lilith, you are not going anywhere, Lord Linford said. We've discussed this. No, you made demands. Not the same thing, Lilith said. Isabel watched the two of them stand off and didn't know what to think. She was potentially in danger, though she couldn't fathom why. She knew next to no one, considering she'd spent so many of her formative years at St. Bart's. Though something must be causing Lilith to be alarmed, else she would not have taken Isabel away from school before dawn. Alice, Linford said, perhaps you could show Isabel to a room, assuming you are able to accommodate us. Of course, Lord Ellis said. Lilith gave Isabel an apologetic look. She would have been satisfied with someone simply pointing her to the nearest room, although she couldn't very well return to bed at this hour. She supposed some women would. She'd heard that genteel ladies often did not arise until noon, but she was not accustomed to keeping such hours. Not only that, but she wasn't ready to end the conversation with Lilith and Lord Linford. She wanted answers. Her aunt's tight-lipped expression clearly revealed that she would not be providing any more answers, at least with Lord Linford within earshot. So Isabel followed Lord Ellis out of the room. I admittedly do not have guests often. My apologies if I am a terrible host, Lord Ellis said as he led her up the staircase. I can't say that I've ever truly been a guest, so I won't have much previous experience by which to measure your hosting skills. He chuckled. Then I have ample opportunity to impress you. She smiled in spite of herself and the awkward situation. Yes, well, here we are. He opened a door to their right and stepped inside. She followed suit and stared in surprise at the sight that greeted her. She forced herself to close her mouth. I don't understand, she said with a shake of her head. Is this some sort of jest? His brows rose. Is the room not to your liking? No, you misunderstand. I expected to be shown to a servant's room. She stepped farther into the room, but was careful to keep her feet on the hard floor and not tread directly onto the very expensive and plush rug. It is too much. It is unnecessary for me to have so much opulence. She backed up, trying to leave the room, but he stopped her with a hand against her back. Miss Isabel, you are a genteel lady, but more so than that, you are my guest. Sending you to the servants' quarters is completely out of the question. She eyed the room again, taking in everything before her. A massive four-poster bed, carved ornately with cherubs and flowers, sat in the centre of the room. Luxurious sheets and coverlets in soft shades of powdery blue piled atop it beckoned her with softness and warmth. A huge armoire in matching carved mahogany sat in the corner, and was flanked by a dressing-table and a small writing desk. Near the fireplace, an upholstered chair promised a perfect place to curl up with a book. The entire wall opposite her boasted near floor-to-ceiling windows that likely offered a brilliant view of either the Viscount's gardens or the city, depending on what the morning light would reveal. She was far more accustomed to her own small bed in the room she shared with 3 other girls at St. Bart's. Certainly, when you visited your uncle, he did not require you to sleep in the servants' wing, Viscount Ellis said, his voice reminding her that she was not standing here alone. What? When you visited your aunt and uncle, your room? She shook her head. No, I never. That is to say, I stayed at St. Bartholomew's.
What about holidays and end of term? He asked.
Yes, she was familiar with this sentiment. She'd experienced it often at school, when all the other students would return to their families' homes and she'd stay at St. Bart's. They'd all pitied her. Even the ones who weren't treated all that well by their relations, even they had looked upon her with sadness. Poor Isabel, unwanted Isabel. She saw the same thing reflected in Viscount Ellis's eyes. She turned her gaze back to the large windows, even though it was too dark for her to see anything. At least she didn't have to indulge his pity. Uncle Thornton was a busy man, at least that is what he told me. She'd made so many excuses for that man that she'd forgotten half of them. Why did she even bother? He'd been a wretched uncle, doing little more than paying for her schooling. He was not overly affectionate. It was best for me to stay at the school, and I preferred it that way. There, he couldn't pity that. He might not understand it, but he couldn't feel sorry for her if she had chosen the isolation. He leaned casually against the wall. Did the other students stay at the school too? No, not often. Occasionally one of them would, but for the most part it was just me. Did you not get lonely? He asked, pushing himself off the wall. I am rather accustomed to my own company. She smiled. In truth, I often prefer the silence of my own thoughts, and there were a couple of alley cats that would allow me a scratch behind their ears every now and again. The Viscount rocked back on his heels. I see. Well then, consider this a little holiday. She glanced at the room and all the open space. She could positively dance in the area near the windows. It was so large. She offered him a frown. You do not have a smaller room? Might I give you a piece of advice? He asked. Of course, my lord. When someone offers you something, he leaned a little closer, as if they were conspiring in some secret plan, such as a nice room to stay in, it is customary to simply say thank you. Then he smiled at her, and the warmth in that grin radiated through her. Yes, of course. I did not mean to be so rude. Truly, I meant no offence. Isabel, relax and enjoy yourself. Ring that bell over there. He pointed to the long rope hanging beside the bed, if you need anything at all. He turned to go, then paused. And please call me Jason. Lord Ellis seems so formal. Jason, thank you. It is a lovely room. He chuckled and stepped out. Now that she was alone, she again scanned the room. Yes, she could most certainly enjoy herself in here. It was luxurious, but she knew that her future did not hold such grandeur. Although perhaps wherever she found employment the family would give her a lovely little room in which to stay. So she would allow herself one day to revel in the luxury, but she couldn't afford to get used to this. Jason found Linford back in his study just as Lilith was leaving the room. Jason nodded to her as she passed the threshold. "What the devil are you doing, Linford?" he asked. "Running the investigation on Thornton." "Precisely what Potterfield told you not to do," Jason said. "I'd expect this from Summersby, but not you." Linford, known as Gabe to friends who knew him before he assumed his title, shrugged. "Yes, I do tend to follow the rules and instructions. But I know I'm right about this, damnation, and I shall not allow Potterfield's error in judgment to prevent me from bringing a would-be assassin to justice." Along with several other peers of the realm, they were part of the secret organization known as the Brotherhood of the Sword. The Brotherhood used their positions as aristocrats to stay close to the monarch and keep the royal family safe above all things. Jason had been recruiting Brotherhood members since he'd been a student because of his unparalleled riding ability. He'd gone on to train new members in the arts of tracking and riding without leaving a trail. It was a skill set he knew he could offer the Brotherhood that no one else could provide, and it kept him from feeling completely like an imposter, despite the secret of the illegitimacy of his birth. Recently, their young queen, Victoria, had been attacked, on more than one occasion. Gabe had been convinced that the Earl of Thornton was behind the attacks, and had followed Thornton's wife, Lilith, who had eventually agreed to cooperate with the investigation. "And Isabel?" Jason asked. "Lilith was concerned for her well-being. I followed her to the girls' school, and it was fortunate that I did, considering someone tried to snatch the girl right outside the school gates," Gabe said. "Indeed." He wanted to ask more, know more about the exotic beauty Gabe had brought to his home, but no legitimate questions came to mind. "Will you protect her? Lilith and I have more investigative work to do, and I know that I will not have Lilith's full concentration if she is constantly worrying about her charge." Protect her? That beautiful creature he'd led to a guest room right down the hall from his own bedchamber? He wasn't one to wax poetic about anything, but he suspected even the bard himself could not write a sonnet that sufficiently captured the beauty of Isabel's eyes. Yes, of course. Although he certainly felt there was likely someone more qualified, he was pleased that Gabe trusted him enough to seek him out for such a favor. "She shouldn't provide you any trouble," Gabe said. Jason highly doubted that was entirely true. In his experience, women that beautiful always caused trouble. Isabel had had a chance to wash up and change clothes and was already feeling lighter. Her uncle had died, and certainly that meant her life could begin. She could leave St. Bart's for good and build a new life in London, perhaps working for a nice family. Now she would have the opportunity to make her own way in the world. Her uncle's demise meant the end of her having to rely on him to make decisions about her future. Finally, the endless purgatory of her undecided future would cease. This would mean she'd no longer be an object of pity. Lilith found her and suggested a walk in the gardens. "I thought some nice morning air would be just the thing," Lilith said. The sweet scent of hyacinth lingered on the breeze. It was obvious that Viscount Ellis had a rather devoted gardener. Isabel lost count of the number of different types of flowers surrounding them. They settled onto a stone bench beneath an oak tree. "They'll keep us safe," Lilith said. "They meaning Lord Linford and Lord Ellis?" Lilith nodded. "I've known Lord Linford for many years." Isabel supposed she should believe her aunt. Although they'd had limited contact with each other, Lilith had always done everything she could for Isabel. "As soon as we unravel all of this," Lilith sighed, "you and I will start over somewhere, just the two of us." That sounded lovely, but Isabel knew she couldn't continue to be a burden on Lilith forever. Lilith was still a young woman. She would find another man eventually and want to start a new family. No, Isabel had her own plans. She'd find gainful employment and earn her own way in life. But she mentioned none of that now. Lilith had already done so much, and someday Isabel would repay the kindness. "'Tis hard to believe he is gone. It seems I should feel something now that Thornton is dead, but I don't." Isabel swept a glance at her aunt. "That makes me a horrible person, doesn't it?" "Of course not." Lilith swallowed hard, then frowned deeply. "Thornton was a cruel bastard. All he ever did for you was pay for your schooling and belongings. He certainly offered you no familiar love." "Was he even my uncle?" It was a question that had plagued her for years, one that she'd never before dared to ask. Lilith placed her hand over Isabel's and squeezed lightly. "Honestly, I'm not certain. Do you remember anything from your past, from before Thornton?" Isabel thought back, trying to recall anything before she'd arrived at St. Bart's. "Sometimes I remember a cottage by the sea, I believe, because I recall the salty air." She tried to relive the scent. "And a woman. Perhaps she was my mother, but I remember only her voice singing a song about birds. Nothing about the way she looked." That's a start. It's not very helpful. I'm not even certain if it is a memory or simply something I imagined. It's all right. We're together now, and we'll figure everything out. I've saved money so we can have a new start somewhere on the continent or even the Americas. You think about where you might like to go, Lilith said. Isabel nodded. Lilith stood. I should like to discover the truth about myself before we leave the country, Isabel said, knowing that she'd never depend on Lilith to be financially responsible for her. She did not want to separate from her aunt, but she would not be a burden on her either. Of course. Isabel's mind was plagued with questions and concerns, but she would not let Lilith know that. The woman already had endured so much at the hand of Thornton. So Isabel brought a smile to her lips and came to her feet. I believe I am hungry. She embraced Lilith. Thank you for coming to get me. I suspect had you not, I would simply have been let out on the streets. As it was, I was the oldest student by nearly a year. Of course. No matter where you truly came from, we are family. Tears pooled in Lilith's eyes. You should know that Lord Linford and I are going to be leaving. We have some information we're going to follow up on and try to figure this ordeal out. I want you to be safe. That's my primary focus. Lord Linford is the best at this sort of thing. He's the most intelligent man I've ever known. So if anyone can uncover why you're in danger, he will. In the meantime, you will stay here, and Lord Ellis will protect you. Isabel nodded firmly. She wanted to tell Lilith no, that if there was danger surrounding her, she should simply leave and go into hiding. There was no reason to put others in danger as well. But where would she go? Perhaps she could rely on them a little longer until they could shed light on the situation, and then she would leave and find a way to take care of herself. Lilith had come to find her after luncheon to inform her that she was leaving with Lord Linford. So for the time being it would appear she was a guest of the Viscount's hospitality. With nothing else to do with herself, Isabel went in search of the library. The girls at St. Bart's would return from their holidays at home with the same stories, tales of large libraries with floor-to-ceiling shelves lined with volumes covering topics from astronomy to zoology. This was, for all intents and purposes, Isabel's first time in a London lord's townhome, and she felt hopeful she could find such a room here. It took several doors before she finally found an oversized room lined with shelves. She stepped inside and took in the sight of the books on the wall to her right. She closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, breathing in the rich scent of leather and the slightly stale scent of aged paper. Oh my, I could live in here. Her friend Madeline, who had once told her of her uncle's library, had not exaggerated, as Isabel had first believed. Perhaps Lord Ellis had children, and he could hire her to be his governess, so she could have access to this magnificence whenever she pleased. She made her way over to one of the shelves and ran her fingertips along the spines of the books. There were titles covering every subject, from astronomy to philosophy to mathematics. We can certainly have a bed moved into this room if you like it so much. She jumped at the sound of his voice. I beg your pardon? She turned and found Lord Ellis across the room, seated in a high-backed chair, reading through a stack of what appeared to be letters. You said you could live in here, he said, glancing back down at the papers in his lap. I was merely trying to be an accommodating host. She never blushed. She wasn't fair in complexion enough for it to show, but her cheeks heated all the same. I did not see you in here. I'm sorry I intruded. His head shook. You're not intruding. Quite the contrary. You're saving me from having to continue with these. He set the letters aside and stood. This was the previous Viscount's library. He was an avid reader. He joined her to stand in front of one of the shelves. Previous Viscount? Wasn't he your father? Yes, he was. Do you read? Then she winced at the way she'd asked the question. Of course, I realize you know how to read. He chuckled, and the deep sound vibrated off her as she realized how close he stood. I'm not much of a reader, although yes, I do know how. I've always preferred physical activity to sitting still. Reading is the only time I'm satisfied to be still, she said. I've always enjoyed reading, but knowing that I'd likely become a governess, I studied every subject I could so that I could offer tutoring in many areas. She hadn't decided to become a governess because it was her greatest aspiration, but she'd grown to love the notion. But she'd come to love the notion of teaching other people's children, especially once it had become clear that she'd likely never marry and have children of her own. She didn't belong anywhere, at least nowhere she'd found. She wasn't quite good enough to be out in society, but she wasn't so much a commoner either. So she'd settled on the idea of studying enough to teach, and now it seemed as much a part of her as her love of books. He nodded, then rocked back on his heels. That should make finding employment rather easy for you, I believe. He stepped around her, went to another of the shelves, and stared at the spines. Still, he was standing far too close for her comfort. The scent of his shaving lotion tickled her nose. She did her best to ignore him, trying to focus on the books in front of her, but he was distracting. It wasn't so much him, she supposed, but rather just being this close to a man. She'd been at St. Bart's for so long she was accustomed to mostly girls. That is my hope. Have you always aspired to be a governess? She turned to face him, and again was struck by the annoying blueness of his eyes. It was rather ridiculous for them to be that blue, as if they demanded she look into them. Why do you say that with such disdain? 'Tis a noble profession, being a governess. Indeed it is, he said, but no one will hire you. His words startled her, and she nearly flinched. Why ever would you say such a thing? I can assure you I am quite capable. Beyond the schooling I received at St. Bart's, I have taught myself ancient Greek, Latin, and Italian. I am rather good with numbers, and feel confident that I could give instruction on most of the required subjects. That is not the problem. He stepped over to another bookshelf. She hurriedly followed after him. What is the problem, then? He eyed the books for a moment before turning to face her. Have you never looked at yourself? She glanced down at her dress. The dark blue frock was not the most flattering gown, but it was one of her nicer ones. Many of her other gowns had frayed hems and faded prints. It had been more than a year since Thornton had sent money for clothing. I realize I am woefully out of fashion, but certainly the families here would not see that as a strike against my teaching and caring for their children. His head shook. No woman in London is going to want you around her husband. Perhaps you can find a widower with a parcel of children, and he might hire you. She frowned. I don't understand. Isabel, you are far too beautiful for any woman to want you so close to her husband. Were she the sort of woman to blush, this would have been another of those moments. She wasn't accustomed to receiving compliments, so she said nothing. Besides, I should think being born a noblewoman, your station would afford you a more comfortable life. Do you not have aspirations of managing your own household some day? She looked away from him, and then absently retrieved a book from the shelves, only to realize it was a volume on botany. Yes, well, perhaps things are not always what they seem. He glanced down at the book she held. Is this the book you were looking for? It is, she said, clutching it tightly. Provided it is acceptable that I borrow it. A hint of a smile teased at his lips. I have no current plans to read Historia Plantarum, although I suspect it shall be a most interesting read. Indeed. Yes, one can never know too much about the origins of plants. Are you teasing me? He brought a hand to his chest. I would never. I scarcely know how to jest. She grinned. She did appreciate his levity, although she would be damned if she'd put the book back, no matter how boring the subject matter. Perhaps someday she'd be called on to tutor a child about botany. He stepped away from her and retrieved his stack of letters. "I believe I shall leave you to the books, then. Do let me know if you change your mind about having a bed moved in here, and I'll see to it straight away." He gave her a slight bow, then left the room. Lord Ellis was a charming man. Was that the way with every gentleman in London? Certainly not. Lord Linford had not been charming in the least, although her aunt had seemed to find something in him that appealed to her. Isabel obviously needed a larger sample to gauge an assessment of the overall charm of London gentlemen. From outside the room, she heard a great thud. Then something hit the corridor wall. "Lord Ellis?" She heard no response. Curious? She walked over to the library door and peered out into the corridor. Viscount Ellis lay slumped against the panelled wall to her right. Good heavens! She raced over to him, but never made it to his side. Large, vice-like hands gripped her close to a hard body that smelled strongly of soured food and sweat. She pushed against her captor, but then he squeezed her neck, and everything went black. Chapter 2. Jason ran outside his London townhome and peered in both directions, but the lady was nowhere to be seen. He swiped blood out of his right eye, then followed the hoof tracks to and from his house, noting a rock indenture in one hoofprint that crossed from well before his address to well after. In one direction, though, the tracks were slightly deeper, indicating a change in the weight of the rider. He ran inside and scrawled a note to his fellow Brotherhood of the Sword members, then grabbed his pistol and raced out the door. He doubted he was that far behind Isabel and whoever had whacked him on the head. Still, he had no notion of how long he'd been unconscious, and didn't want to risk losing their trail. This was the skill he brought to the Brotherhood. If there was anything he knew how to do well, it was to ride and to track. His friend, Gabriel Campbell, Duke of Linford, had brought the girl to his townhome seeking shelter and protection. Jason had been entrusted with her safety, and she'd been in his care for less than 24 hours, and she had already been taken. He hadn't realized the threat had been that great, or else he would have kept a closer eye on the road. As it was, he knew that someone had followed her to his townhome, broken in, struck him unconscious, and taken her. It seemed safe to assume that the danger was specifically aimed at Isabel. His steed, Danger, thundered down the empty road. Thankfully the skies were dry, or else following the tracks would be infinitely more difficult. The trail led him directly into the heart of London, along the banks of the Thames to the docks. He heard a female voice before he could see anything through the fog. He slowed Danger, then slipped off his back and crept forward. "I said unhand me," Isabel said, her voice full of the spirit he'd admired in her the previous day. There was a gruff response that Jason couldn't make out from his current position, but he'd finally crept close enough to discern the forms of two people in the darkened alley. Isabel stood next to a man, and he held her arms firmly in place behind her back. She was kicking at his legs, and even from this distance, Jason could clearly see that her assailant was rather large. "Now, miss, settle down. My boss'll be here soon, and I know he wants you unharmed," the man said, his voice thick with a Cockney edge. Jason searched the area around him to see how best to make his approach. He picked up a jagged piece of a board that had been tossed out of whatever establishment held this address, then skirted around the alley to come upon them from behind. The man who held her was easily a head taller than Jason, and perhaps twice as broad, but size generally made men slow and clumsy, whereas Jason was swift and strategic. He moved in and hit the man hard at the back of his knees, so his legs buckled. Then when Jason could easily reach the man's head, he whacked him with the board. The man toppled forward. Isabel shrieked, then stiffened as if readying herself to attack whomever had come from the darkness. Her green eyes were wide with fear, but it was an active sort of fright, one that would allow her to fight back. He could appreciate such an instinct. Jason snaked an arm around her. "Isabel, it is I, Jason. Calm yourself. I assume you would appreciate rescuing, unless you intended to run away with that man. Am I intruding upon a romantic rendezvous?" She frowned. "What? No, don't be ridiculous." She shook her head, then promptly wrapped her arm around him. "Can you please get me out of here?" In that moment, with her clinging to him, he had the sudden and ridiculous urge to kiss her. He shoved the thought aside, climbed up onto his steed, and pulled her up in front of him. She could sit across, and he could keep an eye on her this way. Once they were safely heading away from the docks and back into Mayfair, she shivered against him. "I am very pleased that you are not dead," she said. "As am I." He paused. "Why did you think I was dead?" "Before he took me from your house, I found you in the corridor." Her hand went to his forehead, and her fingers lightly brushed above the injury. "How is your head?" "I've had worse, and at least the blood has stopped dripping into my eye." She shuddered. "I am sorry to have involved you in this, whatever it is." "Is that the same man who tried to grab you outside of your school?" he asked. She nodded against his chest. "I got away from him once, but this time I thought he had me for good. Thank you for rescuing me." Jason smiled. "You were trying to get away." "Yes, but my efforts were futile. That man is enormous." She might be a slip of a woman, but she had the heart of a fighter, which he supposed was good considering Linford had been right and she was in fact in danger. "Did you know that man? Or why he is so interested in kidnapping you?" he asked. "No. That night outside of St. Bart's was the first time I ever saw him. As to the other—" Again she shook her head. "I have no notion as to why. It doesn't make any sense. I've lived nearly my entire life at St. Bart's. The only people I know in the world live there too, save for Lilith, and now you." Perhaps not now, but Jason knew that with Linford investigating the situation, the puzzle would be solved, no matter how long it took. Jason had told her that they would not be returning to his town home. Instead, they'd go elsewhere for the night, until he could be certain it was safe to return. They'd ridden through London, and had she not been snatched by a strange man and carted off to a wretchedly smelly part of the city, she would have enjoyed this ride immensely. She'd never seen much of London outside the area of St. Bart's, which was far away from the heart of the city. They cantered through the streets in the black of night, with only the gaslights illuminating their way, and only the sound of the horses' hooves clip-clopping along the road. The city was quiet, peaceful, and beautiful, but also dangerous, at least for her. And unfortunately the peace allowed her too much time with her own thoughts. What precisely was going on, who was after her, and why? She was the most ordinary of girls, so why was someone going to so much trouble to kidnap her? Certainly if it had something to do with Thornton, it would be Lilith who was in danger instead. Jason reined his horse in, and they stopped in front of a 3-story red brick townhome with large white columns. He assisted her down, and led her not to the front door, but instead to the alley that brought them to the back of the house. The servant's entry, if she wasn't mistaken. "Where are we?" she asked. "In good time." It occurred to her as he opened the door that she didn't precisely know this man any more than she knew the one who'd taken her, although he was infinitely more attractive and cleaner. All she knew was that the man who had come with her aunt to get her from St. Bartholomew's had brought them to Lord Ellis's house with the promise of protection. And then she'd been kidnapped. Nerves clawed at her, and she fought the urge to turn heel and run, primarily because she had nowhere to go. And this man had come to rescue her, so she supposed for the time being she would do her very best to trust him. She swallowed hard against her hesitation as she accepted his hand and let him lead her into the house. He spoke briefly to a wizened old butler who nodded sharply and led them upstairs to a room. Judging from the appearance of the room with its heavy wood panelling and imposing desk, this was the gentleman of the house's study. She had the question on her tongue again to ask where they were, when a man entered the room. A bleary-eyed lady followed behind him. "Ellis," the man said. Neither of their hosts seemed alarmed to have been awakened in the middle of the night. "We need a place for the evening," Jason said. "Of course," the gentleman said. Jason took the man's outstretched hand and shook it, but then stilled. "I'll chastise you later for dishonoring my cousin." "We are to be married in but a handful of weeks," the lady said. Then, as if she'd only just realized Isabel was standing there, she came forward and clasped her hands. "My apologies for not introducing myself sooner. I am Evelyn Marrington." She tossed a wide grin to the man next to Jason. "Soon to be Lady Summersby." "Isabel Crisp," she said quietly. Frustration and fear mingled inside her, brewing a storm within. Her life had dissolved into turmoil in the last 48 hours, and she couldn't make sense of any of it. She wanted to scream, yell at everyone to stop talking, stop moving, stop everything, until she understood the world again. But she knew no such thing would happen. At least at St. Bart's, she knew where she had fit into the picture. Out here, she'd been dropped off at a strange man's house, then kidnapped, then rescued, and now brought to yet another location. Her body and mind were fatigued, and she was filthy. For whatever reason, she was in danger, and these people, who were all but strangers to her, had held out a hand to assist, to protect. She was no ninny and not accustomed to the whims of emotion, but in this moment she felt helpless in the turmoil. Unwillingly, her eyes filled with tears, and she just wanted to be anywhere else than standing in a stranger's study crying. Miss Marrington stepped forward. "I know precisely what you need." She wrapped an arm around Isabel's shoulder and led her out of the room. Jason watched the ladies leave the room and felt a twinge of, what? Guilt? Protectiveness? He wasn't precisely certain what the feeling was, but he couldn't afford to feel protective of this girl he didn't even know. At least, not more than duty demanded. "So who is she?" Summersby asked from behind him. Jason turned. "Lord Thornton's niece." Summersby's expression shifted in confusion. "That is all I was told," Jason said with a shrug. "Linford brought her and Thornton's wife to my house to hide. He said it was possible the girl was in danger, but no one knows why." "Do you want a drink?" Summersby asked. "Desperately." "Where is Linford now?" Summersby moved to the sidebar and poured them each 2 fingers' worth of brandy. "He and Lady Thornton left Isabel in my care to investigate the root of Isabel's danger. That, and Thornton's involvement in the recent attacks on Her Majesty." Summersby's brows rose. "Thornton." He handed Jason a glass. "Isn't he the man who killed Linford's brother in a duel?" "The very same." Jason relished the brandy as it burned his throat. This had been a hell of a night. "So Linford believes Thornton is somehow involved in all of this, and he swept in and rescued all the women in Thornton's life?" Summersby chuckled. "That sounds precisely like something Linford would do." Jason exhaled and dropped onto one of the leather chairs. Summersby followed suit and sat in an adjacent chair. "Not merely involved, he suspects Thornton of being the would-be assassin." Now Summersby leaned forward, primed to jump into motion. "You mean he's the bastard who tried to kill Evie?" Several weeks before, Jason's cousin Evelyn had been brought in to pose as Queen Victoria, since she bore an uncanny likeness to the young monarch. Her presence had brought to light an assassination plot that they'd initially believed was merely a one-man attack, but had demonstrated it likely went beyond that. And during all that, Summersby and his great burly self had managed to persuade Jason's cousin Evie to fall in love with him. They stood to marry in a few short weeks, and while Jason was pleased that one of his closest friends had seemingly met the one woman who could keep him in line, Jason worried about his favourite cousin being in the midst of their potentially dangerous life. She'd certainly taken it all in stride, though, as only Evie could. Masquerading as the Queen had brought her face to face with extreme danger, and she'd scarcely blinked, it seemed. Linford believes there's a chance that Lady Thornton knows something that could assist in the investigation, but I don't think that's it. You believe there is more there? Summersby asked. Yes, she's a very attractive woman, Lady Thornton, and they have a past. Jason swallowed the rest of his brandy. I think the timing of all this rather conveniently lines up with the danger that Isabel suddenly finds herself in. Too many coincidences, Summersby said. Precisely. Linford will put all the pieces together. That is what he does. Jason exhaled slowly. I don't suppose you saw Evie's attacker's face that night when you fought with him? Summersby shook his head. You know I'm not one to be that careful. I tend to hit first and ask questions later. I think I would have recognized another peer of the realm, but I can't be certain about that. He swore. That could mean this whole conspiracy to kill Victoria goes much deeper than we first thought. Precisely. If Linford is correct, Jason said. Summersby shoved his hand through his hair. Yes, but when is he not correct? He might be a pain in the arse with his high morality, but he's excessively smart, and as annoying as it may be, he's usually right. Jason chuckled. I know. Problem is, Potterfield doesn't see it that way. He's already warned Linford about staying away from Thornton's wife. Potterfield will want proof, Summersby said. I suspect it will take conclusive evidence to convince Potterfield that a peer is responsible for the attempt on Victoria's life. More than likely, yes, but perhaps we should go and speak to him tomorrow. Potterfield has been willing to see things more my way recently, Summersby said with a quirk of a grin. I told you he would come around, Jason said. Potterfield has always liked you. Summersby nodded. That remains to be seen, but I shall take your word as truth. He took a sip of his brandy, then swirled the glass. Linford left you with the girl? Yes, well, Linford and Lady Thornton left her in my care while they went to dig up information. He leaned forward in the chair, bracing his elbows on his knees. In truth, they did not give me very much information, and you know me, I didn't ask enough questions. Jason shrugged. Needless to say, a man broke into my house, knocked me out, and took her. I was going to ask about the gash, Summersby said, motioning to the injury of Jason's head. I was fortunate enough to track her quickly and get her back, but that's why we came here. He rubbed at the back of his neck. I want to make certain my townhome is safe before we return. I know it goes without question, but you were careful in your route here, Summersby asked. I've had enough of Evie being in danger. Indeed, I did not take a direct route, and went nearly an hour out of my way. Summersby nodded. Do you know who took her? No, other than he also tried to snatch her outside of the school where Linford and Lady Thornton retrieved her. Someone is most assuredly after her. He leaned back, stretching his legs out in front of him. I would have stayed to question the brute who had her, but there was no way to ensure her safety while doing so. The man told her that his boss was coming to meet them. I simply knocked him out and we left. Potterfield might have ideas of what to do with her. You can't be expected to protect someone if you don't truly know what you're protecting her from. Jason wasn't so certain. Linford had managed to prevent the girl's first kidnapping attempt, while Jason had been ambushed in his own damned home. He still couldn't believe he had let that happen. So yes, at this point he felt strongly about protecting her, if for no other reason than to prove to himself that he could. From the moment he'd been recruited into the Brotherhood, he'd questioned whether he truly belonged. The centuries-old organization prided itself on being built upon the backs of the noblest families in England. They were serious about their bloodlines, and Jason's were muddy. Granted, no one knew that, but it still had always left him wondering about his worth among the Brotherhood. At least when his assignments had mostly consisted of tracking or riding or training others in those areas, he knew he had much to offer. But protecting a woman from an unknown villain, he wasn't so certain he had the necessary skills. He couldn't help but think that, had she been in the care of another member of the Brotherhood, this kidnapping likely would never have even happened. Of course, he couldn't say that to Summersby. None of those men knew his secret, and since being a member of the Brotherhood was the only true way he could make his life matter, he wasn't about to do something that jeopardized his membership. Ensuring Isabel's safety had become high on his list of things to accomplish. "I definitely think Potterfield might benefit from knowing about Isabel," Jason said. "The man knows things that most of us do not. He seems to have contacts as far-reaching as South America." "Whatever you need from me, you know you need only ask," Summersby said. "Make an honest woman out of Evie, or else I'll be forced to kill you," Jason said. "I'd have already eloped with her if her mother would allow it." "Ah, yes, well, Aunt Marrington has always had enough personality for at least 3 other women. She'll most assuredly want a big to-do, having a daughter marry someone as impressive as the Earl of Summersby." Jason released a low whistle. "I do love her, in case you hadn't guessed." "My aunt, or Evie?" Summersby chuckled. "Evie. I know. I'm glad you finally found the one woman to rein you in." He came to his feet. "I suppose I should go and make certain Isabel doesn't need anything." He made a move to leave the room, then paused. "Thank you. It is nothing you would not have also done for me." At least Jason knew that much was true. Isabel tried to think of something to say, anything that would make her not look so weak and foolish, but nothing came to mind. So she simply allowed Miss Marrington to take her up the stairs and down the corridor to a bedchamber. She didn't even know why it mattered to her how Miss Marrington perceived her, but for whatever reason she didn't want Jason's friends to believe her a complete ninny. Once they had entered the bedchamber, the pretty redhead rang for a maid and requested a bath be prepared. She then retrieved a dressing gown and other clothing items from the armoire and placed them on the bed. "We're about the same height, though I'm a bit rounder than you," she said with a wink. "This likely won't fit perfectly, but it should be workable for the time being." "Thank you, Miss Marrington." Was this how all people were in London? You simply arrived at someone's house, regardless of the time of day or night, and they gave you a room and clothing and whatever else you needed? That had not been her perception of things based on her uncle. "Please call me Evelyn, or Evie." They sat in the small sitting area near the windows, as the maids busied themselves bringing in buckets of steaming water. "Would you care to talk about what has happened? I noticed Jason's head injury." Evie winked. "Did you do that?" "Heavens, no. It is rather a long story, or at least it seems that it should be. Suffice it to say, my aunt removed me from my school and brought me to Jason for protection, and then some great oaf kidnapped me after striking Jason on the head. But somehow he found me, and that is how we ended up here." Isabel shrugged and offered Evie the best grin she could manage. "Goodness, you have had quite the ordeal. I know you must be exhausted and frightened." Evie met her gaze with sympathetic eyes. "Not too long ago I was put in danger, attacked, injured, and, to be honest, utterly terrified." Isabel wondered at the odd turn of the conversation. Then she realized that Evelyn was trying to make her feel at ease. I'm not certain to what extent you're involved in any of this, but I want you to know that those men downstairs will do whatever it takes to ensure your safety, Evie said. Viscount Ellis, he is your cousin? Isabel asked. Evie smiled warmly. He is, one I am rather fond of, too. He's a very good man. Evie squeezed Isabel's hand. Just know this, she said. Your life might be in an upheaval right now, but it won't always be this way. Ellis will protect you. That was the second time she'd been assured of that, and she'd already been kidnapped once in between. Isabel eyed the woman before her with her fiery hair and fair complexion. How can you be so certain? Lord Summersby and I are to be married soon. He kept me safe amid extreme danger. She smiled warmly. And that was before we fell in love. Isabel nodded. She certainly didn't know this woman, but something about Evelyn Marrington spoke deeply about sincerity and truth. Isabel felt certain she could be trusted. Before you know it, all of this will be over and you can return to your regular life, Evie said. But Isabel's regular life was gone. She couldn't very well return to St. Bart's. As it was, she'd stayed far longer than most students did. So where would that leave her? It was selfish to expect Lilith to care for her. Lilith herself was young and beautiful and had just spent several years trapped in a marriage to a wretched man. The woman deserved some freedom. There was a general perception about the students who lived at St. Bart's and the adjacent boys' school, St. Basil's, that the children were all born outside the laws of marriage. It wasn't true, at least not completely, but that was the reputation the schools had. Because of this, Isabel had always assumed that there were rumours surrounding her birth, and therefore that she would not be fit or accepted into proper society. She was too much of a lady to be accepted in the lower class, yet not enough of a lady to marry into high society, especially with no fortune to her name. From an early age, she'd settled on the hopes of being hired as a governess to a good family. The maids finished setting up the bath, and Evie stood to leave. She motioned for one of the maids to come forward. This is Beatrice, and she will assist you. I can bathe myself, Isabel said. Of course, dear, whatever you're most comfortable with, but she can assist you should you require it, Evelyn said. Feel free to send for me if you need anything else. Thank you for being so kind. Evie looked at her strangely, as if the notion were entirely foreign. Of course. Beatrice remained as the other woman filed out of the room. Isabel turned her back to the maid to give her access to the buttons on her dress. She'd, of course, had use of a maid on a few occasions, but none too recently. Lord Thornton had never invited her to his estates or town home. She sank into the warm bath water and sighed. It had been ages since she'd had the luxury of a bath. On occasion at school, usually during holidays when mostly everyone had left, she would sneak into the wash quarters and make one for herself. Those tubs, however, had not been intended for bathing, and she'd never been able to stretch out as she did now. This was heavenly. They had infused the water with some sort of flower oil, and the water lapped at her skin, making her feel clean for the first time in days. "Shall I tend to your hair?" Beatrice asked. Guilt gnawed at her. She was perfectly capable of tending to herself, but the luxury of someone else washing her hair was too tempting to deny. Just this once. "Yes, please," Isabel said. The maid jumped into action, pouring warm water over Isabel's head and then lathering in a sweet-smelling soap. The woman worked her fingers against Isabel's scalp, and she found that many of her worries seemed to fade into the distance. She knew they'd return, but for now she'd enjoy the release. Isabel marvelled at how relaxed she was once she was clean and her hair was rinsed. Beatrice assisted her out and gave her a plush towel to wrap around herself to dry off. "I believe Lady Evelyn left clothing for you on the bed. Do you require anything else?" Beatrice asked. "No, thank you." "Good evening, my lady," Beatrice said, then curtsied and left the room. My lady? The title, completely innocuous, seemed ill-fitting. She'd grown up seeing not much more than the old stone walls at St. Bart's. She knew how to dance, the proper way to use a fan, and even how to select draperies. Not that any of it would come into use. She quickly dressed, relishing the luxurious feel of the fabric against her bare skin. She sat at the dressing table and pulled the brush through her long hair. She remembered at some point in her life, long ago perhaps, some lady had said it was chestnut hair, not quite red, but not quite brown. Had that woman been her mother? She closed her eyes as if to force the memory to become clearer. It wasn't the first time she'd done so, but nothing ever came back. She wove her hair into a long plait. Someone knocked on the door, and she started. The door cracked, but no one entered. "Isabel, I'm sorry to disturb you," Jason said. "I hope I am not interrupting. Might I come in?" "Yes, of course." She came to her feet as she finished braiding her hair. "Are we leaving? Because if so, I need to change. I merely assumed—" "Not tonight." He paused then. His eyes travelled the length of her, making her immediately aware of how she was dressed, or rather, not fully dressed. Although she was covered, the fabric from the dressing gown and night rail were much thinner than that of her woolen gowns. She felt exposed. She wrapped her arms around herself. Their eyes met, and it seemed her breathing stopped. Being sequestered in the school for so many years, she'd had limited contact with males. She wasn't accustomed to being near one she found so attractive. She silently cursed him for being so handsome. Otherwise, she would certainly not find him so appealing. He quickly averted his gaze. "Tomorrow we shall go somewhere else, somewhere you can be safe, and then we can work on getting some answers." She nodded. Go yet another place? What had happened of her life? Suddenly she had become somewhat of a gypsy. "Do you need anything else?" "Not tonight." "Try to get some sleep. I'll be guarding your door." "Is that necessary?" "Right now I don't think so, but I do know I'm not willing to take any chances." He turned back to the door, then paused. "Isabel?" She fidgeted with the end of her long braid as it draped over her shoulder. "Yes?" "Good night," he said. "Good night, Jason." Chapter 3. Jason hadn't slept much. Granted, he'd spent most of the night poised outside of Isabel's bedchamber door, waiting for anything untoward. Even when Summersby had come and given him a reprieve, Jason had still been too alert to rest. It was his responsibility to ensure that Isabel was protected. He would not fail a second time. She was being targeted for a specific reason, and the sooner they knew that reason, the sooner he'd be able to truly protect her. He glanced at his pocket watch and noted the time. They should be leaving, but he didn't dare enter that bedchamber again. He'd made that mistake the night before, and seen her standing there wearing that dressing gown. It hadn't revealed anything about her figure, but the sight of her with bare feet and wet hair freshly braided had left his mouth dry and his hands fidgety. The last thing he needed was to desire her. Protecting her from an unknown villain had already proved daunting. Wanting her would serve only in complicating the situation. This was the time for level-headedness. So instead of going into the bedchamber, he knocked and told her he was going downstairs for breakfast, and they were to leave within the half-hour. He was pleased when she appeared dressed and ready to depart 15 minutes later. He was even more pleased that she was wearing something that covered her completely. Even if the dress was ill-fitting, it didn't conjure images of her sprawled across a bed, bare toes curled into the bedcovers. Christ, what was the matter with him? Summersby entered the room as well. "Are we ready, then?" They rode in one of the Summersby carriages to the offices of Parliament. Potterfield, the leader of the Brotherhood, kept his office there, and damned if Jason didn't need some guidance. He hated to explain any of this to Potterfield and risk Gabe's reputation, but Isabel was in danger. Isabel looked out the small curtained window of the carriage. "Where are you taking me?" she asked, her tone agitated. "Somewhere safe," Jason said. "Yes, you keep saying that, and then we keep moving," she said. "Is there nowhere safe in all of London?" Summersby's lips quirked in a grin, and Jason kicked his boot, which caused Summersby to chuckle. "There are tunnels beneath the city, namely ones that connect Buckingham to Westminster and Parliament. They are used to keep Queen Victoria safe at times. You shall be safe there too," Jason said. She frowned. "I don't understand. You have access to such areas?" Jason and Summersby exchanged a look, and Summersby nodded. "We work for the Crown," he said. "I see." The carriage stopped, and they descended the stairs. "We'll leave the rig in the carriage house for when we return," Jason said. He held out his hand to Isabel, but she didn't immediately accept it. "Your aunt trusted me enough to leave you in my care," Jason reminded her. "Lord Linford? He too works for the Crown?" she asked. "He does." She paused for several moments, then asked, "Am I in trouble?" "Isabel, we are members of the Queen's private police, of sorts. We are here only to protect you," Jason said. She nodded, seemingly reluctant to meet his eyes, but she did give him her hand. "For security purposes, we're going to need you to close your eyes. I won't resort to blindfolding you," Jason said. "I trust you'll adhere to our wishes." "Of course," she said, and complied. Jason took her hand and led her forward out of the carriage house. They made their way to the alley and into the small offices that had one of the entrances to the tunnels. He instructed her to descend a flight of stairs and step through a doorway. The air around them was chilly. The rough stone walls were barely lit by candles hung from wall sconces. Jason heard his voice echo as he directed her steps. "You can open your eyes now," Jason said. Two other gentlemen trusted by the Brotherhood guarded a doorway that led off the long tunnel. "You stay here with these men, and I shall return shortly." "And if I refuse?" she asked. "Where shall you go?" he asked. She opened her mouth, then shut it with a frown. "I don't appreciate being dragged all around London," she exhaled slowly. "I feel much safer next to you." Duly noted. He gave her a tight nod. "Consider that I am trying to figure out precisely why you're in danger. Hopefully we'll know something soon." She exhaled. "Very well. I shall wait for you here." She eyed the large men guarding the entrance of the tunnel, then grabbed onto Jason's sleeve. "Are they safe?" "I would trust them with my mother's life," he said. She frowned. "You do like your mother, yes?" He very nearly touched her before walking away. Just a brush of her cheek or a squeeze of her hand, something to reassure her. But he didn't do that sort of thing. So he refused to turn back and glance at her as he left the tunnel. He met Summersby at the hidden door that led directly from the tunnels into a secret room in Parliament. They made their way to Sir Potterfield's office, but were told to wait inside, and he'd join them in a moment, as he had stepped out briefly. Two other members of the Brotherhood, St. Giles and Reacher, also waited within. They exchanged niceties, but didn't have to wait long before Potterfield entered through the door at the back of his office. "Follow me, if you would," he said, holding the door open for them. Jason stepped into a meeting room with the other men on his heels. Not 10 minutes later, they were told that Linford had arrived and was waiting in the outer office. "I was not aware a reunion had been assembled," Jason said. "Linford," Potterfield said, his tone a mixture of relief and irritation. What have you done to yourself? Linford's arm was wrapped in a makeshift sling. Shot, sir, by Lord Thornton. Potterfield's brows rose. So he is not dead, as you had said. It would seem not, Linford said. He turned to Jason. Where is Isabel? She's downstairs, in the tunnels, safe, Jason said. Linford shook his head and swore. The tunnels are not safe. Jason's gut tightened, and he swore. What do you mean, have the tunnels been compromised? It would seem so, Linford said. I discovered notes in Thornton's belongings, including drawings of the tunnels. How the devil did he get those? Summersby asked. I have no idea, Linford said. It is unlikely he's the only one who has them, Summersby said. Potterfield held up one hand. Who is this Isabel, and precisely why are we suddenly protecting her? Linford cleared his throat. Until yesterday, I was not certain who she was, but her aunt and I turned up evidence that indicates she is the lost princess of Saldania. Isabel, a lost princess? That certainly would explain why people would be after her if they knew of her true identity. Potterfield swore. It was unusual for him to speak without decorum. Summersby, go and make certain Her Majesty is secured. Alice and Linford, you stay here. The rest of you find the princess. Do not allow that girl out of your sight. If it's all the same to you, sir, I'd prefer to continue watching her myself, Jason said. In a moment. For now, she'll be safe with them, Potterfield said. He motioned to the men standing. Move! This new information has put our queen in immediate danger. Jason came to his feet. He didn't want to stay and listen to Potterfield. He wanted to go and see to Isabel himself. Get her out of there and know she was protected. But he also knew that Potterfield would not have asked him to stay unless the information he had was crucial. What is going on? Jason asked. Potterfield waited until the other men had left the room. I think I know what all of this is about. He paced the length of the room before settling into one of the chairs. All? Meaning what? Jason asked. The assassination attempt, the lost princess, everything being connected to Thornton. You mentioned this Isabel is Thornton's niece? Potterfield made a sweeping gesture with his hand. That is what she has always been told, and he paid for her schooling, Linford said. Up until recently, when an anonymous benefactor took over the payments. They had hidden her here all along, Potterfield said. He swiped his hand down his face. When everyone assumed she'd been murdered with the rest of the royal family. The heir to the Saldanian throne has claim to England's throne as well? Linford asked. Potterfield nodded. Yes, but Victoria has already been coronated. Would these fools expect her to abdicate the throne, to hand it over to Isabel? Jason asked. That is, provided that their assassination attempts fail. Potterfield shook his head. Several months ago there was some correspondence intercepted between King Ernest Augustus of Hanover and some of his supporters, those who think he should be the rightful heir to the throne of England. Ridiculous, Linford said. Indeed, Potterfield said, but dangerous thinking nonetheless. Is the king himself involved in such thinking? Linford asked. No, but I doubt he would deny the throne if someone rightfully offered it to him, Potterfield said. What do they hope to accomplish with Isabel? Jason asked. It is true that she herself has a legitimate claim to the throne, Potterfield said. But were she married off to Ernest Augustus's son, it could create a strong union. I believe Summersby said that Victoria herself had already refused interest in marrying George, Linford said. Potterfield thrummed his fingers on the back of his chair. They are frustrated because even though Victoria is young, they are unable to control her. These people already had their hands on Isabel once, Jason said. Potterfield's brows rose. They took her from my townhome, but I was able to track them quickly and save her. It would seem that you had the foresight to know the girl needed protection. Well done, Potterfield said. Jason nodded. It was Linford, sir. He explained that Isabel needed protection. He couldn't take credit for something he hadn't done himself. Indeed, it seems forcing a union between Isabel and George would almost guarantee another threat on Victoria's life, Linford said. I won't make the same mistake again. Jason came to his feet. I'll keep the princess protected. They will not find Isabel. The rest of you can keep Victoria safe. Where will you go? Potterfield asked. He had no notion of where he'd go, but he'd think of something. I'll send word when we get there, Jason said. Potterfield nodded. I need only know you are safe. You are the best tracker and rider the Brotherhood has. I know you'll do what is necessary to make certain you aren't followed, but I would be remiss not to remind you of the stakes. Find the bastards who are planning this so I can eventually return home, Jason said. A princess. He doubled his speed, returning to the tunnels hidden beneath the streets of London. What the devil was he supposed to do now? It was his duty to protect her. Hell, he was supposed to protect England's royal family, and now he had another princess on his hands, and one who didn't even know she was a princess. Things had gone from bad to worse in a matter of minutes, and on top of that he'd stashed her in the tunnels, an area they now believed was unsafe. She still stood where he'd left her, although she was pacing the tight confines, now guarded by 4 members of the Brotherhood. We have to leave, now, he said, grabbing her elbow. He practically dragged Isabel through the tunnels until they reached the exit. Security be damned, the tunnels were already compromised. They raced to the carriage house, and Jason barked orders to the driver, then nearly tossed her into a carriage right before it jerked forward. Jason, what is happening? You're in far more danger than we first thought, he said. How was he supposed to explain all of this to her? He certainly knew what it was like to discover that you weren't at all who you thought you were. Discovering he was a bastard had changed everything for him. And as it turns out, you weren't safe down in the tunnels. He swore. Damned if he couldn't get things right. What are you talking about? She asked. He rubbed a hand down his face. I don't even know how to tell you this. Frankly, I don't think I should be the one, but I'm all you've got right now. Have you ever heard of Sardinia? She frowned. I do not believe so. It's a small island nation off the coast of Wales. Their monarch was also in line for the English crown. 17 years ago there was a coup, and the entire royal family was murdered. I don't understand. She shook her head, and 2 loose curls fell onto her forehead. What does this have to do with me? One member of the family got off the island. He looked at her face, and her mossy green eyes stared back at him. Isabel, you are the lost princess of Sardinia. Her brow furrowed. What? Her hand went to her throat. Then she slowly shook her head. No, that's impossible. It's the truth. I am no one. Discarded at a school. She wasn't taking the news well, and he certainly couldn't blame her. But he'd have to convince her, make her understand somehow the real danger she was in. Do you have a birthmark on your hip? A wine stain birthmark? Her hand absently went to her right hip. How did you know? Linford said that every Sardinian royal for the last 200 years has borne the mark. You have it then? Yes. She was quiet for several moments. This doesn't make any sense. If I'm from this island, who smuggled me off while my family was murdered? How did I get here? How did I end up in Thornton's care? Why was I in his care? Am I truly his niece? All questions for later, as I don't have the answers. He opened a small curtain on the carriage window a sliver. He needed to stay vigilant and watch for pursuers. But now we have to get out of London. Later, when we know you are safe, we can find out more about your situation and your family." He wasn't certain why he'd said we, when he'd likely not be involved with her protection too much longer. Although he'd asked to continue protecting her, Jason knew that Potterfield would come up with a different solution should he require Jason elsewhere. "Because people believe I'm this lost princess, they want to kill me?" Her frown deepened. "Are they the same people who killed the rest of the royal family?" "Not exactly. People want to marry you to someone to form a powerful political union to overtake the monarchy here. They want Victoria out and you in." "They want me to be queen? That's preposterous, and I certainly don't want to do that." She shook her head again. "Can we not simply pretend that I'm not the princess? That this is a case of mistaken identity? I mean, I don't even know how to be a princess. I do not want to marry someone I don't even know, especially for political reasons. I merely want to be Isabel Crisp." He had to stop himself before he reached out to touch her, to comfort her. He was protecting her and thus protecting Victoria. That was all this was about. He did not comfort people. "It's not that simple, I'm afraid." He peeked out the window of the carriage once more and noted it had started to rain. That would slow them down, but also make it more difficult for them to be followed. "These people are not to be reasoned with." Isabel leaned back against the carriage seat. For the second time in as many days, her eyes pricked with tears. She was not a crier, never had been. She simply absorbed whatever fate brought her and carried on with her life as usual. If things were particularly trying, she would simply work her body until she was so fatigued that sleep would engulf her. Back at St. Bart's, she had spent plenty of time scrubbing the floors and sometimes the walls merely to distract herself into exhaustion. But this news, what could possibly distract her from such a revelation? A princess? She was a long-lost princess? How was that even possible? And although she didn't remember her parents, she felt as if she'd just lost them. The realization that they'd been slaughtered seemed to make them real to her in a way they hadn't been before. That was foolish, though. She couldn't very well mourn people she hadn't even known. Not only that, but she didn't know the first thing about being a princess, nor did she want to. She couldn't be someone's governess if she was a princess. Yet she had no throne, no money to speak of, at least as far as she knew. How had her entire life changed with one simple sentence? "You are the lost princess of Sardinia." As if that unlikely surprise didn't complicate things enough, now someone wanted to marry her off in some political union. She knew that was the way things were done much of the time, a barter of land or funds for a better name or station in life. But she had always assumed her status as an illegitimate daughter of some unknown lord would protect her from such an arrangement. Her position in life had not offered her many advantages, but at least it had protected her from such machinations. Yes, she wanted to get married, she'd always wanted to have her own family, but she'd thought those things out of her reach. Foolishly, though, she had always wished for a family life on her own terms. She'd thought her lack of status would enable her to marry for love, or at the very least, friendship and companionship. It was nearly laughable. Perhaps someday she'd be able to enjoy a chuckle about the silly girl she'd been, believing she was an illegitimate daughter of some aristocratic parentage, only to discover she was a princess. She glanced at the man in the carriage seat across from her. He leaned against the wall, his eyes closed, but she knew he didn't actually sleep. His breathing wasn't deep enough, and concern still tensed his brow. "I won't agree to it," she said aloud. "To any of it. I don't want to marry a stranger. I don't want to be a princess. And I most certainly do not want to be queen." His eyes flickered open. It is not that simple, Isabel. Politics never are, Jason said. His tone was soft and warm, and she almost allowed it to soothe her. But certainly Sardinia has a ruler now, she said. I am 19. I doubt the entire country has been in mourning for my family and not done anything to continue with their government. Whoever is the ruler now, I'm certain he or she must not want anything to do with me. Indeed. Sardinia is currently ruled by Randall Winston, Lord Protector. He was a soldier in the Revolution. Everything inside of her went cold. He fought in the Revolution? Yes. Then he is partially responsible for my family's death. The words came out as a whisper. The fact that she had never known her family, that she had known nothing of their existence mere hours ago, mattered not. She still felt something harden inside of her. Yes, Jason said simply. And there is nothing waiting for me in Sardinia save a most certain death. I'm told that most of the people in Sardinia are pleased with Lord Winston. Though he was, initially, a part of the revolution, he has done much for the country, and now leads much in the way our Prime Minister leads, though admittedly he has many opponents as well. There are people, particularly among the Saldanian peerage, who would prefer you on the throne, especially if you were married to the man of their choice. Saldania. She rolled the word around in her head, waiting for it to conjure something in her memory, but nothing came. Would she be expected to return? To rule a nation she'd never even known existed? Certainly not. She wouldn't even be able to locate the island on a map. She mulled over the idea for a moment. There were people in the country of her birth who wanted her on the throne, who wanted her to rule. So the entire country knows I survived? They all knew I was out there somewhere and they've been waiting for me to return and take my place on their throne? Meanwhile, I was here, in London, believing I was the bastard child of an aristocrat? Her questions came out fast and furious. It is unclear, at least to me, how many people knew of your existence. I suspect you were hidden at the school in London for this precise reason, Jason said. When she thought of Sardinia, a country she hadn't even heard of yesterday, she felt no attachment, no pride, no sense of obligation to its people. She shook her head more firmly this time. No, I will simply not do it. You may not have a choice. I will if they can't find me. I'll go into hiding. People might know that there was a princess who survived, but that didn't mean they knew she was the one. She couldn't be the only girl of the right age to bear the mark of the Saldanian royal family. Couldn't she simply hide out in the country and pretend to be someone else? She certainly had had 18 years of believing she wasn't anyone special. It seemed she could continue along that path. And if her wine-stained birthmark was the only thing that identified her as the Saldanian princess, then that shouldn't be a problem. It was hidden beneath her clothes at all times. Jason leaned forward, bracing his elbows on his knees. He had remarkable stability despite the rocking of the carriage. She had to brace her hand against the seat to keep from shifting side to side. You need to understand that this plan has likely been in place since they discovered your existence, he said. The people behind this have gone to great lengths to see this come to fruition. They have killed people, Isabel. They tried to kill Queen Victoria. Do you truly think there is anything you can do to dissuade them? You hiding? He shook his head. They would find you. Our only hope is to identify them and bring them to justice. If Jason were right, then the people who wanted her for this political union wouldn't give up so easily. She'd likely not even be safe if she travelled all the way to America. Not only that, but she hadn't a pence to her name, so there was no way she'd be booking passage anywhere. She could sneak aboard a ship, but there were always stories about people who did such things and how they met a terrible demise. The headlines in all the broadsheets would read about
how the penniless Princess of Sardinia had been tossed overboard after being discovered stealing bread.
If they found me and forced me to marry this man, whoever he is, then what would happen?
He looked away from her.
Jason, I have a right to know.
He was quiet for a moment before answering. First, they would put you on the throne in Sardinia. I'm sure they already have enough support in Sardinia for that. You would be a mere figurehead. Your husband would have the real power. After a few months, they would likely make another attempt on Victoria's life. At the least, they would petition to revoke her crown and grant it to the two of you, Jason said, the muscles along his jaw tightening with each word. But I doubt they would waste time with that. Most likely they would simply assassinate Victoria. With her out of the way, England would need a new leader. You and your husband would be the most obvious choice.
He was silent for a moment, giving his words time to sink in, studying her, maybe even wondering whether this plan held any appeal to her. It did not.
"But it won't come to that, will it?" she asked. "It must not come to that. You won't let it." His lips twitched, and for an instant she thought her answer must have pleased him. But then his expression grew serious again. "No, the Brotherhood will not allow the Queen to be assassinated." Isabel knew Queen Victoria had an entire force of men protecting her, but she realized she had a greater opportunity here. She could protect not only Victoria herself, but the Crown of England. She could, what did they call it? Abdicate the throne, that was it. She would turn it down, show that Lord Protector who'd killed her family that she had no desire to take power from him. Although she knew it wasn't that simple, Jason was right. They'd never simply let her disappear. But she refused to play a part in a plan that would kill Queen Victoria. It was treason, and she wouldn't be a willing participant. And in truth, she'd do whatever it took to avoid playing a role on any level. Jason peered out the window, then checked his pocket watch. "Where are we going?" she asked. She had no notion of where they were, although judging from the quiet of their surroundings, they were quite far from London. "One of my country estates, one that isn't well known or used much. We should be safe there while I figure out how to keep you protected long term," Jason said. She eyed her companion. He held the small curtain aside with one finger, watching the landscape pass as the carriage rumbled along. He was handsome, rather alarmingly so if she were honest. From his short-cropped brown hair to his perfectly shaped aristocratic nose to his chiseled jawline to the startling cerulean of his eyes, he was the very picture of a dashing gentleman. He looked as if he belonged more in the center of a crowded ballroom than here in this tiny carriage with her. "Why are you doing this?" she asked. His shrewd blue eyes met hers. "It is my duty to protect. I work for the Crown of England. You are now involved, and therefore deserve protection." She nodded. "It is strange to wake up and believe one thing about yourself, then end the day realizing you are someone else entirely," she said. His eyes bore into hers. "Yes, it is." And she would have sworn that he truly understood. Not only that he commiserated, but that he knew precisely what she meant. It was on her tongue to ask him if he truly did understand, but he let the curtain fall back into place, then leaned his head back and closed his eyes. About half an hour later, Jason rapped on the roof of the carriage, and it rolled to a stop. "We'll have to stop here for the night, as my estate is still another day's ride away." "Another day? 'Tis far away." "Yes." He withdrew from the carriage, then held a hand up to her. "Nearly to the Scottish border." Relief swam through her. Certainly she'd be more difficult to find this far north of London. She'd never been out of the city, and she longed to see the landscape, but darkness had fallen. All she could make out behind them were the shadows of lines of trees. After she'd peppered him with questions about Sardinia and the plot to usurp the throne, Jason had pretended to sleep. It had been better than continuing with the conversation lest he revealed to her how deadly the situation was. He had no doubt that once the men behind this traitorous plan got her married and safely on the throne next to her husband, Isabel would be quietly murdered. Jason didn't want to terrify her. Jason stretched outside of the carriage before he assisted Isabel to the ground. The sign hanging by the front gate wobbled in the wind, and the sharp scent of rain hung heavy in the air. "A storm is coming." Jason nodded toward the inn. He glanced at the Tudor-style building with fresh eyes, seeing it, perhaps, as Isabel did. The half-timbered black-and-white building was showing its age, but the grounds were clean and tidy, and, other than the handful of missing bricks from the far-right chimney, it was in decent shape. "Might not be much, but we can at least stay dry. They should also have something we can eat." Her stomach growled in response, and she gave him a shy grin. That would be quite nice. Several fat drops fell onto them. Thankfully, a groom jogged out to greet them. Jason gave the man instructions about the horses before accompanying Isabel inside the inn. Jason had stayed at the Boar and the Hound on more than one occasion when travelling to his family's estate in Northumberland. It was not the most luxurious of inns, but it was clean, and the food was decent. He certainly hoped it would meet Isabel's approval. Granted, she'd been raised in a school, not in a palace as she should have been, and he already knew her standards were low, considering she'd asked him to put her in the servants' quarters. The tavern on the first floor of the inn already hummed with activity and people. No doubt the oncoming storm had forced more than a few to stop here for at least a meal in hopes of avoiding a drenching. 2 barmaids skirted the tables, passing out bowls of steaming food as well as tankards of ale. Several road-worn travellers huddled at said tables, eating and drinking, but everything seemed to stop when Jason and Isabel stepped inside. As if they could tell Isabel was royalty, people turned to stare. Of course, Isabel was strikingly beautiful, more so than most women. She had an exotic beauty about her with a naturally darker complexion than was typical of English-bred ladies. That, combined with her chestnut hair, made her sea-green eyes stand out and beg people to look at them. She leaned closer to him. "Why are they staring at you?" she asked. "I believe it is you who has caught their gaze." Her hand went absently to her head, patted her hair. "I certainly have no notion as to why. Do I look a fright?" Jason chuckled. The innkeeper stepped over to them before Jason could answer her. Recognition lit in the old man's wizened face. "Ah, Lord Ellis, how nice to see you again." "And you, sir. I need a room," Jason said. "Yes, a storm's coming. Been brewing out there all day. I suspect it'll be a strong one too, judging by all the customers tonight." He nodded toward the full tavern. Then he seemed to notice Isabel for the first time, and his wiry white eyebrows rose as he quickly looked from Isabel, then back to Jason. "Of course, my lord. This way." He led them through the tavern and up to the bar area, where he managed all manner of duties for the inn. He flipped open a large book, then glanced up. "Only one room, then?" There was insinuation in his voice, although his posture and expression remained respectful. Jason nodded. "Yes, only one. This is my niece. I intend to ensure her protection. Perhaps an extra blanket or two so I can make myself comfortable on the floor." "Yes, of course." The man bobbed his head several times, then bent behind the bar and came back with a key. "Nicest room we have, my lord, and the largest. I'll bring up extra bedding directly." Chapter 4. The innkeeper had come up to their room, bringing what Isabel suspected might be every extra piece of bedding they owned. He set up a small table with 2 chairs, and soon returned with heaping bowls of steaming stew and buttered bread. It seemed Jason had accounted for all their needs, save one. Isabel still needed a solution to her current predicament. Hiding at one of his family estates would provide only a temporary fix. The best she had done while pondering the situation was to realize that, more than anything, what she needed was to no longer remain unmarried. Then those men, whoever they were, wouldn't be able to wed her in some political game. But she wasn't married, and certainly didn't have any prospects. She didn't even know many men her age. St. Bart's admitted only girls, and the adjacent school, St. Basil's, had never provided any tempting prospects, which left only the man she was currently with. She glanced across the table from her. She'd studied him so much during the carriage ride she feared she'd already memorized all his handsome features. He wasn't married. Could he be the solution she needed? It was a ludicrous idea, but it was the only one she had. Jason was handsome and gallant, and she dared think even charming. Because of those qualities, he was more than likely already spoken for, betrothed to the prettiest of genteel-born ladies in London. Still, he might be her only hope of getting out of this mess. And certainly Jason would see the benefits of making her unavailable for marriage to someone who wanted the current queen murdered. He already worked to protect the crown. Isabel could help do the same, if only in a small way. She cleared her throat, trying to think of how to ask such a thing. "I don't suppose those men would be after me if I were already married," she said. He looked up from his meal. "I am not certain that would stop them, but it would definitely slow them down. They have proven that they're willing to go to the extreme to accomplish their goals. They've attempted to kidnap you twice now." "Still, it is worth considering, I think," she said. "What is?" "Me finding a husband." He nodded slowly. "Do you have someone in mind? A suitor from near the school?" he asked. "A suitor?" she asked blankly. She watched his face, noting how very attractive his blue eyes were. Gold flecks enhanced them, making her want to stare into their depths. Oh, for heaven's sake, she needed to get a hold of herself. This wasn't a romance. This was necessity. "No, nothing like that." He returned his attention to his food. "You could marry me?" she blurted out. He stilled, staring blankly at her. Then a thick line furrowed his brow, and he set down his spoon. He cleared his throat. "I beg your pardon?" She winced. That had not come out the way she'd hoped. "You are not already wed, else I'm certain I'd have seen a wife at your town home. True?" "True." His frown deepened. "Betrothed?" "No." Hope blossomed within her. "Then you are available for marriage." He ran his hand through his dark, wavy hair. "No, I am not." She chewed on her lip and watched him. "You do not care for women?" she asked, her words slow and deliberate. His brows rose in surprise, and then he chuckled, and the mirth created such attractive crinkles at the edges of his eyes. She sighed. "I very much care for women, as it were. I am simply not looking for a wife." "I see." She dug the spoon through her stew, as if she might find the answer hidden somewhere amid the potatoes and lamb pieces. "I thought that, as a protector of the crown, you would be interested in being a protector no matter the cost." "Isabel, I am protecting you so that you are not forced to play a part in this traitorous plan. It is not your place to protect the Queen. That is the purpose of the Brotherhood," he said. "Yes, but that does not negate the usefulness of the rest of us. Would you not expect a man to assist the Queen if he saw her about to trip, even if he were merely a footman?" she asked. He blinked at her, and his jaw clenched for a moment before he spoke. "That is not the same thing." "Protecting the sovereignty of the kingdom is every Englishman's duty," she said. "Perhaps, but you are not English." "But if I can help, you cannot help. It is the Brotherhood's job to protect the Queen and you as well. Now you must allow me to do my job." He stood abruptly and made his way to the door with powerful strides. I must tend to the horses and ensure we have fresh rides ready to leave at dawn." He pulled on his greatcoat. "You'll be safe in here." After he closed the door behind him, she dropped her head into her hands. That had been a colossal failure. Granted, she'd never proposed to anyone before, but she wagered that had gone about as badly as it could have. Instead of helping, it appeared she had infuriated Jason. Not to mention it had been rather humiliating. So if he was unmarried and not betrothed, then why wouldn't he want to marry her? Was she so undesirable? Of course, he was a viscount. There were undoubtedly legions of English girls who would be better suited to be his wife. Even though she was a princess, she certainly had not been raised as one. No, Jason had probably been wise in refusing her, even if his rejection had stung. Whether she was humiliated or not mattered little now. She had to do something or risk being part of the downfall of the English monarchy. She couldn't let herself be a pawn in the machinations, not if there was anything she could do to stop it. True, Jason had insisted that it wasn't her place to save the Queen, but that didn't mean she had to sit by and do nothing. Besides, if Jason had to protect her and keep her out of the hands of these villains, then that meant he wasn't helping to protect the Queen. No, Jason might not see it, but the only solution was for her to marry someone. If not Jason, then someone else. She'd rather marry a stranger than play a role in killing the young Queen. Jason was right, she wasn't English, not truly, but she'd been raised English. If Jason wasn't going to help her, she'd find someone who would. She stood in front of the grainy mirror at the dressing table and patted her hair. She pinched her cheeks to pinken them before she slipped out of the room. She could find some willing participant in this inn. There had been several men when she and Jason had first arrived. Jason made his way to the stables to check on the horses. He would have done so regardless, but the questions Isabel had been asking him had made him most uncomfortable. She was resourceful, he'd give her that. When faced with a nearly impossible problem, she'd come up with a clever solution, even if it would prove only temporary. But he was not the solution. It mattered not that she'd shrewdly appealed to his sense of duty to the crown. He certainly couldn't tell her why he'd chosen not to get married. No one need know the truth. People could think what they would of him, but he did not deserve to be a husband. He couldn't blame Isabel for asking. He was near, and he had already vowed allegiance to protecting Queen Victoria. He was the logical choice. Still, her request had surprised him. In truth, much of what she'd said to him this evening had disarmed him. Earlier, in the carriage, she'd talked about knowing what it was like to discover you weren't who you thought you were. She'd looked so lost and scared in that moment, and damned if he hadn't agreed with her. He had nearly told her everything about his own life, the secret he'd discovered about his own identity. But his mother had always told him that it wasn't his secret to tell, even though it sure as hell felt as if it were very much his secret. It was, after all, entirely about him. The day he'd found out that his real father had been their stable-master was forever imprinted in his mind. But he couldn't tell Isabel he was a bastard. After spending entirely too much time in the stable, listening to the rain patter on the tree canopy surrounding him, he realized he'd likely wasted enough time avoiding Isabel. With any luck, she'd already be asleep, and Jason could simply take his place in the chair and wait until morning. He stepped inside the inn, and the noise from the tavern assaulted him. Cheers and shouts ensued, and he was certain he saw someone standing on a table. Drunken fools. He made his way to the edge of the room to skirt the crowd, and then a flash of chestnut caught his attention. He turned and walked closer to better see what was happening. Isabel was perched atop the table, pointing at some of the men who encircled her. Isabel! What the devil was she doing down here? He wasted no time in shoving his way through the men, even though several of them were twice as wide as he was and at least a head taller. They grew them big out here in the country. "What do you think you're doing?" he asked when he reached her. He moved to grab her off the table, but she sidled out of his way. "Since you declined my proposition, I am now trying to find myself a husband." She gave him a tight smile. "These gentlemen," she stumbled over the word, "are vying for my hand." He eyed the crowd. Several of the men winked up at her. One elbowed him hard in the gut, trying to shove him away from the table. "Yes, I'm certain they are. This is not how to go about getting a husband, Isabel. Get down from there." She shook her head. "You do not wish to assist me, and that is perfectly all right. I shall do this on my terms." "You hear that? She don't want you," one particularly large man yelled at Jason. Then he reached his beefy hand up to Isabel. "I'll make you a good husband, my lady. I'll bring home fresh flowers every day," another yelled. This was insane, pure madness. The stench of ale burned Jason's eyes. "I've got a handful of kids to keep you company," another man boasted, and the other men erupted in laughter. This was ridiculous. She couldn't possibly be serious. "Isabel, we will find another solution." She looked down at him. "There are no other options." For a moment, Jason simply stared at her. Standing on the table, she was glorious, beautiful and fierce and determined. What if she was also right? What if the best way for him to protect the Queen right now was to assist Isabel in marrying immediately? He could allow her to wed one of the Kerrs in this tavern. Many of the men in here were likely hard-working, but could they truly provide for her? They certainly wouldn't be able to protect her, especially since they wouldn't be privy to the information that would keep Isabel safe. She'd never find a man in here who would know true worth. That was unacceptable. Certainly even he, the bastard son of a stablemaster, was a better option than the men in here. Without thinking, Jason stood upon one of the chairs. "Isabel, please consider that the men who are after you will not quit so easily. Whomever you marry will be in danger." He pulled her to him. "I shall marry you. We'll head to Scotland in the morning." She eyed him warily. "I hadn't considered that by marrying me I would put someone in danger. I cannot allow you to put yourself in harm's way. I am the perfect candidate since I am properly trained for such things. I can protect myself." He shrugged and ignored the men who continued to yell. "Besides, your logic makes a certain amount of sense. Even if your marriage wouldn't deter the traitors forever, it will most assuredly buy us some much-needed time," he said. Then he motioned to the men who were shouting disapprovingly. "Unless, of course, you prefer one of them." Her exotic green eyes met his, and for the briefest of seconds it felt as if they were the only two in the room. "I'd much rather prefer you." She wrapped her arms around him, and he lifted her from the table and out of the common room. The other men continued to yell, but Jason ignored them. Damnation! What had he just promised to do? After a restless night, in which Isabel got very little sleep, she and Jason climbed back into the carriage and headed north to Scotland. She had lain in the bed and listened to Jason breathing, knowing that soon they'd be husband and wife. Nerves had eaten at her all evening. They were travelling directly to Gretna Green, the first village over the Scottish border, and the most popular place for couples to elope. She was putting him in danger simply by him marrying her and protecting her. Yes, he was trained. Still, she was unsure if she should allow him to fall on this particular sword just for her. Perhaps she should instead persuade him to pay her passage on a ship and sail somewhere that no one would ever find her. Now, several hours later, fatigue nearly overwhelmed Isabel. She had a mind to tell Jason to simply forget the entire ordeal. But this impromptu wedding wasn't about her. It was about protecting the crown of England. She could endure being uncomfortable for a while longer. They'd been riding so long she ached everywhere.
What she wanted more than anything was a nice warm bath and then a soft bed to sink into. But this was to be her wedding night. Certainly she'd need to be alert for that. She knew a little about what to expect, but only from books and overhearing discussions between school employees a time or two. If only she had talked about this sort of thing with Lilith. But Isabel hadn't thought marriage was on the horizon for her. Yet here she was, a bride-to-be. "I believe we are here," Jason said. "Where is here, precisely?" she asked once they'd stepped down from the rig. A long white clay building sat in front of them. A black sign boasted hand-painted white letters. "The village blacksmith," Jason said. Her heart thundered. Yes, she'd heard about this. Heard about couples running from parents who hadn't given a marriage blessing. Couples passionately in love who couldn't wait another moment to be married. Many of the stories were so romantic she'd nearly forgotten they were true and not fictionalized tales. The Gretna Green village blacksmith was synonymous with desperate marriages, desperately in love or desperately compromised. It was hard to imagine that her seemingly insignificant life could prove so vital to the crown. She felt the weight of responsibility settle around her, a heavy cloak of duty. The honor of it all brought tears to her eyes. She grabbed his hand. "You don't have to do this. I could run, escape somewhere." His eyes met hers. "They would find you. Isabel, it is my duty to protect the crown. At the moment, that duty calls for me to marry you. This is the right thing to do." He frowned. "Shall we?" Perhaps he'd misread her misty eyes. "Yes. I suppose I should wish I looked a bit better," she said. He merely shrugged and stepped ahead of her. "It's not a real marriage, Isabel. It matters not how you look." His words, truth or not, sliced right into her. "You're right, of course," she said firmly, willing herself to agree. He couldn't have made it more abundantly clear that he was not attracted to her if he'd simply come out and used those exact words. While she was already quite smitten with him, which was utterly ridiculous. She told herself it was simply because he'd become her champion, rescuing her and being kind to her, although they barely knew each other. She suspected she was a complete ninny, and her affection for him ran deeper than was practical. It's not a real marriage, Isabel. Real marriage or not, this was her wedding day, the only one she'd ever have, and she was here alone, save her disgruntled bridegroom. He'd agreed to this, but everything about Jason revealed how displeased he was with the entire situation. The muscled tick in his jawline clearly signaled his irritation. His eyes had narrowed in shrewd observance. They stepped inside the blacksmith's shop. The ceiling hung low, giving the room a cave-like appearance. The heat and smell of embers permeated the space. One wedding ceremony was ending, and Isabel felt sharply out of place. Unwilling to intrude upon the other couple's blatantly romantic moment, she stayed where she was, practically gluing herself to the door. The couple exchanging vows were quite obviously in love, so much so that it seemed to permeate the air around them, rolling off in waves of longing glances and tender smiles. They answered the blacksmith's questions and exchanged rings, and then the couple kissed. Isabel wished she could look away from the sight, but her eyes would not cooperate. The kiss was perfect, the way he cradled her face, the way the pretty girl's eyes fluttered closed, then the sweetest brush of their lips. Isabel sighed in spite of herself. If she were not careful, Jason would believe he was marrying the silliest of females. The other couple's ceremony concluded, and it was time for her and Jason. The blacksmith asked the newly married couple to act as the witnesses required for the wedding, so that his 2 daughters could return home for the evening. They'd happily agreed, and for the next quarter of an hour, everything seemed to slow down as if time inside this shop moved at a slower rate than the rest of the world.
odd, that, considering everyone's rush to get here. The blacksmith instructed her and Jason to place their hands on the anvil. The fire from the simmering coals heated her back and sweat beaded down her spine. The blacksmith priest asked if they were there of their own free will, if they were both currently unmarried. Jason answered, and Isabel did the same. Then Jason was sliding a golden band onto her left hand. When had Jason had time to procure rings? She'd have to remember to ask him later. The band sat heavy and foreign, and she stared dumbly at it. Then Jason tilted her chin up, bent, and kissed her. His lips pressed to hers, and she leaned into him, and then it was over. Not nearly the tenderness nor romance of the couple before them. This wasn't a real marriage, she reminded herself. There would be no romance. The blacksmith announced them married, husband and wife. She was a wife. Chapter 5. Jason wanted a drink. He was married. He'd set out only to protect the girl, and instead he'd eloped with her. Eloped with a princess. How the hell had this happened? His mother would be overjoyed. It was a shame he wouldn't give his mother what she truly wanted from him, an heir to the viscountcy. He knew she didn't understand his reasons. They'd fought about it ever since he'd discovered the truth about his parentage nearly 14 years before. He eyed his bride sleeping across from him, curled up on the carriage bench. After he'd told her they'd be driving to his estate that night, she'd snuggled up on the seat to get as comfortable as possible. As he watched her, he found himself matching her soft, even breathing. Her skirts had shifted in her slumber, and one delicate and curved calf peeked out. Though her clothes were rather ill-fitting, he suspected her body was lean and lithe beneath that ugly wool dress. That would be the first thing they'd have to do once they arrived back in London, send her to get a new wardrobe. He had more than enough money, and if they were going to pull off this charade of a marriage, then Isabel needed not only to dress like a viscountess, but as the princess she truly was. An hour later, they finally rolled to a stop at his estate in Northumberland. He assisted a sleepy Isabel down and led her inside. The small staff his family kept here bustled to life at Jason's appearance. He'd barely said a few words to the housekeeper, including a brief introduction to his new wife, when she whisked Isabel off to what would be her room, because the poor child must be simply exhausted. It had been so long since he'd been here at the estate that he nearly forgot which way he was going as he climbed the staircase. "Her ladyship is settled in her bedchamber, my lord," the housekeeper said with a smile. "She's right next to your room." He stopped himself before he inquired why she would put Isabel in that room. The adjoining chamber belonged to the Viscountess, and Isabel was his wife now. This was their wedding night. Wedding night. Damnation, he had not thought this through. He had no intention of touching his bride, especially after that kiss they'd shared at the end of the ceremony. Although it had been relatively chaste, it had certainly whetted his appetite, as had her nearness these last few days. He'd found her mere presence enough to arouse his senses. Isabel was beautiful, exotic even, with her olive complexion and pale green eyes. She didn't seem to realize she was pretty, and not in the feigned way that merely begged for compliments. Isabel seemed to truly not recognize her own beauty, which made him wonder precisely how cruel the other girls likely were to her at school. It had been his experience that jealousy tended to bring out hatefulness, primarily in women. More than likely they'd teased her about her darker complexion and her striking eyes. He stopped outside the door that led to Isabel's room. He supposed he should at the very least inform Isabel of his plan to return to London in the morning after they'd rested and had a chance to clean up. They'd been in a carriage for the better part of 3 days already. Although he was accustomed to such a vigorous life, most people were not, and he knew she must be beyond exhausted. He certainly was. He tapped lightly on her bedchamber door. "Come in," she said. He opened the door and found her standing in a dressing gown. "It's not mine, but I found it in the armoire. I hope it is all right that I borrowed it," she hurriedly said. "What?" "This." She held out the fabric of the emerald green dressing gown. "Yes, of course, whatever you need." He'd been more struck by the sight of her bare feet. Her chestnut hair hung loose and fell in a waterfall of dark chocolate down her back. Then the reality of the situation hit him with alarming clarity. She was waiting for him, waiting for their wedding night. Damnation, but she was beautiful. A beautiful and willing woman, his for the taking. His mouth went dry. She gave him a shy smile, and his body reacted as if she'd rubbed up against him. This would be more difficult than he expected. Another reason for them to return to London immediately. There he could busy himself with work and forget the fact that he was married to the most beautiful woman he'd ever laid eyes upon. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but said nothing. Her lips were perfect, full and begging for a kiss. He needed to get out of this room quickly. He cleared his throat and scanned the room, trying to look at anything but her. Think of anything save how much he wanted her right now. "I wanted you to know that tomorrow we'll begin our return to London instead of staying here at Fenwick Manor. I know we've done little else but travel these last few days, and ordinarily we could rest here longer. But under the circumstances, I believe that the sooner everyone knows we are married, the sooner you shall be out of immediate danger," he said. She nodded. "When we return, you'll meet my family. I suspect my mother will want to plan some sort of party in our honor." Normally he'd be opposed to such festivities, but the louder they announced Isabel's nuptials, the better. She bit down on her bottom lip. "Will they be angry?" "Angry? That we eloped? That you married me without them knowing me or anything about me?" "No, they'll be pleased." He stopped himself before he reached out and touched her. Even a simple pat on the arm meant only to comfort could prove too tempting for him. "Do not fret, Isabel. My mother's main fault is only that of loving too much. She is a kind woman." Isabel's shoulders relaxed, and he wondered briefly what she had seen in her 19 years to hold such fear. "We shall leave in the morning." He turned to go. "Jason," she said softly, her voice filled with unanswered questions. He paused, turned back to face her. "Yes?" Her eyes shone with expectancy despite her exhaustion, and he hated the fact that he couldn't be the husband she wanted him to be. Again she bit down on her lip, then sighed. "I hope you sleep well." He bent slightly in a bow. "You as well. I know you must be exhausted." And then he left, without kissing her, without touching her. Perhaps now that Linford was enchanted with Lady Thornton, Jason could take up the mantle and be called a priest. A viscount's wife. Somehow that seemed far scarier than discovering she was a long-lost princess. She stared at the closed door and tried to put a name to what she was feeling. Surprise and relief were certainly there, as she'd been told that men could not deny a willing woman, and she'd had no notion of truly what to expect. But something else was there, mingling with those thoughts, something that felt remarkably like disappointment. What could she possibly be disappointed about? She'd been saved an evening of unknowns, and instead gifted one of rest. She yawned in response, then turned and eyed the large bed that took up most of the room. Whether or not it made any sense, she was disappointed. She blamed the other couple who married before her and Jason. They'd left a whiff of romance in the air of the small blacksmith shop. Certainly that was what had made the kiss she and Jason shared seem more meaningful than it had obviously been. Chapter 6. On the second day after their return to London, Jason sent a messenger to his brother's home. Patrick and his wife had recently welcomed their second child, a baby girl, and Jason's mother was staying with them to assist. Jason's message invited them to an impromptu dinner, telling them it was rather important that they attend. They had sent a notice almost immediately, notifying him that they would be there. His mother normally lived at the townhome with him, but Jason had seen her current absence as a welcomed respite considering the way his life had recently been derailed. Jason had no doubt that she was helpful, but suspected her desire to help stemmed mostly from wanting to sit and hold her grandchildren. She had been a good mother to him and his brother, but she was an amazing grandmother, always coming up with outlandish games for his nephew to play, telling him stories and singing countless songs that, after a few words and notes, he found himself humming, recognizing them from childhood. Dinner would start in less than 10 minutes, and he'd been waiting downstairs for Isabel to meet him. He knew his family was already here and had been waiting for him in the dining hall parlor. Earlier today, he'd sent notice to his mother's favorite dressmaker and requested a gown for Isabel tonight. Tomorrow she would go shopping for the rest of her necessities, but for tonight he wanted her to look the part. As she descended the stairs, he instantly recognized that she didn't disappoint. She most assuredly appeared every part the regal princess she was. Her dark hair had been swept into a delicate chignon, and wisps of curls teased her shoulders and framed her face. The ruby necklace he'd sent upstairs, along with her gown, winked at him. The gown, a deep and bold crimson, was perfect. The velvet bodice moulded to her curves, revealing precisely what he'd suspected about her figure. The dress narrowed at her waist, then flared at her rounded hips. The gown was ornate with flounces and ruffles, as was the fashion, but it did not upstage the woman wearing it. He held his hand out to her when she reached the bottom of the staircase. "You look lovely." "Thank you. You do as well." Her mossy green eyes seemed to shimmer along with the rubies at her throat. "Shall we?" he asked, holding his arm out to her. "Are they here already?" "They are." He looped her hand into the crook of his elbow and led her forward. He'd told her some about his family. They'd had to have something fill the hours of their long journey back to London. He'd primarily covered the basics, their names and aspects of their personalities, but he knew that nothing compared to meeting people. And tonight, everyone was in for a surprise. They stepped into the parlor. "Good evening," he said. All eyes turned to face them. His mother's mouth momentarily dropped, but she quickly recovered and bestowed upon them a genuine smile. "Good evening, my dear." His mother came forward and embraced him, then looked expectantly at Isabel. But Jason did not explain Isabel's presence, not yet. He wanted everyone at the table sitting in a civilized fashion, else his mother might whack him with a decorative pillow. Granted, at the dining-room table she had access to sharp objects. "Let us sit, and then I shall make introductions." He didn't wait for a response, but rather pulled Isabel with him into the dining-room. The scent of roasted quail and warm bread filled the air. He knew he should have already told his family, his mother in particular. He'd found that sometimes a group setting was the best place to deliver unexpected news. "Now then," Jason said once they were seated and had been served their soup. "Isabel, I should like you to meet my family. This is my mother, Genevieve Ellis, the Dowager Viscountess, and my brother Patrick and his wife Suzanne. Everyone, this is Isabel Ellis, Viscountess, my wife." Patrick had only then taken a swallow of wine, and he immediately spat it out in surprise. Then he settled into a coughing fit, with his wife striking measured beats against his back. "Good heavens, Jason, you could have warned us," his mother said.
Not that we're disappointed, dear. She smiled warmly at Isabel. This introduction is obviously not your doing. Welcome to the family. Thank you, Isabel said. Then she turned to Jason and frowned. I cannot believe you hadn't already told them, she said through her teeth. He flashed her a smile. Surprise, he whispered, then took a heavy swallow of his wine. It was going to be a long evening. Isabel prayed that somehow she'd disappear into the plush rug beneath her, but she remained firmly in the heavy wooden chair, sitting next to her scoundrel of a husband and across from her shocked mother-in-law. Sweat beaded along her back, and she fought the urge to retreat. She could do this. She might not have ever expected to be welcomed into an aristocratic family, but she'd certainly sat through the instructions on meeting society at St. Bart's. What had Jason been thinking? Surprising not only his family of their marriage, but doing so without telling her first. He was obviously trying to torment her. Well, she might feel out of place, but they certainly didn't need to know that. She straightened herself, aligning her backbone against the hard back of the chair. Jason tells me you recently had a baby. Congratulations, Isabel said to Suzanne. Yes, thank you. She's such a quiet little thing. Not at all like her brother was when he was born, Suzanne said. He did nothing but wail for hours unless I was feeding him. She smiled warmly. The room fell again into an awkward silence, and Isabel tried to think of something clever to say. Thankfully, the servants came in and served the first course. Did you say your name was Isabel Crisp? Suzanne asked. Why do I recognize that name? I've heard it recently. Her delicate brow furrowed as she thought. Darling, do you recall? Patrick glanced up from his dinner and eyed his wife. I don't believe so. Isabel shook her head. I'm afraid I'm rather new to London, so I doubt that anyone... The Lost Princess! Suzanne exclaimed. Yes, there was a story about you in the Times only yesterday, or perhaps it was the day before. She waved her hand absently. You are the Lost Princess from Sardinia, are you not? Isabel's gaze flickered to Jason, and he gave her an almost imperceptible nod. That is what I have been told. I have no memory of it, though. Fascinating, Patrick said. Indeed, Isabel agreed. It is true, then, that you had no notion of your real identity? Suzanne asked. Yes, quite true, Isabel said. I had not even heard of my country. You poor dear, his mother said. That must be dreadful to not know who you are. I suppose. I don't feel much different, to be honest, but I certainly don't feel like a princess, Isabel said. Jason, you married a princess in secret? His mother clicked her tongue. That simply will not do. You cannot hide such a treasure with a crude elopement in Scotland in one of those dirty blacksmith hovels, no doubt. We were in a hurry, Jason said. His mother's brows rose. Be that as it may, we must remedy the situation immediately, she said. What did that mean? Did his mother expect them to annul their marriage? That wasn't even necessary, Isabel recognized, considering Jason had yet to consummate their union. She wished she knew more about how society worked so that she could better read the situation. She hated the notion of beginning a marriage, real or not, with her new mother-in-law disappointed in her. You are not suggesting we marry again here in London, Mother? Jason asked. Of course not. We need to host a ball in your honour and announce the nuptials. People will want to celebrate with you, my dear, his mother said. People will want to gawk and gossip, he countered. Of course, that is part of the celebration for some, she said. You don't need to go to any trouble on my account, Isabel said. Jason said something about posting a notice in the papers. Would that not suffice? Jason leaned ever so close to her. A public portrayal of our marriage would certainly be the fastest way to alert people, he whispered. The warmth of his breath next to her ear gave her a shiver. She nodded absently.
What was it about this man that was so distracting? She forced her attention away from him and settled on his mother, who smiled warmly at her. Isabel supposed she should be grateful that her new family wished to properly welcome her, but all she could think about was the fact that being married to her put Jason in danger. Now that she'd met his family, it made that danger even more real. If something happened to him, these lovely people would have to blame her. "Then it is settled," his mother said. "We shall host a ball here and announce your marriage." She had no idea how to behave at a ball. She wasn't even certain she knew what went on at them other than dancing. She'd certainly had some training that any lady of good breeding would have. She'd learned Latin and philosophy, how to dance, and even how to manage a household, although no one expected anyone to leave St. Bart's and marry well. She had, though, even if it wasn't precisely a true marriage in every respect. It seemed that Jason wasn't too keen on telling anyone the truth, and certainly, if he were going to do so, his family would be his confidants. He meant to keep the truth a secret. Something settled inside her, as if the mere fact that they shared a common secret bound them together in a partnership. She didn't have to face this alone. No matter what else came her way, perhaps she finally had someone to go through life with. "We have much planning to do," his mother said, coming to her feet. "Come along, ladies. Let us get started." Suzanne rose and beckoned Isabel forward. "Go on. You'll be relatively safe with them," Jason said with a grin. Isabel stood and followed her new sister and mother out of the room. She wasn't too far out of earshot to hear Patrick say loudly, "It's about bloody time, brother." After his family left for the evening, Jason went in search of Isabel. He found her in the library. "Searching for more books on botany, I see. Does your appetite for all things planted know no bounds?" he asked from the doorway. She gifted him a smile. One can never read too many books on plant life. She was beautiful, and it stole his breath. Would that his circumstances were different so that he could take her in this very room upon that old leather sofa. "What?" she asked, shifting her weight from one foot to the other. "You are looking at me strangely." "Sorry. Merely tired, I suppose." He leaned against the doorframe. "You put everyone in an awkward position tonight, surprising them with our marriage," she said. "Perhaps," he said. "I find it often best to beg for forgiveness than seek permission." "You do things your own way, on your terms," she said, "without much of a care to how anyone will see it." "I do. Do you think that foolish?" She smiled. "Brave, actually. I fear I have never done so before." "Not true. You stood on that table in that inn and boldly declared yourself available for marriage." Blush stained her cheeks. "That was foolish." "Yes, but brave also. You sought a solution to your problem." "And in doing so, put you in danger." "Not any more danger than I've been in before. It comes with my position in the Brotherhood." "Yes, your duty." There was a hint of sadness in her tone. He almost inquired about it, but thought better of it. "I thought tonight went well." "I'm glad. I feel rather out of my element. I feel as if I don't know how to talk to people. It is as if I learned nothing at St. Bart's," she said. "Nonsense. You were perfectly charming." She laughed, but it came out as more of a snort. "See? I'm a disaster. More than likely your mother and Suzanne believe me one as well. They kept asking me questions about food and decorations and people to invite, and I merely sat there staring at them. Perhaps they believe me a simpleton." He felt a pull toward her, but kept himself firmly against the doorframe. He would not risk being too close to her. Sitting next to her at dinner had been tempting enough. "Isabel, no one thinks that."
You could tell everyone that, then I wouldn't have to speak. She squeezed her eyes shut. Oh, how did I ever think I could be a governess? Jason, I don't know how to be in this world. The tears glistening in her eyes beckoned to him, but he locked his frame against the door jamb. He could not console her. That would require him to be close, to touch her, and he feared once he started he'd never be able to stop. I don't particularly belong in this world either, he told her. It was an honesty so raw that he wanted to go on, tell her the rest, why he didn't belong. The truth is that most people will see what they want, believe what they want, no matter if you tell them differently. All will be well, you'll see. She shook her head. I don't believe you. Fair enough. Well, I'll tell you what. If the ball is a disaster and you make a wreck of everything, you have my permission to select any book off these shelves and whack me in the head with it. Truly? She asked. Then a giggle bubbled over. He placed his hand over his heart. It is on my oath. I shall hold you to that, she said. Try to get some sleep, Isabel. Then, against the desires of his own body, he turned away from her. Jason had arisen early the following day and gone to see his mother at his brother's townhome. Contrary to most women in London, she had always been an early riser. It was the perfect time for them to have a private conversation. Jason knew he'd have questions to answer, especially if he was to expect her to help Isabel settle into life in society. She was already seated in the front parlour working on some embroidery when he arrived. She immediately set it aside when he entered the room. What a nice surprise, she said. I didn't think I had much time to get here before you paid a call upon me, he said. She smiled. I am pleased we are seeing things the same. You knew I would have questions. Of course. And he paused, searching for the right words. I have a favour to ask. Her brows rose. You surprised me with a marriage, and now you want a favour? If you were a loving son, you'd have more mercy on my health. She feigned a weak heart by patting herself on the chest. Mother, you and I both know you are the very picture of health. She waved her hand and rolled her eyes heavenward. Who is this girl, aside from the fabled princess of Sardinia? Jason lowered himself into a chair adjacent to his mother's settee. He poured himself a cup of tea and idly stirred sugar into it, perhaps just so that he had something to do with his hands. He never had been very accomplished at these sorts of conversations. He was far more comfortable in the thick of the action. She is the princess, he said. She was raised predominantly here in London, or the outer reaches of London, rather, at a school called St. Bartholomew's. That school has a bit of a reputation, although not as bad as the one adjacent to it for boys, his mother said. Yes, I have gathered. In any case, we believe she was hidden there. Whether to protect her or for other nefarious reasons, we are not certain, he said. And you married her why? I thought you would be pleased, he said. Jason, I have wanted nothing more than for you to marry and start your own family. You know that. Of course I am pleased. She seems like a lovely girl. But it is obvious you did not marry her for love. Very few people are afforded that. She inclined her head. True. Still, it is something you wish for your children. 1 out of 2 isn't bad odds, Mother. You have not answered my question. I married her. That is the important part, he said. This has something to do with the Brotherhood. He shushed her. You are not even supposed to know about that, and for good reason. I can keep a secret, which I assured you when I discovered your association with the Brotherhood. It is dangerous work, my love, and I worry. He reached forward and patted her hands. I need for you to assist Isabel in becoming more a part of society. I think she likely has the necessary skills, but is unsure of herself. You know I will do what I can to help her. She is my daughter now.
She squeezed his hand. "Precisely the reason why I've decided to return to your townhome. Your brother is going back to the country for the remainder of the season, and they no longer need my assistance." His initial reaction was to tell her she should go to Dorset with Patrick, but upon reflection he recognized that having his mother on hand would be quite beneficial, for more than one reason. She could assist Isabel while also providing companionship, allowing him to stay farther away from his ever-tempting bride. "Splendid! You know more than anyone how cruel society can be. With your expert guidance, I know that Isabel shall make the transition smoothly," he said. "I see beyond that flattery, my son," she smiled. "But that does not mean that your words do not work. I shall help your wife. Starting with a shopping trip later today. She needs everything." Chapter 7. Jason assisted Isabel out of the carriage and onto Bond Street. She didn't move, though, as if her feet were planted to the cobbled stones. Her eyes grew wide as she took in the sights. He'd forgotten that all of this would be new to her. Damn Thornton and whoever else had been involved in hiding the girl away, for never allowing her to be the lady she was born to be. "This is the most popular place to shop in London," he told her. He took her hand and linked it with his elbow. "We need to buy you some new clothes, shoes, and accessories, especially for the ball." She frowned. "I do not have any funds for such things." "You are my wife, Isabel, perhaps in name only, but my wife nonetheless." "Yes, but we didn't marry out of affection," she whispered. "We married for practical reasons out of duty to Queen and country, and I practically forced you to marry me." She shook her head. "It would not be right for me to expect you to buy me expensive gifts." "Don't be ridiculous. You are my wife. I have plenty of money, but—" He held up a hand to stop her. "But you need a new wardrobe, and it is my duty to provide that for you, and my pleasure to purchase it. Besides, it would reflect badly on my name if I allowed you to go about London dressed in rags." She was quiet a moment before releasing a breath and nodding. "I suppose I do need something more acceptable for the ball, though that red gown you gave me is so lovely. Most definitely the prettiest dress I've ever owned." "Precisely." They walked in silence until they reached the modiste's shop. The gilded sign hanging above the door read, "Madame Angelique." He tried to ignore how perfectly Isabel matched his stride or how well her hand fit into the crook of his elbow. "Madame Angelique is the best modiste in town," he told her. "She is the one who made the dress you wore last night." Isabel's eyes brightened. "She does lovely work." He placed his hand on the door, then paused before opening it. "The notice should have been in the Times this morning." "Notice?" "Of our union. You are now Lady Ellis." He opened the door, and a tiny gold bell above their heads tinkled as they stepped inside. "Good morning, good morning," a voice thick with a French accent called from farther inside. A petite woman burst through the mounds of fabric on display. "How may I help you?" "Madame Angelique, I contacted you about my new bride. I am Viscount Ellis. This is my wife, Isabel." She clapped her hands together and smiled. "Ah, yes, the scarlet dress that I sent over. How did it fit?" She didn't wait for an answer. Instead, she came forward and pulled Isabel from Jason's side. She circled Isabel, taking in her form. "Ah, yes, it would have been a nearly perfect fit." "We need more," Jason said. Madame Angelique's eyes lit up. "What did you have in mind?" "She needs everything. She is new to London. Gowns of all manners, a riding habit, perhaps, too, underthings, slippers, everything." Madame Angelique's eyes sparkled with excitement. "We shall have a marvelous day, my pigeon," she said to Isabel. "I will take care of you myself." "I don't want to be any trouble," Isabel said. "No trouble. The girls will take care of any other customers." And as if she'd summoned them, 3 women came through the back of the shop.
Madame Angelique gave them orders, then turned to Jason. "I shall take excellent care of your bride, monsieur." Jason had the distinct feeling he was being dismissed. He wouldn't even pretend to be offended. He'd already arranged for his mother and Suzanne to come and assist Isabel. But Isabel's eyes were wide, and he wouldn't leave her while she was so obviously uncomfortable. "My mother is coming to join you," he told Isabel. "I shall wait until she arrives." Madame Angelique nodded. "Very well, monsieur, you may wait over there." She motioned to a small seating area across the room. It was none too soon because one of the other girls came up with several filmy undergarments. It took very little imagination for him to envision the garments on Isabel. Jason's hands itched and he longed to run his fingers over the silky fabrics, to remove them from her graceful shoulders, allow the gossamer fabric to pool at her feet. He moved out of the way, careful to avoid touching any of the alluring material. How had he even gotten himself into such a mess? Jason disappeared into the sea of fabric, and Isabel was whisked away to an area behind a large screen. Madame Angelique's assistant began working on the buttons at the back of Isabel's dress, and before she'd fully comprehended what was happening, she stood before the two women in nothing but her stays, chemise, and pantalettes. Then the measuring started. She vaguely remembered having this done once before when she'd first come to London, but the details were foggy, as if she'd been watching it from the outside rather than experiencing it herself. She'd been but a small girl then. The women spoke with each other mostly in French, and the assistant disappeared outside the screens several times, each time returning with another armload of fabrics. Madame Angelique made furious notes inside a tiny black leather notebook that Isabel suspected would be highly coveted by other dressmakers in London, if she were in fact the best, as Jason had said. It was obvious that this petite woman was quite serious about her work, and would not be outdone by anyone else. The two French women put a dress on her, and it had barely brushed against her shoulders when Madame Angelique said something abrupt, and the dress was quickly removed. They did the same with two others. They had just put a fourth dress on her when Isabel heard the deep timbre of Jason's voice. His mother had arrived. Her mother now, she reminded herself. The two dressmakers walked Isabel out into the main part of the shop and guided her up onto a pedestal so that Madame Angelique could adjust the dress. She began pinning the fabric immediately. Jason and his mother entered the dressing room. Jason sauntered over and Isabel's heart thundered. He was so handsome. She sucked in a breath, surprised by her reaction to his mere presence. His intense blue eyes met her gaze. "Isabel, I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of these ladies. I have a meeting I need to attend. Mother, spare no expense on my lovely bride." "Of course not," his mother said. "We have ladies' work to do. Now off with you." She waved her hands dismissively, but it didn't stop him from bending and placing a kiss on her cheek. Isabel felt a pang of jealousy that he could be so free with his affection with others, but with her he seemed completely closed off. Isabel wanted to ask him to stay, not to leave her here with these women who were practically strangers. But the truth was, she didn't really know him either, although she felt as if she'd known him for quite a while. Her life, as it turned out, had been flipped upside down, but her new reality allowed her the honor of protecting the Queen. Jason was right. Eyes would be upon her very quickly with the newspaper story about the long-lost princess surviving, and now her nuptials with Viscount Ellis. Everyone would be looking at her. She would not embarrass Jason's good name. "I shall leave you to it," he said. Isabel watched him go, his broad shoulders perfectly encased in his expertly tailored coat. He was a fine gentleman. Her fine gentleman. Well, in name only. Jason's mother also disappeared from view, leaving Isabel momentarily alone on the pedestal. The bell at the front door rang. Isabel waited to hear Jason's mother. Instead, she heard unfamiliar ladies' voices. "He is so dashing," one girl said with an exaggerated giggle. But you know it is rumoured he has vowed to never marry, another girl replied. Isabel craned her neck and peered into the mirror to see if she could see the women's reflections, but to no avail. Were they talking about Jason? All of the handsome gentlemen say that, and then they meet the woman to bring them to their knees. I suppose you believe yourself to be that woman to bring Viscount Ellis to his knees, the other girl asked with a snort. And why shouldn't I be? The first girl asked. I'm the granddaughter of a duke, and Lady Falcon declared my manners the most refined and genteel of our season, and— She dropped her voice to a whisper that still wasn't soft enough to hide her smugness. You know my dowry is substantial. I am as perfect for him as any girl he's ever likely to meet. The other girl never answered, or at least, if she did, Isabel did not hear her, as they'd moved to a different part of the shop. Even though Isabel couldn't hear them any longer, her heart thundered with panic. So those were the qualities expected of Jason's wife. Connections, breeding, refined manners, and, of course, money. Not to mention impeccable taste in fashion. She supposed she had the breeding. After all, she was a princess. She had connections to no one of importance. Her boarding school manners were unlikely to be described as refined or genteel. As for money, she had absolutely none. It wasn't as though she hadn't known she was outclassed. That was the one thing her schooling had prepared her for. But hearing it outlined so clearly was disheartening. Before Isabel could step down from the pedestal, Jason's mother was standing behind her. Isabel's new mother-in-law, like her son, was perfectly presentable, with a lovely blue and gold striped dress that Isabel suspected was at the height of fashion. It wasn't any wonder that Jason had brought her here to purchase new clothes. He must have thought her barely a step above a street urchin. Now then, where were we? His mother asked. Madame Angelique rounded the corner and rattled off a list of garments Isabel had been measured for. Excellent, Genevieve said. She'll need more than one evening gown, but one in particular must be quite extraordinary, and must be made quickly. Yes, of course, mademoiselle, Madame Angelique said. Do you have a colour in mind? I believe a shade of green would look quite lovely with her eyes. Madame Angelique sprang to action, leaving the dressing-room. Lady Ellis, I thought that was you, a beautiful girl said, coming into view in the mirror's reflection. Another pretty girl was with her. These must have been the two who had been speaking about Jason. They were dressed in nearly identical gowns, one lavender and the other pink. Although one woman was fair-haired and the other dark, they both had flawless, milky complexions. Isabel wished she wasn't standing upon a pedestal where they could all stare at her. Genevieve smiled warmly at the girls. Lady Candace, how lovely to see you, and you too, Lady Whitney. The girls focused on Isabel and waited for an introduction. Genevieve leaned toward the women and lowered her voice. If you ladies can keep a secret, I shall tell you one. They both nodded enthusiastically. Of course you can trust us, Lady Candace said, placing her hand over her heart. This is Viscount Ellis's new wife, Lady Ellis. They've just returned from their romantic elopement. Lady Candace's face fell. She eyed Isabel with disdain, which made Isabel all too aware of the old woolen gown she wore, of its faded fabric, frayed hem, and outdated stylings. You must be quite special to have caught the Viscount's eye, Lady Whitney said. He has told many that he planned never to marry. Indeed, Lady Candace said. Isabel's mind went blank, and she could not think of a suitable response. She had not realized that Jason had been so sought after. He'd made it clear to her that he had no girl waiting for him here in London, that he hadn't planned on marrying at all. We shall, of course, have a ball to celebrate and make the formal announcement, Lady Genevieve said. I do hope we'll be invited, Lady Whitney said. Certainly, Genevieve said. Madame Angelique returned at that moment. The petite Frenchwoman carried a bolt of shimmering pale green fabric. I only recently got this in directly from Paris. It is the finest of silks, and I was hoping to use it on something special." "Now, if you'll excuse us, ladies," Genevieve said, "we must get back to purchasing Lady Ellis's new wardrobe." Both girls nodded and walked off without another word. If that was how most of the women in London looked, then it was no wonder that Jason had not found her attractive, with her ill-fitting clothes and unfashionable features. Perhaps that was why he had not been interested in consummating their marriage. Perhaps he needed her to be more attractive, in finer clothes. He didn't seem the sort to put such emphasis on aesthetics, yet he did take impeccable care of himself. Not merely his appearance and clothing, but his physical self as well. He moved with the precision and strength of an athlete. She both recognized and admired that, and in doing so she realized she missed her own physical exertion. At St. Bart's, she used to scrub the floors and climb up ladders to make the windows sparkle. It wasn't so much the tasks she enjoyed, but the movement of her muscles and the exhaustion it brought. It had been far too long. Perhaps after this shopping excursion she could take a long walk. The bell at the front door rang again, and Genevieve smiled. "Thank goodness they're gone." Isabel returned the smile. "Why did you tell them our marriage was a secret?" "Because I knew that would be the quickest way to spread the news through London." She gave Isabel a wink. "Thank you for being so kind to me." "Of course, my dear. It is my hope that you will not see it as mere kindness, but affection for family," Genevieve said. Tears pricked at Isabel's eyes. "Now then, let us get a look at this fabric," Genevieve said. Madame Angelique climbed onto the pedestal with Isabel and held the fabric against her, just below her throat. "Splendid," Genevieve said. Isabel wanted to argue, to insist that she never wore such pale colors, because anything that light only emphasized her darker complexion. She knew that fashionable English beauty standards demanded an alabaster complexion, while she most assuredly appeared as if she were from somewhere else. Plenty of the students at St. Bart's had commented on her coloring over the years. She knew that, compared to the fair beauties of London, she would stand out. Yet another way she would not quite belong. But as Madame Angelique held the fabric across her bodice, Isabel could see the tears glimmering in Genevieve's eyes. "It's perfect." She glanced at Isabel. "You shall be stunning. A perfect way to introduce your marriage to London." Jason was so thankful to be done with the shopping excursion. He couldn't bear to look at any other swaths of fabric or imagine Isabel in the myriad of filmy materials intended to entice a man's baser needs. Besides, with him gone, his mother would have a chance to instruct Isabel in the ways of society, so she would feel more comfortable at their ball. He could now turn his attention to more important matters, getting back into his work with the Brotherhood. The day that Jason had taken Isabel out of London, there had been some sort of confrontation, and their leader, Potterfield, had been killed. The murderer was still unaccounted for, and one man remained unidentified, which meant that the direct threat against Isabel and himself was not gone. He'd already increased security at his townhome, and had 3 men following Isabel and his mother on their shopping trip. Upon arriving in London, Jason had sent word to Somersby notifying him of his elopement with Isabel. Shortly thereafter, Jason had received a response that the Brotherhood was temporarily meeting at Somersby's London townhome. Jason climbed the steps to Somersby's home and tapped the knocker. He fully intended to avoid any conversation about his marriage until after the announcement hit the Times. That should have been today's edition, but it seemed unlikely anyone would have seen it yet. The Brotherhood could find out the way everyone else in London did. He hoped that Somersby would not goad him too much about his impromptu nuptials. "Alice, I was hoping you'd make today's meeting," Somersby said as he entered the parlour. "Wasn't certain you'd be willing to leave your new bride," he said, so that only Jason could hear, then gave him a lascivious wink.
"Welcome back," Linford said. "Thank you." He took a seat at the far end of the large table. Every seat around the table was occupied, save one. Summersby left the seat at the head of the table empty out of respect, Jason suspected. But seeing it made Potterfield's death a reality. He had been the man to recruit Jason many years before, after seeing him ride. Jason had respected the man, considered him a friend. Now he was gone, and his absence reminded Jason how very serious their work could be. "We should begin," Summersby said. He stood at the edge of the table. "I know you've all likely heard about the recent tragedy. Potterfield served us and England selflessly for years." Jason knew Summersby and Potterfield had not always gotten along, but he also knew that his friend had respected their leader implicitly, despite their disagreements. "He will be missed," Summersby said. "What did he leave in the edict?" Johnson asked. The edict traditionally held instructions from the current leader bestowing the position onto his successor. It was the Brotherhood's way for the previous leader to select the one to come after. Jason had suspected that was the reason for the meeting today. "Lord Linford is here to read the edict," Summersby said. Gabriel Campbell, the Duke of Linford, came to his feet. "I, Percival Potterfield, do hereby charge Bennet Hale, Earl of Somersby, as my successor, and leave the Brotherhood of the Sword in his capable hands." Somersby dropped into the chair behind him. Johnson gave an unsportsmanlike snort of derision. "I didn't think he trusted me," Somersby muttered. "No one here is surprised," Adrian said. "Disappointed, perhaps." He gave a slight nod toward Johnson, but not surprised. "We all knew better," Jason said. "He was hardest on you because he knew you were the only one to lead us. So lead forth." Somersby chuckled. "Has anyone seen the Speaker of the House of Commons since the night Potterfield was killed?" Linford asked. "No," Somersby said. "We have men looking for him all over the countryside, though. We'll find him." "On Linford's suggestion, Peterson and I went to St. Bartholomew's School and went through every paper and book in the building," Adrian said. "We definitely found some relevant records, but nothing that indicated the name of the mysterious man involved in Potterfield's death. But between everything we discovered and the drawings of the tunnels that Thornton had in his belongings, we know for certain that he was involved in the plot to kill Her Majesty." "Then there is no reason to believe that the Queen is safe, at least from this plot," Somersby said. "No," Linford said. "Nor is Isabel." Jason's skin prickled. He'd be damned if anything happened to her. He was glad he'd left guards on Bond Street watching and protecting her from any would-be attacks. But perhaps next time he'd stay with her himself, despite how tempting it was to be close to her. At least he knew that the assailants after her wanted her alive rather than dead. But it didn't mean they wouldn't attempt to harm her. "Ah, yes, the lost Princess Isabel. Where is she now?" Johnson asked. "She is safe," Jason said. "What of Her Majesty?" Johnson asked. "You know very well where she is," Linford said. "That is not what I meant." Johnson glanced around the room, then rolled his eyes heavenward. "I am not the only one to see the truth here." When no one said anything, he continued, "That girl, that princess, is a threat to our Queen's life. The plot to use her to usurp the crown—" He shook his head. "As long as that girl draws breath, Queen Victoria's life is in danger." "What the devil are you suggesting, Johnson?" Adrian St. James asked. "Because you do know that the Brotherhood is not in the habit of disposing of innocent people," Linford said. "She might be innocent, but her birthright is a threat," Johnson said. "Her claim to the throne is tenuous," Linford said. Johnson nodded. "Perhaps, but many would see it as legitimate. The risk is unacceptable." "There will always be someone with a claim to the throne," Somersby said. This was ridiculous.
Isabel was his wife, and Johnson was coolly suggesting they simply dispose of her. There have always been people with legitimate claims. We can't kill them all. That was never the intention of the Brotherhood, Jason said. I realize that, but if she were a man, we would likely not be having this discussion, Johnson said. You are being ridiculous, Somersby said. He met Jason's gaze and gave a slight nod. The threat with Princess Isabel has been resolved. Johnson glanced from Jason to Somersby as if expecting a further explanation. That evasive language might have worked with Potterfield, but I want answers, he said, leaning back in his chair and crossing his arms over his chest. You might be the official leader, Somersby, but we all work equally for Her Majesty. It's simple logic, Johnson. The princess cannot be forced into a political marriage to stake a claim on the throne if she is already married, Somersby said. So you are planning to simply pawn her off on one of us? Johnson asked. It has already been taken care of, Jason said, coming to his feet. Isabel is my wife, and there will be no more discussion on whether she gets to live. Is that understood? He levelled his gaze on Johnson, who eventually held up his hands in defeat. Jason took his seat again, and Somersby went back to the agenda. It seems as if this is merely a temporary solution, Johnson said. What is to stop these men from simply making this princess a widow and therefore freeing her up again for marriage? I can take care of my own protection, Jason said, although certainly the same thought had crossed his mind. There will be a large celebration ball for the happy couple, Somersby said. That much public attention should deter them. Having to wait out a public mourning period would overcomplicate their plans. They have tried to assassinate the Queen, Johnson said. I doubt a frivolous thing such as a mourning tradition would deter them overly much. Jason paid little attention to the remainder of the discussion because he was already thinking of what needed to be done to continue to keep Isabel safe. Regardless of how much he disliked Johnson, Jason couldn't deny that the man had a good point in his concerns. Ultimately, it was decided that the Brotherhood would increase security at Jason's townhome as well as on Queen Victoria. When the meeting ended and most of the men had filed out, Linford cornered Jason. You married Isabel? I did. It seemed the best way to protect both her and Queen Victoria, Jason said. Linford nodded, but his tight expression did not change. Do not hurt her. What has gotten into you, Linford? Jason asked. Why do you even care what happens to Isabel? You seemed pretty damn pleased to rid yourself of her on my doorstep. Linford stepped closer. She is important to Lilith, and therefore important to me. Gentlemen, let us take a few steps backward, Somersby said. He placed a hand on Linford's chest and pushed him slightly. Gabe, do you not have an important meeting coming up? Linford checked his pocket watch, then nodded. I'll be keeping an eye on you, he said to Jason as he rushed out. What the hell was that about? Jason asked. He's trying to reconcile with Lilith, and I suspect he's worried that grim news of Isabel could derail that, Somersby said. Love has made the two of you weak, Jason said. Ah, the wisdom of one not yet fallen. Come back in a week or two and tell me again about the woes of love, Somersby said. Jason rolled his eyes. Unlike Somersby, who had married for love, Jason had done so out of duty. Despite the potential, his and Isabel's marriage would not be one of passion. He would not produce an heir with her and rip the title yet again from the deserving party. His nephew would right the wrong, put the title in the correct bloodline. Jason refused to mess that up. It's understandable that this union isn't a love match, Somersby said in hushed tones. But you do know that there will still be a measure of danger to Isabel if there is any doubt to the legitimacy of the marriage. Jason recoiled. Shall I produce blood-stained sheets as proof that I've deflowered her? Don't be ridiculous. That is unnecessary, Somersby said. But you know that Johnson is right. The men planning to use her will likely make another attempt.
I don't think Isabel being your wife will prevent them if she is the key to their plan." 2 days later, Jason had returned from another meeting with the Brotherhood. He had been home for only half an hour when he was summoned by his mother to her favorite parlor. He never entered this room when his mother was not in residence, and he'd forgotten how feminine it was. It seemed as if nearly every surface was covered in lavender. Perhaps she had a report on how Isabel was doing with her lessons on how to survive in society. "Contrary to your opinion, Mother, I do have work to do. Can you not plan this ball on your own?" Jason teased as he walked over to the seating area. Then he realized that Isabel also sat in the parlor with his mother. "Family meeting?" he asked. He lowered himself onto the settee. "As a matter of fact, yes," his mother said. "I have something I wish to discuss with the both of you." Isabel said nothing, but judging from the way she chewed at her bottom lip, his mother's request had made her nervous. His mother leaned back into her chair and nodded as if some matter had just been settled. "Now then, I do not need to know the reasons for this spontaneous union, would that I am to be a grandmother again, but I'm assuming this marriage has nothing to do with that." She glanced at Jason, then Isabel. When neither of them answered, she merely nodded. "As I suspected. Well, whatever your reasons for marrying, you do wish for those outside of this family to believe this is an authentic union, yes?" "As I mentioned when we spoke earlier, the marriage is for her protection," Jason said. "Then the two of you have much work to do." "Yes, that is why we're having the ball, so that we can announce our marriage and people will see us together," Jason said. "True, but as things stand between the two of you, no one is going to believe that you are actually married." He leaned forward, braced his elbows on his knees. "Precisely what are you talking about?" "It is painfully obvious that the two of you barely know each other," his mother said. "Then we shall have much in common with plenty of other marriages here in London." "Jason, when you entered the room, you sat as far away from Isabel as physically possible," his mother said. She gestured with her hands to show the space between him on the settee and Isabel in the wing-back chair. "You have barely acknowledged her, and aside from holding her chair out at dinner, I don't believe I've ever seen the two of you touch." She smiled warmly. "You behave as if you do not even want to be in the same room." "That's ridiculous, Mother. Even if it were true, there are plenty of marriages in society where the husband and wife barely tolerate each other. Look at Lord and Lady Ellington." "Very true. I don't know that there has ever been a couple to despise each other more," his mother said. "See, then we shall be fine," Jason said, leaning back into the settee. "Not so fast, my son. There are wretched marriages in this town, but those are unions that society understands. If an impoverished man marries a rich girl he can barely stand, everyone expects him to be cold with her. It was her money he wanted, after all." Jason tried to interject, but his mother held up a hand to stop him. "However," she continued, "that is clearly not the case here. We have plenty of money, and everyone knows it. You have plucked this girl from obscurity, this girl whom no one knows anything about, save that she's a princess once presumed dead. Everyone will know that you have known her for only a few days. People are gossiping already, and will continue to do so." "Yes, people gossip. What is your point?" "My point is, people will question why you have married the girl at all." Isabel clenched her hands on her lap, staring at them fixedly as if that would hide the blush of embarrassment creeping into her cheeks. "Nonsense," Jason snapped, barely able to hide his irritation at his mother's lack of sensitivity. "Anyone who sees how stunning she is will assume I married her for her exotic beauty." Isabel's gaze darted to his, her surprise obvious. "Yes," his mother said coolly, "but only if you convince everyone you fell madly in love with her." Jason dared a glance at Isabel, who had apparently found something fascinating to stare at amid the colored flowers imprinted on the rug. "I don't see how people believing I love her will make a difference,"
Jason said. You said you married for her protection? His mother asked. Yes, it is a long story, but suffice it to say, some very bad men wanted her to marry someone else. This, he motioned to the space between him and Isabel, prevented her from being such an attractive target to them. How altruistic of you, Jason, his mother said wryly. Mother, the situation is quite serious, Jason said. Still, Isabel said nothing, keeping her eyes from landing on anyone else in the room. Even more reason that you must make a show of being more familiar with each other. You don't appear to be in love, she said. You need to gaze at her more. Look at her, she's lovely. Jason nodded absently, but his mother gave him that look that told him in no uncertain terms that she was quite serious. He exhaled and glanced at Isabel. Her eyes were still cast downward, and he could plainly see that she was not accustomed to being the centre of anyone's attention, let alone their conversation. His mother could have brought all of this to his attention when they were alone. Yes, Mother, Isabel is quite beautiful, but I don't believe anyone will deny that, and I think this entire conversation is making her quite uncomfortable. Isabel, am I making you uncomfortable? His mother asked. Actually, yes, quite uncomfortable. I never intended to be a burden on anyone, Isabel said. Nonsense, his mother said. You are not a burden. We merely have some issues to work around, 'tis all. I think I speak for all of us when I say that we want to keep you safe, my dear. Thank you, she said. Isabel looked up and met Jason's gaze. I'm sorry, she mouthed. This doesn't have to be overly complicated, his mother said. Jason, my dear, do you recall how your father and I would interact? How he would look at me? Do you remember how he would place his hand on my back as I'd walk beside him? Or the way I would touch his arm as we'd walk? That is how couples behave toward each other. It is not appropriate for even married couples to be overly affectionate in public, he said. But even as he said the words, he knew she was right. No one would believe their marriage legitimate because he barely looked at her, let alone touched her in the familiar way a husband would. They had to appear more comfortable with each other. This entire conversation echoed Summersby's crude concerns. There was no point in Jason having married Isabel if he wasn't going to do this in a way that kept her completely safe. What do you suggest? Jason asked. Practice, his mother said. Dance a few times, walk together, look at each other. She came to her feet. The ball is in 2 days, so I suggest you start working. Jason stood also. Let me escort you out, Mother. He led her forward. Do not think for a moment that I don't know what you are up to, he whispered. Whatever do you mean? She asked. This thinly veiled attempt at matchmaking. She put a hand to her chest. Honestly, Jason, how could I possibly matchmake with an already married couple? He shook his head. Regardless of all my motives, you know I am right. If she is truly in danger, you must convince everyone you are a real couple, she said. Then she strode quickly down the corridor, leaving them alone, surrounded by silence and too many shades of lavender. I'm sorry, Isabel said, her voice quiet. He turned to face her. For what? Making you marry me and all of this. She spread her arms out as if to encompass the room. She stood and went to a window but didn't bother to pull the curtain aside. Isabel, let me explain what it is I do. I am a member of the Brotherhood of the Sword, an ancient organization specifically created to keep the monarch of England safe. Marrying you, and thus preventing those who would have you play a role in taking the crown from Queen Victoria, is the very essence of my duty. There is no need to apologize. We might not have married under the most ordinary circumstances, but I do not begrudge you this, nor do I blame you. She inclined her head. She was quiet a moment before asking, Do you believe she is right? What your mother said about how we should appear to others?
Yes, I suspect she is.
What do we do about that? Isabel asked.
We should practice. To hell with the practice. He wanted nothing more than to bring her upstairs and consummate this damned marriage. But he knew that once he touched her, there would be no turning back. Chapter 8. Practice? What did he mean by that? Isabel eyed him cautiously, waiting for him to explain himself. Could he possibly mean that he was going to consummate their marriage? She couldn't very well ask him such a thing, though, so she merely nodded in response. But inside her, nerves sprang to life. 1,000 butterflies took flight and flapped against her midriff. He stepped over to her, close enough that she could smell the scent of his soap and shaving lotion, sandalwood and earthiness. Close enough to see the soft waves of his brown hair and know that, were she to reach up to tousle it, it would be impossibly soft. Close enough to see the gold flecks that hid in the blue of his eyes. He was so handsome. Isabel's mouth went dry, and she waited for what he would do next. Kiss her? He looped her hand through the crook of his elbow and escorted her across the room, then back again. Disappointment grew inside her. She wanted to run out the French doors that led into the gardens and keep running until her legs gave way. But this marriage was not about her, she reminded herself. This was about so much more than her or her happiness. The stability of their government rested in part on her being able to play the role of dutiful wife believably. Dutiful wife or not, she certainly knew how to cross a room. This was nonsense. She supposed she could simply stop this ridiculous prancing about, grab his face and kiss him, but she hadn't the faintest notion of how to kiss a man. The brief kiss they'd shared at their wedding ceremony had been the extent of her experience. She exhaled loudly, and it blew a puff of hair into her eyes. He abruptly stopped walking. "Everything all right?" he asked. "Yes." "No." She shook her head, uncertain if she should speak up. "It seems to me that walking across the room is not going to convince anyone of anything." She stepped away from him and moved over to the settee, but did not sit. "We have done this before, and evidently it wasn't believable. I don't understand how you're supposed to tell what the state of someone's marriage is simply by how they enter a room together. That's ridiculous." "It is ridiculous." He sat on the settee and she followed suit. "What business is it of anyone's?" "Normally, it isn't anyone's concern." He shifted on the settee to face her. "But your safety largely hinges on people believing that you couldn't marry another man after a speedy annulment from this one." "Not merely my safety. These people don't want to kill me. They do, however, want to kill our queen. We cannot risk her safety." She looked up at him, and before she lost all courage, she blurted out, "Kiss me." "I beg your pardon?" "If you want people to believe you've bedded me, then bed me," she wanted to yell, but before she could finish her thought, he braced his hands on either side of her face and moved his lips to hers. His warm palms cradled her cheeks, and he kissed her. His lips were on hers, soft yet firm, and completely perfect. His tongue tantalized her, teasing, licking, and stroking until she thought she would go mad. She ran her hands up his back and pressed him down onto her, effectively lowering them back on the settee. The position gave him full access to her mouth. His tongue swept across hers, and shivers of pleasure cascaded over her like a delicious waterfall. He settled himself atop her and kissed her more deeply. Aside from recognizing that she didn't want this moment to end, Isabel lost all coherent thought. Lust, hot and wet, pooled in her center. She felt his arousal pressed hard against her belly, and she instinctively pushed against him. She wanted this, wanted him. His hand slid up her abdomen and cupped her right breast. Even through her clothes, her nipples hardened. She arched her back instinctively. As much as she loathed the idea of losing her virtue here on a settee in his mother's parlour, Isabel would overlook such a thing if only he'd continue. His mouth left hers and trailed a hot line of kisses down her throat. He nibbled and licked at her collarbone, and she closed her eyes. Jason. But she didn't dare speak. And then, as abruptly as his affection started, it ended. He pushed himself away from her and ran his hands through his hair. He stood, tugged at his waistcoat, and left her in the parlour without saying a word. She smacked her hand into one of the decorative pillows. If she didn't get some of this pent-up energy out, she'd soon lose her mind. But she knew better than to ask about taking a walk. She'd attempted that the other day, and had been told she was not to leave the grounds of the townhome without her husband at her side. She knew it had nothing to do with wanting to exert power over her, and instead was entirely about her own protection. Still, it was frustrating. There had to be some way she could move her body enough to keep herself from going mad. After their heated kiss, he had needed a fight. Less than an hour later, Jason was fully embroiled in a hand-to-hand battle with his valet, Rix, when he heard the sound from the doorway. He turned at the intrusion, and Rix landed a blow right to his lower abdomen. Jason groaned, but the pain of that strike was preferable to the unsatisfied desire he'd come up here with. One kiss, and he'd been as hard as a randy boy. The fighting had helped distract him. "I suppose I took advantage of you not paying attention," Rix said. Jason grunted in response. "What is it?" he asked the housekeeper who stood in the doorway. She nodded and then swiftly looked away from him. He rolled his eyes at her ridiculous sense of modesty. It was not as if he stood there without a shirt. He merely wore no cravat or waistcoat and had his sleeves rolled up to his elbows. "Yes, my lord, I know we're not supposed to interrupt you when you're up here, but it's Lady Ellis." Jason swiped the boxing gloves from his hands, dropping them on the padded floor. "What happened? Is she hurt?" The housekeeper shook her head. "No, she is not injured, but she is, well, you should probably come see for yourself." He didn't particularly want to see his wife now. He'd left her in an appalling way earlier, and he had no notion of what to say to her. He knew his behaviour toward her must be confusing. One moment he wanted her, and the next he shoved her away. But he couldn't very well explain his bastardy to her. He needed to keep his distance. Perhaps once the ball was over he could be sent on assignment somewhere. He would make certain she was well protected, and he would be far from temptation. Jason nodded his head at his valet. "You wait here, I shouldn't be long." Rix, who was more friend than servant, nodded. Jason followed his housekeeper down the winding staircase. He wanted to further chastise the woman for not handling the situation herself. If Isabel wasn't injured, then why was he required to manage whatever problem the girl had? Or could his mother not take care of things? He was being ridiculous. He couldn't hide from his wife. Most men would beg to be saddled with a woman they desired. He was the worst sort of fool. The housekeeper led him down the main corridor that led to the bedchambers, where he found Isabel on her hands and knees scrubbing the floor. "You see, my lord, why you had to come?" his housekeeper whispered. Isabel's hair was wound on top of her head, and a scarf was tied around it to keep it in place, or perhaps it was to keep perspiration out of her eyes. Either way, she looked far more the part of scullery maid than viscountess. "Thank you," Jason said. "I'll handle matters from here." The housekeeper waited a moment before bobbing into a curtsy and walking away. Jason stood in place for a few breaths, simply watching Isabel as she scrubbed the floor. He gingerly moved forward. "Isabel?" She started, then looked up at him. "Good afternoon." "Indeed. May I inquire as to what you're doing?" She frowned.
I should think it would be rather obvious, but I am cleaning the floors.
Yes, but why?
Because I am able-bodied, she said. He squatted so he could be at her eye level.
Isabel, we have servants. If they are not cleaning to your standards, you need only address it with them, or with me if you feel more comfortable. She shook her head.
Am I not allowed to clean the floors? I am a perfectly capable person, and I see no reason why I can't perform a simple task.
That is not what I meant.
She closed her eyes. This isn't what a princess would do, is it? She dropped the rag onto the floor, then sat back on her heels.
No, nor have I, Countess.
He stood and helped her to her feet. It's only that I'm used to leading a more physical lifestyle. She wiped her hands against her skirts as she spoke. I asked about taking a walk the other day, but was told I could not do so alone. She shook her head. This is simply not how I imagined my life would be. I expected to be surrounded by children and running about. At school, when I was frustrated or angry, I would clean. The work
took your mind off things, allowed you to concentrate on only the movement of your muscles, he said. He watched her eyes widen. He'd been so selfish, thinking only of himself and how this impromptu marriage was affecting and testing him. She took a step closer.
Yes,
she said, her voice faint with awe.
That's it, precisely. But how did you—
She shook her head as her words faded. I do the same. He knew that he wasn't alone in such a process, but he'd not expected it from a woman. He also recognized that this was his fault. He'd put her in a position where frustration ate at her so much that she'd resorted to scrubbing the floors. Few people had seen his private retreat. Normally he did not share his sanctuary with anyone save his closest of friends, and he'd certainly not intended to share it with her. But considering his options, it was the lesser of two bad scenarios. He couldn't make love to her, but he could invite her into his private sanctum. It seemed that, as his wife, she certainly had a right to know more about his life. Come, I want to show you something. They did not speak as they climbed the stairs. Isabel, impressively enough, did not seem the least bit winded when they reached the top floor. This room had been nothing but a large storage space when he'd inherited the house. He'd begun work on the area almost immediately, and now he affectionately referred to it as his strategy room. His valet, Rix, walked over to them. "Will you be needing anything else, my lord?" "No, that will be all, Rix, thank you." Rix said nothing, but he gave Jason a look that said plenty. Only Rix would recognize the weight of Jason sharing this room with someone outside of the Brotherhood or his staff. Jason knew that he'd likely pay for this in the future, but for now he shoved off the thought. She required a physical outlet, and this would provide her one that wouldn't have the staff interrupting him every hour of the day.
What is this place?
My duties with the Brotherhood require a certain amount of agility and athleticism. I prefer to work on such things here in my own home, he said, although plenty of gentlemen do the same sorts of things in their clubs, boxing and fencing and the like. Appreciation lit her eyes as they went from one area to another. He'd worked hard on this room, and to have someone recognize that meant something to him. I've lined the floors with thin mattresses and then blankets to give it more spring. It makes some of the tasks easier, and if you fall, it's less painful, he said. He pointed to the rope hanging from the rafters in the right corner of the room, knots dotting the long strand. Excellent for climbing practice and getting your arms nice and fatigued.
This is amazing.
She stepped forward. What is that for? She asked, pointing to the roped-off area with the extra padded flooring. Fighting and boxing? He stretched his jaw, rubbing at the spot where Rix had punched him.
And this?
She had moved over to the fencing area. He followed her. That is why I brought you up here. I thought we could have a lesson. A lesson? He handed her a foil and a vest. Put this on over your dress. It will give you some measure of protection. Fencing? She asked. I can't very well teach you to box. She grinned broadly, and the sheer joy emanating from her seemed to slide over to him, wrapping him in the warmest of sensations. He held out a large pillar candle, and a flame flickered between them. Dip the tip of your foil into the wax a few times to build up a blunt end. I'd prefer you not puncture one of my lungs on our first go-around. While she did what he asked, he stepped behind her and tied her vest in place. You said you cleaned at the school, he said. Was that out of requirement or choice? Mostly choice, she said. I found that after a day of physical exertion I slept much better. He'd never met anyone who sought exercise the way he did, especially a woman. Most were ruffled if they had to walk too far in Hyde Park. Although he didn't often speak of such things, he'd never seen any of the other men in the Brotherhood devote themselves to physical exertion, except at their clubs when they drank too much and settled things with a good box. His own brother was perfectly content with a book or ledger to occupy his mind. Now then, fencing is the most precise type of swordplay. It is more about lunging and striking. It is as much about your mind as it is about your body. He positioned himself in a starting lunge pose. Start this way. Then as you shuffle toward me, I shuffle backward, and then we switch. It is very civilized. I do believe the Spanish would be appalled at what the English have done to their military technique, he said. Am I holding this correctly? She asked. He stood parallel to her, then moved her right elbow out. Extend it this way. And then they were locked in a mirrored stance, him behind her, guiding her arms and legs to the appropriate positions. The warmth from her skin rolled off her, practically caressing him. Perhaps this hadn't been a good idea after all. He quickly went back to facing her. This? She moved forward, lunging the foil at him. Precisely. He shifted toward her. I advance and you retreat. Then you advance and I retreat. They repeated the action several times in silence while he let her get used to the activity. She bit her lip, clearly concentrating, and he was struck again by how lush and full her lips were, how eminently kissable. Fencing is as much intellectual as it is physical, he said as he circled her. Mostly he said it to distract himself because watching her while she fenced was too tempting. It is about knowing your opponent and deliberately trying to mislead him. He lunged and she retreated. You must anticipate their next move and how they'll react to yours. She lunged at him and he met her strike. Her balance wobbled, and tried to throw them off, as it were. You make them think you're going to do one thing, and then you do something else. It's a mind game, it's trickery and deceit. Their foils hit, clanging delicately. She was naturally athletic. He could tell that from the ease with which she moved her body. She struggled a few times, stumbled more than once, but always persevered and refocused on the task at hand. It was an admirable quality. He couldn't help wishing she had fewer admirable qualities. This would all be much easier if he didn't like her as well as desire her. 30 minutes later they were both winded and perspiring. Her cheeks were flushed and damp curls framed her face, and she'd never looked more alluring. He wanted her even more, if that were possible. Isabel, might I ask you a question? Of course. She withdrew the protective covering he'd given her and handed it back to him. Do you know how to dance? Waltz and quadrille and the like? Yes, although I've only ever had other women as partners because of the school, she said. Judging by today's performance, we shall be all right at our ball. I suspect that was all the practice we needed. I was not that terrible, was I? She asked with an impish grin as she came to stand right in front of him. Indeed, you were quite good. Unable to resist, He reached out to tuck one of her curls behind her ear. Her smile softened from one of open glee to something a little more enticing. Afraid if he stood there much longer he would do more than merely touch her hair, he took the foil from her hand and carried it along with his own back to the equipment chest. He busied himself arranging the equipment, even when he heard her approach from behind. "I enjoyed this lesson very much. Do you think we can have another one?" A better question was whether he could stand to give her another one. Even now he wondered whether this had been a mistake. But how could he disappoint her? Yet he was afraid he wouldn't have the strength to tell her no. Not when he had already denied her so much. "We shall see," he said. "You're quite welcome to make use of this room whenever you like." It was the least he could do. "I shall." He pretended to be absorbed in organizing the equipment chest until he heard her leave the room. Only then did he turn around to stare at the closed door through which she had just left. His wife was entirely too desirable whether she was dressed in the height of fashion for a ball or sweaty and flushed from the exertion of fencing. But it changed nothing. Everything he'd told her about fencing was true, and he knew that those principles were how he led his life. He was always on defense, waiting and watching and anticipating what moves others would make so that he could counterattack. He never let anyone get close enough to him to hit their mark, because he knew that his secrets were his and his alone to bear. So with fencing, it was with every relationship he had. Always staying one step ahead, keeping one layer between him and everyone else. It wasn't that he didn't want things to be different. He did. But he knew they couldn't be, especially with her. The fact that he wanted her as much as he did was a red flag warning him not to get too close. Everything about her made him want to lay his vulnerabilities before her. But if she knew the truth, what would it change? Nothing. He still couldn't have her. She wanted children, had said as much to him. He would not give her that, and therefore couldn't give her the life she deserved. Isabel hadn't seen much of Jason in the days that followed their fencing lesson. His behavior toward her ran so hot and cold he nearly made her dizzy. Gone was the charming man who'd teased her in the library when she'd first arrived at his home. Although she'd seen glimpses of him when they'd been fencing, for the most part, Jason avoided her. Her dress had been delivered, as had a plethora of other articles of clothing, shoes, ribbons, and jewels. He'd likely spent more money on her in that single day of shopping than Thornton had her entire life. Jason certainly created the outward appearance of a doting husband. The shimmering green dress hung on the door of her armoire, and every time she walked past it, she ran her fingers over the luxurious fabric. It was nearly time to get dressed. There was a rap at the door, followed by a line of women entering Isabel's bedchamber. 4 maids, then Evie, and then her Aunt Lilith. "Could it truly be you, Aunt Lilith?" Isabel asked, blinking back the tears that pricked her eyes. "It is me, Squirrel." Isabel couldn't remember why Lilith had started calling her Squirrel, only that she had done so since they'd met. They embraced, and Isabel wished for only a moment that they were alone and she could share all the goings-on that had happened over the last couple of weeks. Isabel smiled. "You have no idea how pleased I am you are here." Lilith braced both hands on her hips. "I left you for only a short time and I returned to London to discover you are married." "It happened rather quickly," Isabel said. She wasn't certain how much Lilith had been told about her union with Jason. "It is the best solution to keep you safe," Lilith said, and she squeezed Isabel's hand. "Yes," Evie agreed. "Now we are family, since Ellis is my cousin." Then Evie grinned broadly. "You must tell us all about Gretna Green. I've heard stories, but never known anyone personally who had eloped." "I want to hear that as well," Lilith said. "But we do need to get you ready." As if that was their command, the maids jumped into action, undressing and dressing her, brushing her hair and so forth. All the while, Isabel shared pieces of her wedding. "It sounds deliciously romantic," Evie said. She might foolishly wish that her marriage was built on love, or at least had the potential for such, but she would not share that with anyone. It was her own fault that she fancied Jason. She knew the true purpose of their union, and it was a valiant one she could truly be proud of. And she loathed the idea of Lilith and Evie pitying her. So instead of being quiet, she steeled herself for their sympathy and purposefully met their eyes. "I suppose it is if you're marrying for love," Isabel said quietly. "The couple who wed straight before us, they positively glowed with affection for each other." "Bennett and I should have simply gone there instead of waiting through this lengthy engagement," Evie said. "I suppose I'll have to wait a great deal longer," Lilith said. 2 maids moved on to dress Evie, and she sucked in as they tightened her corset. "For what?" Evie asked. "I agreed to marry Gabriel," Lilith said. "That's splendid," Evie said, clapping her hands together. "After the appropriate time of mourning," Lilith said. "It seems rather ridiculous that you're expected to mourn such a horrible man," Isabel said. The maid behind her pulled her hair into a tight line and then divided strands up to form them into an elaborate concoction. "Indeed. Well, we did start on the honeymoon activities a little early," Lilith said with a grin. "It is about time that you both have your happy ending," Evie said. "I believe Bennett said Gabe has loved you for years." "And I him, if I'm perfectly honest." "Why did you not pursue him when you first met, if I may be so bold to ask?" Evie asked. "If you both desired each other." "It wasn't that simple," Lilith said. "Perhaps I should have been bolder, told my father precisely what I wanted." She shook her head. "It matters not what happened then. We found our way back to each other." Lilith had an entire life that Isabel knew nothing about. That shouldn't surprise her, considering Thornton had drastically limited the time they had spent with each other. But she was so very happy that Lilith had finally found someone who would love her. "You could have avoided your life with Thornton," Isabel said. "Then I wouldn't have you, Squirrel," Lilith said. "You were worth everything I endured with him." Isabel wasn't so certain, but she wouldn't argue the fact. "I'm just thankful that you have avoided the mistakes I made. You won't be trapped in a loveless marriage with a cruel husband. Ellis will take good care of you," Lilith said. "Yes," Evie agreed, "and I have seen the way he looks at you. The 2 of you will have a wonderful marriage." Isabel wanted to ask Evie what she meant, what she'd seen in how Jason looked at her, but didn't dare. She need not tell them the truth that her marriage to Jason was nothing more than a charade, an unconsummated charade. "He is kind to you?" Isabel asked. "Gabriel? Yes, very much so. He can be brusque if you don't know him," Lilith said, "but he treats me quite well. Bought me my own townhome and an amazing telescope." "Whatever for?" Isabel asked. Lilith smiled wistfully. "Many years ago, I fancied myself an astronomer. I suppose now I can study such things." She knew that ache that had settled in her chest, a longing for that kind of love, specifically from her husband, but Jason had shared his exercising room with her as well as his library. That was enough, she told herself. She didn't need the kind of love these ladies had found. She was safe, the Queen was safe. That was what truly mattered. Chapter 9. Jason met her on the 3rd floor so they could descend the staircase together and be introduced to the ballroom. His eyes travelled the length of her, but he said nothing. She knew she looked different. She'd seen herself in the mirror. The dress was daring. A low-cut square neckline accented her décolletage, and the bodice moulded to her curves. It deviated from the fashion of the day, as it had no added ruffles or flounces. It simply flowed around her. Perhaps it was too much, too brazen. "Do you like it?" she asked cautiously. He swallowed visibly. I do, very much. She grew warm beneath the weight of his stare. I'm glad you are pleased. Very much. Then he gave his head a slight shake. I already said that, didn't I? You did. She took his outstretched hand. You look rather dashing tonight, Jason. I stand but in your shadow, he said. Her heart stuttered. He led her forward to the staircase that would deposit them in the ballroom. But the closer they got, the more anxious she became. Panic seized her, and she froze. I can't do this. I don't know how to talk to such important people. They shall all be looking at me, judging me and recognizing that I'm nothing more than an imposter. There is no one in that room more important than you or me. You are a princess. Moreover, you are a hero. Your quick thinking has helped remove the Queen from danger. No one in the room save you will know that, she said. Yes, but it doesn't mean it isn't true. I do not feel like a princess or a hero. I feel like a girl who was raised in a small school on the outskirts of town, like a girl who never dared dream of balls or beautiful dresses, or a handsome husband. They are all people, just as we are. He tilted her chin up so she met his gaze. Isabel, breathe. You can do this, I promise. She looked away to the staircase that beckoned them forward. She shook her head. Isabel, look at me. His voice was soft. Again he pulled her chin to face him. She reached up on her toes and kissed him. The moment his lips touched hers, calm spread through her. She backed away and gave him a tight nod. All right, I'm ready. She didn't know why she felt stronger with him at her side, but it seemed to reinforce something in her. May I present to you Viscount and Viscountess Ellis, the footman said loudly. There was no turning back now. Isabel had never given much thought to what she'd find attractive in a man, but now, as she watched her husband move through the ballroom, she knew he stood out above the rest. Yes, there were other attractive men here, but Jason was different. Perhaps she was already biased in his favor, but no one moved as gracefully as he did. None of the other men walked with such purpose, such athleticism. Next to Jason, many of the other men seemed soft and uncoordinated. Evie and Lilith had stayed close to her side once Jason had left to retrieve refreshments. They'd been whispering in her ears as they'd passed guests, giving her information on each. She'd spoken to so many people tonight, she knew she'd never remember all their names. But in truth, she hadn't felt too out of the fabric of the rest of the guests. This was her home regardless of how she'd acquired it. No one here knew the truth about her marriage. Of course, the evening wasn't over yet. There was still plenty of time for her to trip over something and fall on her face. Her mother-in-law Jenny, as she'd insisted on being called, picked the perfect moment to come and be at her side, since Lords Summersby and Linford had come to collect their respective partners for the dance. You're doing quite well, Jenny said. I am surviving, and I haven't managed to do anything too embarrassing, Isabel said. Nonsense, you're being positively lovely. I saw you charm Lady Bentley, and she doesn't like anyone. Jenny gave her a conspiratorial wink. Isabel laughed. She seemed rather impressed that I was a princess. Yes, good breeding is of utmost importance to Lady Bentley. Jenny linked their arms, and they strolled to an open part of the room, giving Isabel a perfect glimpse of Jason as he stood at the refreshment table. And you're doing an excellent job of appearing to love my son. It shines all over your face. Isabel felt her face grow warm. Was she that obvious? Had Jason seen it too? I know that my son is a tough nut to crack, as it were, but I also know it will be worth the effort. Isabel met Jenny's gaze and found the same blue eyes as Jason's. And as if Jenny could read her thoughts, she said, You are precisely the woman to do it. Be patient, and don't give up on him."
Isabel clenched her jaw against the tears she felt well in her eyes. She took a steadying breath and nodded. Isabel knew one thing for certain. Jason was never going to see their marriage as real and therefore never fall in love with her until she was his wife, in every sense of the word. Jason had been congratulated enough tonight for 6 lifetimes. He was tired of smiling and saying thank you. He wasn't, however, tired of looking at his wife. She was stunning. Everyone noticed, and he'd be a liar if he said that he wasn't enjoying the fact that the entire crowd was staring at her. He'd left her briefly to go and fetch refreshments, but she was safe from any would-be gossips with Evie and Lilith flanking her. He poured 2 glasses of lemonade. "Can you imagine what that must be like, to not know you're a princess?" a girl's voice said from behind him. "I'd think I'd know if I were royalty," another replied. "Well, if someone showed up tomorrow and told me I was a long-lost princess, I would buy everything in this town. People everywhere would quickly lose interest in Victoria because I would be far more entertaining." "You are ridiculous," the other girl said. "Tell me you would not want all new clothes and such." Jason rolled his eyes and bit his tongue, so he would not hand out a nasty response. Isabel was most assuredly not like the other women in this town. He suspected that these 2 were not the only ones who would have spent every penny he had upon discovering they were royalty. But Isabel had been uncomfortable with such gifts and shows of wealth. She was one of a kind. He brought her the lemonade, but had to hand the glass quickly to a footman as the final waltz began. "This is our dance, my dear." He bowed to her, then swept her into his arms and onto the dance floor. Isabel felt stiff in his arms as they moved around the room. Her eyes had a glazed look, as if being the center of everyone's attention was making her slightly panicked. "Isabel," he murmured in a low voice. When she didn't meet his gaze, he gave her waist a light squeeze to get her attention. "You might want to breathe now and again." Finally, her eyes met his. "I'm sorry," but then her lips curved in gentle amusement. "Was I not breathing?" "No. It's just that I didn't expect everyone to be watching us." "You might be less nervous if we make conversation instead of concentrating on dancing." "Yes, I suppose that might work. And you are much more accomplished at that when there are others around," she said. "I beg your pardon?" "I meant only that you ignore me much of the time. But then when we have an audience, you dutifully play the doting husband." She patted his shoulder. "It is understandable. That is the relationship we have. But it does make me wonder which of the Jasons I've seen is the real one." "What are you talking about?" "You are wickedly charming when you want to be, were exceedingly giving and friendly before we wed. And then since I became your wife, you all but ignore me unless someone else is in the room," she said. "We are not having this conversation now." "Yes, we are, because were there not all these people here, you would have already walked away. Besides, you are the one who said we should talk while we danced." He wanted to argue, but he knew she was right, and she was right about his behavior. It was no wonder that she was confused. He'd behaved as if he were at least 3 different men. "It's complicated," he said. "That's stupid." 2 couples danced close to them, so they stopped talking and smiled at the other dancers. "Perhaps I'll be able to explain it to you someday," he said, hoping to placate her. "Until then, I simply have to endure this behavior, not knowing whom I'll be with on any given day, or even if you'll speak to me? That is unfair." "I know. I wish it were as easy for me to turn off aspects of my character. It must make things simpler," she said. "Isabel, I am not a different person than the one you first met. Everything you've seen is me. Perhaps not all the most flattering parts of me. You are hot and cold with me, one moment kissing me as if I am the only woman you could desire, and the next speaking to me as if we'd only just met. I know I'm naive, but I can't believe this is how marriages work."
"No." He met her gaze. "Never for a moment doubt that I desire you, Isabel." He probably shouldn't have told her that, but she'd had such pain in her voice. He could only torment her so much. Not to mention the torment he endured. He would not be able to resist her forever. He'd come to terms with that. He need only prevent her from getting with child. Isabel should be exhausted. The ball had lasted way into the night, but now that she had resolved to seduce her husband, she found herself energized and fully alert. She took several deep breaths, eyeing herself in the mirror. Gone seemed to be the girl from St. Bart's, and before her, a new creature. The thin gauzy shift shimmered over her body, hinting at her curves but not revealing them. She'd taken her hair down and allowed it simply to hang about her shoulders in thick dark curls. She could do this. She was his wife, he her husband. Their marriage would not be completely legal, therefore she would not be completely safe until they'd consummated it. She shivered at the thought of Jason's hands on her skin. The kiss they'd shared the other day had nearly had her crawling onto his lap, and she could scarcely imagine what it would be like if he unleashed all his passion on her. He desired her. He'd told her as much at their wedding ball. They hadn't married under normal circumstances. Even the standard London marriages brought equal assets to both parties. A wealthy heiress got a better title and standing in society, whereas the penniless earl filled his coffers once again. But Jason had married her simply to prevent her from marrying someone else to protect her and his country, likely not in that order. And perhaps he'd needed time to grow accustomed to such a situation. They might have a passionless marriage, but even if only for this one night, he needed to make it real. She took one last glance at herself, then rolled her eyes and headed for the door. Chapter 10. Jason had left the ball and immediately went and spent the better part of an hour upstairs working his body into a frenzy of sweat and not stopping until his muscles ached. After bathing, he'd retired to the sitting area in his bedchamber, where he began cleaning his weapon, as he knew trying to sleep would be futile. There was a rap at the door, and he looked up from his pistol. "Enter," he said. His hands stilled as Isabel stepped into his room. Although she was completely covered by her shift, the thin, filmy fabric left little to his imagination as it captured each curve. He forced his gaze to her face. "Everything all right?" "Yes." She came forward and lowered herself onto the sofa with him, although she left some distance between them. He went back to cleaning his pistol, making certain to be as thorough as possible. He continued polishing the steel so much so he was surprised he hadn't wiped off the embossing. As long as his hands were occupied, he couldn't reach out and touch her, which was more than tempting. She inched herself closer to him. "Isabel, did you come in here for a reason?" "I want you to kiss me again." Her boldness surprised him and aroused him. Innocence shone in her eyes as he remembered the feel of her body pressed to his as they'd waltzed. How everyone had commented about what a stunning couple they'd made. Some believed they were desperately in love, while others whispered about how there must be an impending baby coming because, clearly, theirs was a match made from passion. "I don't think that is a good idea," he said. He wanted to tell her the truth about why he couldn't lose himself with her, but she deserved more, certainly more than he could give her. She looked at her hands folded in her lap. "You did tell me you desired me, so I assumed—" "You do not believe what I said, that I want you?" Her green eyes looked up at him. "What else could it be? You told me before we were married that your heart does not belong to another, so it cannot be that you are pining for your true love." He shook his head, It is not that. Then it must be me. Isabel, there is nothing wrong with you. You are a beautiful woman, desirable in every way. Any man would want you as his wife. Any man but you, she said. Perhaps I should have married some stranger in that inn. Her words were not a challenge nor an accusation, only a statement of the truth she so obviously felt. Isabel. It was all he managed before he pulled her to him and slanted his mouth across hers, moving gently before teasing her lips with his tongue. She made a tiny noise before allowing his tongue entrance. He explored her warm mouth, loving the feel of her, the taste of her. Her fingers clenched against his chest, causing his erection to throb against his trousers until he thought he might completely lose control. But he couldn't afford to do that, especially over a kiss. Rather than risk it, he ended the kiss abruptly and leaned away from her. She nearly fell over from his hasty release and grabbed the edge of the sofa to steady her balance. But that one kiss wasn't enough. He needed a little more, so he pulled her over to him. He didn't kiss her softly this time, didn't take time to seduce her mouth. No, this time he took exactly what he wanted, the precise moment he wanted it. He plunged his tongue deep into her mouth, the warm wetness enveloping him, and he groaned and pulled her closer. She met his kiss with equal fervour. She was not shy with her own tongue, and melded hers against his in a passionate dance. God, he wanted her, now, on the floor, on this sofa, anywhere he could have her. Her fingers slid up his chest in a slow, tortuous move, up to his shoulders, around his neck, and finally landed in his hair. She released a distinctly feminine, distinctly erotic noise that sent blood surging to his groin. He ran his fingers lightly across her collarbone, then dipped them under the fabric of her shift. Her skin was impossibly soft, velvety smooth, and deliciously warm. She was perfect. He continued kissing her. His hand slid up the front of her shift, and he cupped her breast. She released a throaty moan, arched against him. He wanted to touch her everywhere, see what other reactions he could pull from her. He dipped his hand down the front of her shift and found her nipple. In that moment, she was his, only his. His hand continued to rub at the tantalizing peak as he nibbled on her collarbone. He pulled the fabric low and moulded his mouth on her breast, soft, round, and sinful. There was no time to think. He wanted only to touch, to feel. While his lips and teeth made love to her left breast, his hand weighed her right carefully, rubbing his thumb back and forth over the nipple. She bucked against him. He knew she was looking for her release, trying to feel him through the layers of his clothes. She wanted him. He'd known that when she'd come in here, but it was clear now just how strong was her desire. She should not trust him so, especially since he clearly didn't have her best interests at heart. Not now. No. Now all he wanted to do was pull up her shift and plunge himself deep inside her, make her cry out his name and beg for more. But where would that leave her in the morning? He couldn't do that to her, and unless he wanted to end up in such a position, he needed to stop, walk away from their embrace now before they did something they both regretted. He moved away from her and came to his feet. Her eyes fluttered open and she stared at him, mouth agape. "What's the matter? Did I do something wrong?" He found his breath was laboured. He licked his lips and tried to calm his body. "No, it is I who did everything wrong." Jason didn't know where to go after he left Isabel in his bedchamber, so he found himself marching down the stairs and straight to his study. He needed a drink, a strong drink. He skipped the brandy, pulled out the decanter of scotch, and poured 3 fingers' worth. With one great swig, he swallowed the liquid. It burned his throat and settled in his belly where it seemingly scorched a hole through his gut. But at least he could concentrate on that and not the expression on Isabel's face as he'd left her. Not the smooth softness of her luminescent skin, and not the warmth and passion he found in her kisses. He poured himself another scotch, then swore. "It couldn't be as bad as all that," his mother said from behind him. "Mother, you really shouldn't sneak up on people in such ways. I'm not in the mood for company." "I don't require your mood to be in any such way." She poured herself a drink, sipped it slowly, and took a seat in one of the wing-back chairs. They sat in silence for several moments, and Jason did his very best to ignore her presence. But that tactic had never worked with his mother. Somehow her mere presence seemed to lure him to talk. "I can't do this any more, Mother. The weight of it is too strong. It will certainly be better for everyone if the truth were known," he said. "So it is to be this discussion again," she said, her tone neither judging nor resigned. "Jason, we have been over this." "Yes, I know. But truthfully, keeping this secret is killing me. I would rather it be known and live through the aftermath. I can accept the full weight of the scandal. I will bear it all. Patrick will need do nothing save take his rightful place as Viscount. My dear son, you know that London does not work that way. My reputation would be in ruins. I can live with that. In truth, it is no more than I deserve." She took a slow sip of her drink. "And were I the only one to suffer, I would welcome the scandal. But you and I both know that it would not merely affect me or you." She was silent for a moment, studying his face. "The truth would not only destroy you and me, it would destroy our entire family. Your brother's name as Viscount would be forever tarnished. Even though he is the legitimate heir, there would always be doubts. The rumors about him would never end, and they would carry over to his son. Is that truly the fate you want him to have? But if Jason could walk away from this mantle, if he could but tell the world that he was a bastard, that he wasn't the rightful heir, then he'd be free to be with Isabel as a man can be with his wife. He'd be free to sire her children. But as it was now, he could not take the risk of getting her with child. One bastard heir would produce only another bastard heir, and that was unacceptable. His mother leaned forward and took his hands in hers. "My dear love, this was my indiscretion. Why do you continue to punish yourself for something over which you had no control?" Tears glistened in her eyes that matched his own. "We had been married for nearly 5 years, and I desperately wanted a child." She shook her head. "Your father forgave me. He loved you as his own. We rejoiced together in your birth. Yet you continue to live as if there is no penance good enough to cleanse you." Tears slid down her cheeks, and guilt sliced through him. He was being selfish. Every time he mentioned this to her, he reminded her of her infidelity. She'd been young and foolish, and his parents had moved forward with the joint decision that no one would ever know the truth of Jason's lineage, that he was the son of their stablemaster. He'd become their heir, a child they hadn't thought was possible, since they had assumed his father was unable to sire a child. And then Patrick had come, the rightful heir, a surprise, nearly 4 years after Jason's birth. By then it would have been too scandalous to make things right. He wiped away her tears. "I do not blame you. I just feel guilty, wrong, living this life when it should belong to Patrick and his son. Your brother has a loving wife and 2 beautiful children. They have enough money and they love living in the country most of the year. He needs nothing more," his mother said. "You know that Suzanne doesn't care for the bustle of London." "Perhaps, but maybe he'd have made different choices had he been given the chance," Jason said. "Yes, we all would have made different choices had we been given the opportunity to do so. But life does not work in such a way. If I might be so bold, you will not be satisfied with a marriage with no intimacy, Jason, especially with Isabel. She is a lovely woman. I have seen the way you look at her. I will not continue the line of this title with another bastard child, Jason said. It would not be a bastard. You and Isabel are married. Any of your children would be legitimate. Any child of mine will be tarnished by my own bastard blood. At some point you will need to decide that this one thing doesn't have to define you. She paused a moment before continuing. I know it is not common for a mother to discuss this, but you do realize there are ways to be intimate without producing a child. I do not wish to discuss this with you. He did little to hide his exasperation in hopes she would leave him to his own thoughts. Jason, she said. He could readily tell that she was not going to abandon this discussion. He knew how to silence her forever on this subject, but he'd never shared this with anyone. He would not continue to fight with his mother about consummating his marriage. Of course I know that, he said. I also know that those methods are not foolproof. He looked down at her feet. If you must know, I did everything I could to prevent a child with my mistress, but she became pregnant. His mother sucked in a breath. She subsequently lost the babe before it was born. He rubbed a hand down his face and exhaled slowly. I am well familiar with the so-called ways to prevent a child. I never knew, she said quietly. No one save me and my former mistress know. It has been years, and it is not something I discuss. She placed her hands on his face, cradling him. You were not created within the bounds of marriage, but your father and I loved each other very much, and you are loved, my son. Now you have a beautiful wife. You could finally have the life I've always wanted for you. He didn't expect her to understand. He loved her perhaps even more because she didn't, because she never questioned his worth. But that didn't mean she was right. He kissed her forehead. You should get some sleep, Mother. She nodded and left the room. At least he wasn't angry any longer. Of course, his situation with Isabel still hadn't changed, but his mother was right about one thing. He couldn't ignore his wife forever, refuse her any intimacy. He'd likely go mad in the process. He was a man of great control. Certainly he could use that skill in bed with his wife. There was passion between him and Isabel that he could not deny. There could also be pleasure. The next afternoon, Isabel was called down to the lavender parlour. She expected to find her mother-in-law waiting there for her. Instead, she found 3 ladies whom she did not know. 2, though, she recognized from that day at the dressmaker's shop. Well, she supposed she had met them that day, but she was unaccustomed to social calls. "Hello," she said, knowing that was probably not the appropriate greeting. During her years in school, she had received no social visitors. In fact, as far as she remembered, none of the girls had. One of the ladies stepped forward with a smile. She was not a woman of traditional beauty, but her kind and genuine smile made up for her overly large nose and mousy brown eyes. "Lady Ellis, so lovely to see you again. I'm certain you met so many new people the other evening I shall reintroduce us. I am Lady Eleanor Prentice, and this is Lady Whitney Maples and Lady Candace Henning." For an awkward moment they all stood before Isabel remembered to gesture them into seats. The 3 women were all around her own age or a little older. Like Jason's mother and sister-in-law, they were dressed in the height of fashion. Thank goodness the clothes from the modiste had arrived the day before, and that her lady's maid had insisted Isabel start dressing in them immediately. She could only imagine their disdain if she had been dressed in the clothes she'd worn yesterday morning. Unsure what to say next, the silence stretched between them. Lady Candace and Lady Whitney looked at her with a sort of wide-eyed expectation. After a moment, they exchanged an amused glance. She should ring for tea, she knew that much, but she wasn't certain how to go about it without leaving the room and her guests. Clearly she was doing this all wrong.
"Tell me, Lady Ellis," Eleanor said, "can your servants hear the bell?"
She motioned with her head to the small gold bell sitting on the table to Isabel's right.
"All the way up here, at the front of the house?"
Isabel could have hugged the woman. Somehow she'd known or seen Isabel's desperation.
"I believe they can,"
Isabel said, then picked up the bell and rang it. Promptly, a scullery maid bobbed into the room.
"Yes, my lady? Tea and cakes, please," Isabel said.
The maid bobbed again and scurried out of the room. They must have already had the tray readied, because in a matter of moments she was back, carrying in the tray and placing it on the occasional table that sat in the midst of the chairs. Once the maid left, Isabel reached for the pot to pour the tea. She must have done something uncouth, because Candace smirked. Isabel blew out a calming breath. This could not go any worse than it already was. There was no point in pretending otherwise.
"I fear my manners are not what they should be," she said, holding out the cup and saucer to Eleanor. "This is my first social call."
Lady Whitney gave a smile that seemed a little too sweet.
"Your first social call of the morning?"
"Ever, I'm afraid." She gave an exaggerated grimace.
"Certainly that cannot be," Candace said. "You are a princess."
"Who was raised an orphan," Isabel said with a shrug.
"But you attended school, did you not?" Whitney asked.
"Do you prefer to be called Lady Ellis or Princess Isabel?" Eleanor asked, as if she sensed where Whitney was trying to go and wanted to steer the conversation away from it.
"I've never met royalty before, so I admit that my manners are probably lacking."
The other two women had the graciousness to look ashamed. They nodded and agreed with Eleanor.
"Lady Alice is perfect."
She was, in fact, Lady Alice in every sense of the word, save one.
Or simply Isabel would suffice. I admit to not being terribly formal.
While she appreciated Lady Eleanor's attempt to help her, Isabel couldn't allow the woman to defend her. She suspected all boarding schools had their share of bullies, and St. Bart's had been no different. If Isabel let them, Candace and Whitney would walk all over her. Perhaps it was growing up in a boarding school.
"Ah, yes, your school. It was St. Bartholomew's, was it not?" Whitney asked.
"But what is it that it is more affectionately known as?" Candace asked.
"St. Bart's,"
Eleanor provided through tight teeth.
"I believe they are referring to the less than flattering moniker St. Bastards, are you not?" Isabel asked, not missing a beat.
Candace nodded, not even bothering to blush.
"Candace, that is a wretched thing to say," Lady Prentice said. "I didn't say it, the princess did," Candace said.
"Indeed, I did say it," Isabel said, feeling braver.
"I find it much better to say things outright rather than to imply them."
She looked at both Candace and Whitney. "Don't you?" The women held her gaze for only a moment before shifting their gazes down to their cups nervously. Isabel took a slow sip of her tea.
"No doubt my education at St. Bart's left me poorly prepared for the life of a princess. It did, however, excel in one area."
"Really?" asked Eleanor. "And what was that?"
"It taught me how to deal with bullies."
Isabel ignored the faint gasp from Candace while she calmly slathered cream onto a biscuit.
"I've found that bullies of all kinds must be met directly and without intimidation, especially the ones who act at first as though they want to be your friend, and then they mock you."
With that, she set her knife down, brought the biscuit to her mouth, and bit into it with an exaggerated show of her teeth. Eleanor's lips twitched for an instant before she smiled warmly at Isabel, and her own spine seemed to straighten just a little as she sent Ladies Candace and Whitney a sideways glance. After that, they were much more polite, as well as more subdued, allowing Eleanor and Isabel to guide the conversation. After the women had left, Isabel considered going upstairs and ringing for a bath. The scullery maid stepped in to clear the trays.
Do you suppose it would be too rude to deny their visits in the future? Isabel asked.
The maid looked around the room, then pointed to herself.
Are you speaking to me, my lady?
Yes, of course.
I would not know the proper response to such a situation, but I certainly wouldn't want them to visit again. They were positively wretched.
She looked around the room again.
I shouldn't have said that, though. Please forgive me, my lady.
Isabel smiled at the girl, who was most likely about the same age as herself.
What is your name?
Katie, milady.
She bobbed in a curtsy. Well, Katie, I completely agree and couldn't have said it better myself.
Isabel came to her feet. She felt rather proud of how she'd handled the situation. Of course, Lady Eleanor was rather pleasant, I believe, but she has caught herself up with those other ladies who are most unkind. She bent to gather more of the dishes, but Katie jumped to the task, so Isabel stepped back. She briefly wondered what Jason would think of how she'd managed the women and their goading. Katie said nothing else about the matter while she cleaned up the tea and cakes, readying the tray to remove it. "That will be all," Jason said from the door. Katie curtsied and quickly left the room, tray in tow. He stepped out of the maid's way as she exited. "It is not customary to befriend the servants, Isabel," he said gently.
"Her company is preferable to many,"
Isabel said. He nodded. "Yes, I heard you had visitors."
"Indeed."
She stood behind one of the chairs, smoothed her hands against the upholstery.
"I believe they came primarily to mock me, though I don't understand why. I do not even know them."
"Jealousy," he said, as if that explained everything.
She snorted. "I can't imagine what I have that they'd be jealous about."
He put his hand to his chest, feigning pain. "I should be offended." She watched him as a grin slid into place. He was ridiculously handsome when he smiled, so much so that it was hard to concentrate. "I jest," he said. She smiled in return.
"Of course I meant no offense to you. I simply cannot fathom what they'd find so desirable about my life since they already have busy lives of their own. Unless you are telling me that a portion of the women in London are in love with you."
He hung his head and shook it gently. "Alas, it is true. I have left a string of broken hearts." She laughed, despite the ludicrousness of the situation.
"I overheard them at the dressmaker's shop speaking about you. One of them seemed rather smitten.
So you could consider yourself the breaker of at least one heart in London?" His brows rose, then he nodded with recognition. "Candace Henning, yes. I remember seeing her as I was exiting the shop. I was to be nothing but a conquest to her."
"She was very pretty,"
Isabel said. "Isabel, you are beautiful, stunning, more so than any other woman in London." Her entire body warmed under his gaze and kind words. "You are a lost princess. That is the makings of a little girl's fantasy."
"You find me beautiful?" she asked dumbly.
He chuckled. "That is what you heard? Come, we shall go upstairs and have another lesson." She dared hope it was a lesson in love-making, but as they climbed the staircase all the way to the top, she knew it was fencing. She'd grown to love the sport, had sneaked up to practice every free moment she had. She felt rather accomplished now, and welcomed the physical release. "I could have already cut you on more than one occasion," Jason said. Ever since their first lesson in fencing, Jason had wanted to spar with her again. Today he'd been unable to wait any longer.
"Your skills are more refined than mine," she said.
"True, but I do not believe that is the problem. You are distracted. We do not have to continue. Perhaps you'd prefer additional lessons from my mother on how better to fit in with ladies of the ton." Her eyes flared with anger, and he suppressed the urge to smile.
"I don't think that will be necessary."
She jabbed him with her foil, her steps more precise and strong.
"I believe I managed the situation, and I sincerely doubt those particular women will visit again."
He lifted a brow. "It was only a suggestion, considering how this first visit went. I suspect you'll receive more visitors, and likely some invitations to attend tea with other ladies in town."
"They were mocking me," she said, again jabbing at him, her anger evident in every move. "I believe it might be the last time." And just like that, she was in a furious battle, where their foils clanged against each other. She met every lunge, every strike. "You've been practicing," he said. "Perhaps a little," she admitted. "But you have some moves that I haven't taught you yet," he said, after a particularly crafty placement of her foil. She tilted her head and her brows rose. "I might have found a book on fencing in the library."
"A book?"
"Or two."
She made a surprising move that had him jumping backward to avoid her blow, and then laughed. "Well done." They bowed to each other before she collapsed onto the padded flooring. He fell to the floor with her, pulling off his gloves. She shook her head.
"They do not even know me."
"No, they do not," he said, trying to keep his tone measured. He rolled onto his side to face her. Then she laughed, though it was a cold sound, absent of any mirth.
"Of course I don't know me either. Not truly."
"Isabel," he said gently. She held up a hand to stop him.
"No, 'tis true. Here I am trying to—"
She shook her head.
"You don't know what it's like,"
she said, her voice no more than a whisper. What is like?
"To not truly be whom everyone believes you to be."
He was quiet for a moment, simply watched her. How had this slip of a woman come into his life and seen straight into the core of everything? "You might be surprised as to what I know." She turned her whole body to face him, and in that moment he no more could have denied himself a kiss than he could a breath. He leaned forward and placed his lips onto hers. Jason pressed into her, her lips parted, and what had begun as tenderness changed abruptly to hunger. He took her mouth with a ferocity that surprised even him. His tongue slid into her mouth, met hers, and merged, as if they were one, as if this were the woman he'd been meant to kiss. He explored until he thought he would go mad from wanting her, and he kept enough of his senses to keep his hands in place, to not run them over her body. But this was the moment to explore her pleasure. He'd exhausted his body physically from their sparring. He would have expert control over his desires. There was no denying, no pretending what he wanted. He wanted desperately to spend the rest of the day exploring her every curve. But more than that, he wanted to give her what she wanted. He would pleasure her until she forgot the wretched things those foul women had said. Chapter 11. The moment Jason's lips touched hers, the rest of the day faded away. Those foolish women and their treatment of her, her feelings about being a princess. Right then, she was merely Jason's wife, and she wanted to shut off everything else and live only in that moment. His tongue slid against her bottom lip, and she opened to him. Desire poured through her, seemingly liquefying her bones so that she was pliant beneath him. She ran her hands up his chest, and he sucked in his breath. She buried her hands in his hair and pressed her breasts against his chest. He released a low moan. Then she felt his hands grip her buttocks as he pulled her to him. "Oh, God, I want you," he said. His voice was low and deep, and his words shivered across her skin. "I want you too," she wanted to say, but she didn't dare speak for fear that he'd abandon her once more. She knew she was putting her heart in harm's way, but she would take full responsibility for the heartache that was certain to come. He pulled her to him again and kissed her fiercely. She busied herself with the front of his shirt and unbuttoned it the rest of the way, then ran her hands across the muscular hardness of his chest. "Your hands are so soft," he said, "and warm." He lifted her hand to his mouth and placed a sensual kiss to the inside of her wrist. His mouth created delicious sensations on her arm. She tentatively leaned down and pressed her lips to his chest. His breathing stopped. She moved slightly, kissing her way across his torso. She felt invigorated, alive, and surprisingly powerful. He closed his eyes, and his jaw clenched in a sensual cadence. She ran her hand down his chest to the thin line of hair that disappeared into his trousers. She did not, however, get the opportunity to explore that curious line of hair. She'd barely touched it when Jason grabbed her arms and drew her down to the padded floor, clearly shifting the position of power. Desire surged through her. This would be a moment she'd never forget. He leaned down and trailed kisses across her neck down to her collarbone. She felt tingly all over, cold and hot at the same time. Sensations fired through her body, fighting for dominance. She didn't know what to focus on, so she merely closed her eyes and ceased thinking. He peeled off her clothes, layer by layer, until she lay before him, completely nude. She'd never been nude in front of anyone save some servants. On one hand, she wanted to cover herself from him, hide her flaws, but he sucked in his breath as he removed the last piece of clothing. "You're exquisite," he said, and her shame melted away. Instead of hiding, she wanted to spread her arms out and reveal herself fully. Exquisite. And she felt that way too, regardless of her less-than-perfect areas, because he thought her exquisite. That was all the invitation she needed to rid him completely of his shirt. She moved next to his trousers, but before she could unfasten them, he stilled her hands. "Not yet. There is much I want to do to you first." "But I want to see you," she said. "And you will. But first, this." He pushed her gently back onto the padding. He ran a hand from her ankle, up the side of her leg, over her hip, and there he paused. The birthmark. His fingers traced the wine-stain mark that had been with her since birth. It's rather alluring, shaped somewhat like a butterfly. She pressed her head back onto the floor and closed her eyes. His hand continued traveling across her abdomen, up her torso, until it rested on her right breast. He leaned down and took her nipple into his mouth, and she nearly levitated off the floor. The warm sensation shot pleasure down her chest, pooling between her thighs. She felt the moisture gather there. The same had happened when he'd kissed her those few times. She was aroused, she knew enough to know that, and her body was preparing itself for him. His hand rubbed against her left breast, while he licked and nibbled her right. She squirmed about, never knowing exactly what position was perfect or where to put her hands. She felt out of control and disordered, as if only he had the power to make her body obey, as if she'd lost that privilege. His hands and his mouth on her breasts felt so good. She would have allowed him to do that for the rest of her life. But his hand moved away. Trailing down her torso, he moved it slowly to her belly, then down farther, farther, until it rested on her hip. He left it there a moment, and she nearly forgot about it until she felt his hand creep across her hip to her most intimate place. He passed his fingers softly through her hair, and she cried out. Goodness, but he created heavenly sensations. Something built inside her, making it increasingly more difficult to lie still. Her body bucked and squirmed and rocked against him, trying to find the right spot. His hand slid down to the juncture of her thighs, and she parted her legs for him. He ran his fingers against her inner thigh, closer and closer, until he touched her core. "Jason," she breathed, "that feels so good." She wanted to say more, but words were becoming increasingly more difficult to string together into complete sentences. Her thoughts weren't coherent. His fingers continued to move in her nether regions until she felt one slip inside. She moaned loudly. In and out, In and out he moved it. That spiraling feeling built to an even greater point, and she lost her rhythm to capture whatever might be around the corner. "Oh, my goodness," she managed to say. He brought his mouth back down on her breast while his hand continued its magic down below. Stronger and stronger the feeling became, until she thought she couldn't take it any more. Something was coming. She could feel it. What, she wasn't certain, but she knew it would be intensely pleasurable. She rocked her body against him as he sucked hard on her nipple. It felt as if cool water shot through her veins, and then a tight explosion pulsed through her. She tossed her head back and cried out as the pleasure overtook her. He stopped moving his hand and pressed sweet kisses against her breast, then her cheek. "That was beautiful," he said. She managed to open her eyes and met his blue gaze. "Amazing." He lay down on his side next to her. Her eyes trailed the length of him, and she could readily see his desire pressing against his trousers. He had given her pleasure and taken none for himself. She let her hands wander up his chest and around his back. Hard and sinewy, she doubted she'd ever get enough of touching him. She reached between them, running her hands down his ridged abdomen. His muscles contracted beneath her touch. He unfastened his trousers and removed the rest of his clothes, then led her hand to his arousal. Tentatively, she ran 2 fingers softly up the length of him. He closed his eyes and groaned. Again and again, she ran her fingers up and down his length. The skin was velvety soft, while the member itself was stone hard. Growing bolder, she wrapped her hand around him and moved it back and forth. He moaned with each of her movements, never opening his eyes. "Harder," he said, his voice tight. She did as he bade, and her breath hitched just as his did. The power to arouse him so was heady. "Don't stop," he told her as he rolled to his back. He pulled her partially onto him, enough so that he could reach her breast and mouth. His finger flicked against her nipple, and he moaned into her mouth as she moved her hand against him. His groan of pleasure spurred her on, and she intensified her movement. He deepened their kiss and cupped her breast. "Isabel!" he cried, as he lost his seed in her hand. Isabel lay in a warm cocoon of coverlets that she shared with Jason. At some point while she slept, he must have retrieved blankets for them, but he hadn't left her here alone. She wasn't naive enough to believe that last night had constituted a full consummation, but it was a start. If he was willing to touch her, pleasure her, and let her do the same to him, then eventually he'd make her his wife in every sense of the word. She snuggled back into his embrace and closed her eyes. Tomorrow would begin their life together. Chapter 12. Jason awoke to Isabel's warm curves pressed deliciously against him. Instinctively he pulled her closer. He grew heavy with want for her all over again. It was morning, though he knew the sun had not yet risen, as darkness still permeated the small windows that lined the upper walls. Isabel was amazing. Passionate and beautiful and intelligent and physically strong. He'd never expected to find such qualities in a woman, and yet here she was, his wife. He inhaled deeply, breathing in the scent of her hair. He was behaving like a lovesick fool. Is that what had happened? Was he falling in love with his wife? No, that couldn't be it. He barely knew her. He knew one thing. He needed to separate himself from her before he did something he regretted. He'd left her nestled in the blankets he had wrapped around them. He'd done his best to wash the memory of their shared night from his skin, trying to rid himself of the images of her in the throes of her release. though he suspected that picture was forever imprinted on his mind. He'd found his way down to his study where he'd poured himself a drink. He never drank in the mornings, but today seemed the perfect time to start. He'd managed to control his desires with her last night, but in doing so, it seemed he'd weakened his mind so much he'd woken up fancying that he'd fallen in love with her. Ridiculous. It was obvious his desire was playing tricks with his mind. He needed to pound on someone, but he couldn't very well go upstairs and work his body so hard he forgot everything but the feel of his muscles. Isabel was likely still snuggled up there in his sanctuary. He downed the brandy and shook his head against its sharpness. He swore. "I would have thought this morning would bring more pleasantries than that," Isabel said from behind him. Her voice purred over his skin as effectively as if she'd touched him. What the devil was the matter with him? He'd never had a woman affect him so strongly. He closed his eyes for the briefest of moments before turning to face her. By then she'd closed most of the distance between them, and stood so close he nearly stumbled backward. How could this slip of a woman affect him so? "Did you get disturbing news?" she asked, her head tilted and her hair, which remained tousled from their makeshift bed, framing her face in the most perfect way. She was ridiculously beautiful. Her brows rose, reminding him she'd asked him a question. "What?" "No, nothing such as that," he said. She smiled slowly, seductively. "I was surprised you were gone when I awoke." "I couldn't sleep." She bit down on her lip, eyed him for a moment, then reached out as if to touch him, but he effectively dodged her, moving away. He moved to his desk to sort through the post, though he already knew what each contained since he'd read them the day before. But he still was uncertain if he could maintain control now. "Jason? Last night—" "Yes?" he asked. She came to stand across the desk from him. Something close to sadness filled her eyes, but she quickly masked it and offered him a smile. "It was very nice." "Yes, it was." "I realize I'm inexperienced, but I was expecting there to be more," she said. "There is more, much more, and we shall explore that another time." Again he looked down at the letters and invitations, their ink blurring as he stared. "Then you do intend to consummate our marriage?" He released a slow breath. "Not precisely." She was silent for a moment. A frown weighed heavy on her brow. "I don't understand. Am I not your wife? Should I not then be your wife in every way?" Her chin rose ever so slightly, and in that moment, as dishevelled as she was, she looked every bit the royal princess she truly was. It was precisely the reminder he needed to stand firm in this. "There is much that you do not understand." "Then explain it to me." Her arms crossed over her chest. But damnation, he didn't want to tell her the truth, didn't want to see the disgust in her eyes, not when he'd found a way for them to enjoy each other's bodies. "Can you not be happy with our marriage the way it is?" "The way it is? How you ignore me some of the time, then drive me to madness with your kisses other moments? No, Jason, I cannot be happy with that." She shook her head. "Why must our marriage be like this? Because you did not select me? Because you were forced to marry me out of some sense of patriotic duty?" "No, nothing like that," he said. "Then tell me. You owe me that much." She was right. He did owe her that. But her knowing the truth about him would change everything. It would likely break the fragile connection they'd formed last night, though he continuing to keep secrets from her would almost certainly do the same. "I am not who you think I am, Isabel." "You are not Lord Ellis?" "I am." Her frown increased. "You are making no sense." "There are secrets in this family, secrets that would change everything," he said, knowing his voice had faded to a whisper. He wanted to tell her, wanted her to know the truth about him. More than that, he wanted her to not care. "I care not if your family has secrets. My entire life has been a secret from me. All that matters is who we are right now." She took a step toward him. "Who we are together." Her voice softened, and the tenderness and vulnerability in her face was nearly his undoing. "We cannot fully consummate our marriage." He wiped a hand down his face. "I cannot risk producing a child." Her hand fell to her stomach, and a soft grin spread to her lips. "Why ever not? A child? That would be wonderful." "No, it would not. A child would ruin everything." "I don't understand," she whispered. He turned his back to her and simply let the words fall. "I am a bastard, Isabel. Of course, no one save myself and my mother knows, which is why I'm able to retain the title of Viscount." "Then why does it matter?" she asked. "My brother is the rightful heir, but he cannot take his place without this secret getting out and tarnishing the Ellis name, scandalizing him and his children and my mother, else I would shout it from the rooftops." He released a tight breath. "Because of this injustice, it has always been my intent to die without an heir so that the title would eventually return to its rightful hands. I have ruined everything." He was met with silence. He didn't dare turn and face her. He didn't want to see the look of revulsion on her face. "You're right. You are a bastard," she finally said. "A selfish bastard." Jason closed his eyes, listening to her footfalls as she walked away, knowing that he'd just ruined his last hope at happiness. Jason didn't think he'd ever been quite so thankful to be called to a meeting of the Brotherhood. Isabel's rejection hadn't been surprising nor unwarranted, but oddly enough it had been disheartening. What had he expected? Her to pull him into her arms and tell him it mattered not that he was a bastard? She was a princess, and even she knew she deserved better. He stepped into Summersby's parlour. Linford and Summersby already sat, deep in conversation with Rando, one of their members who tended to handle situations outside of London. "Gentlemen," Jason said as he breached their inner circle. "Ellis," Summersby said, popping him on the back. "How is wedded bliss?" "Blissful," Jason said. Summersby chuckled and shot Linford a knowing glance. "Do we have news?" Jason asked. "We do," Summersby said. "We're waiting on one more." The door opened, and here he is. A man Jason did not know entered the room. "Ellis, this is Ben Crowder. He's been doing some investigation for us out in Dover," Summersby said. "Ben, I believe you know everyone else." Ben nodded, and they all took seats. "To fill you in on some of what has been progressing, Ellis," Linford said, "I met with Summersby recently to give him my full report of the altercation with Thornton that resulted in my injury." Only Linford would explain getting shot in such a manner. Jason nodded for him to continue. "While I was incapacitated, I was cared for by one of the many men who work for the Brotherhood behind the scenes, as it were. Those members who are not of noble birth, but who are noble in action and deed. It seems archaic of us to prevent them full membership among us simply because of the nature of their birth. Ben here is one such man. His attention to detail and connections in parts of the country have made him an invaluable asset to us. Based on Linford's recommendation, we're putting it to a vote at the next full meeting," Summersby said. "It would increase our resources tenfold." He shook his head. "I'm not certain why we didn't consider it before." Jason certainly couldn't argue, even if he'd wanted to. In effect, Linford had just made Jason an official member of the Brotherhood without even realizing it, if such a vote passed. But no one in this room knew Jason's secret. Before he could comment one way or another, Summersby spoke. "Ben, why don't you fill us in on the details of your most recent intelligence?" The man cleared his throat.
We'd been keeping a steady lookout for the Speaker of the House of Commons when I crossed a lead that indicated he might be in the Dover area.
Did you find him? Jason asked, unable to wait for the complete story to unfold.
I did. Watched him board a ship bound for the continent. I sent one of my trusted mates onto the boat with him. I've only just received word that they docked in France and the Speaker has holed himself up in the brothel in Paris, Ben said.
We have eyes on him? Linford asked.
Ben nodded. Yes, and I plan to leave tomorrow to be there myself. Then you can simply send word when you want us to bring him back.
Excellent, Summersby said. Rando, what is your report?
We have 2 members who have gone to Hanover to speak with King Ernest himself. Until now, His Majesty has claimed to know nothing about this plot to marry his son to the lost princess, but we wanted to ensure he was not participating in such a traitorous plan, Randall said.
We are getting closer to ending all of this, Summersby said.
And thanks to Jason, the princess is safely married and hopefully is no longer a temptation to these men and their nefarious plot. I have still been unable to fully identify the other man who was there the night Potterfield was killed, Linford said, but I believe I've narrowed it down to 3 potential men.
There was a long pause.
Are you going to tell us your suspicions? Jason asked.
There's not much to tell. I don't believe he has any affiliation with the Brotherhood, Linford said.
That's good news, I suppose, Jason said.
Based on the possible connections with the Speaker of the House, Linford said, I'm investigating Sir Misray, Lord Blakely, and Lord Henry.
Summersby released a low whistle. Whew. What would those men have to gain from joining in with such a plan? Money, I would guess, Linford said. Someone out there has been funding all of this, Isabel's schooling, not to mention keeping someone inside the government. That takes a heavy purse. Lord Blakely has a substantial income, Summersby said.
Linford nodded.
All 3 of these men do, but his is certainly the largest.
If these men were the ones after his wife, Jason would do whatever it took to reveal them as traitors. He'd start with Lord Blakely. Chapter 13. Jason made his way back to his townhouse, only to find his brother waiting in his study for him.
Patrick, I didn't realize you were still in London. I thought you mentioned returning to the country for a while, Jason said.
I wasn't. I made a special trip.
Irritation edged his brother's usual even tone, giving it a sharper note.
Something wrong?
I should say so, Patrick said. I received a visit from Mr. Sandifer, and he had a most interesting tale to tell me.
Damnation. This was not how this was supposed to go. It was supposed to happen in the event of Jason's death. He had a mind to fire that damned solicitor. Shortly after Jason had married Isabel, he'd contacted their family solicitor and had papers drawn up dictating that should he produce an heir with his wife, the title and estate should still be left to his nephew Jonathan. Mr. Sandifer had told him at the time that such a document would likely not stand up legally to the laws that mandated inheritance, but Jason had insisted the man create the document.
Let me explain, Jason said.
Patrick held up his hand, closed his eyes, and took a steadying breath.
I don't want to hear your explanation. I have tried to be patient with you, Jason, about all this nonsense, but it seems that no amount of time or patience ever makes a difference. You are the only one who cares about the details of your birth, and you're allowing that to cloud everything in your life.
You know? Jason asked. He sank into a chair, allowing his brother's words to settle into his mind.
Of course. Do you think Mother and Father would not tell me the truth as well?
I don't know. Jason pinched the bridge of his nose.
I never even considered. No, you did not. You never considered anything save how you felt about the situation. You are the rightful heir. The estate should go to your son, Jason said. No, it should not. You are the Viscount. Right or wrong, it is how our parents decided on it. It is not our place to undo that. The news would create rumors about my own birth. It would destroy Mother, not to mention my family and me. Our father was well respected and well loved, as is our mother now. Can you not simply let things be?"
Jason had no answer. He didn't know why he could never let this go. In his mind, it was the one thing that defined him, for better or for worse. He could still hear Tom, his real father's words, ringing in his ears. "You can't run away from who you are."
"Jason, do you not understand that I have the life that I want? I love my family as it is. I have no desire to be Viscount, and I certainly don't want that for my son. We enjoy the serenity and simplicity of the countryside. We are well provided for, and we are happy."
He braced his hands on the desk. "You have a wife now. Build your family, produce your own heir, and leave this nonsense in the past," he said, tossing the parchment onto the occasional table.
"Any heir of mine will not be legitimate either," Jason said. "Not legitimate in your eyes only," Patrick sighed, and his features softened. "Jason, I know that this is difficult for you, but you simply must stop punishing yourself for something you never did. You deserve to be Viscount. You're certainly a hell of a lot better at it than I would be. Neither myself nor my son will be taking the title from you. I need you to understand that."
He gripped Jason's shoulder and squeezed it.
"Your new wife is lovely."
"Yes, she is."
"And this makes you angry?"
"No, it is not that. I have not been particularly kind to her."
Patrick nodded.
"Marriage is not always easy, but I can see that you love her already."
It was on his tongue to protest. The clock on the mantel struck the hour. "I have to get back on the road before night falls. You and Isabel should come visit when you get an opportunity."
"We'd like that."
"We." But there wasn't truly a we. They weren't much of a couple, and that was all his fault. Patrick left, and Jason sank back into his chair. Maybe his brother was right. He needed to simply give up on his desire to leave his nephew his title. Patrick seemed sincere in not wanting any part of it, which left producing an heir up to him. Perhaps nothing would come of it. He knew one thing for certain. He wanted his wife, and consummating their relationship, allowing himself to love her body, would right his thoughts and make him forget the ridiculous notion of being in love with her. He couldn't wait any longer. He was already hard with the mere thought of losing himself in Isabel. Gingerly he knocked on her bedchamber door. She opened it and nodded at the sight of him. It was on his tongue to apologize, tell her she was right. He'd been selfish, but none of the words came. Instead, he grabbed her and pulled her to him, slanting his mouth across hers. He kicked the door closed, then spun her around, pressing her back against the wooden plane. To his relief, she didn't shove him away in disgust, but rather wrapped her hands around his neck and kissed him back, matching him passion for passion. Logically, he thought he should slow down. Instead, he grabbed her bottom to pull her closer. She pulled up her legs and wrapped them around him. Her hands threaded through his hair, and she pushed her tongue against his. God, he wanted her, and she was his for the taking. The thought alone nearly had him spilling his seed. He walked them over to her bed and sat on the edge, effectively putting her on his lap. His erection pressed against her, but there were too many layers of clothes between them. "You don't know how much I want you, Isabel." "Then take me." "I fully intend to." With that, he began the arduous task of unbuttoning the back of her gown. He took the opportunity of being close to her throat to nibble at her collarbone, kiss the sensitive pulse at the curve of her neck. Her hips rocked against his, almost frantically, as if she was seconds from going over the edge. Her desire was intoxicating. He shoved the gown down her shoulders, then unlaced her stays, removed her chemise until she sat astride him, her breasts barely covered.
He wanted to lave her breasts and nipples in kisses, but he needed to be inside her soon. He'd have the rest of the night to take things slowly. He lifted her off his lap so that her dress fell to her feet. She stepped out of her pantaloons as he quickly removed his clothing. She crawled into the bed, then held out her hand to him. Ever patient, ever accepting, ever tantalizing. And she was all his. He'd never again take her for granted, never again ask her to bear the weight of his burden. He might not ever deserve her affections, but he'd be damned if he denied her anything, ever again. He moved his body to hers, not fully putting his weight on her. She shifted her hips forward, rubbing herself against his erection. She moaned low in her throat, a sound so unbearably tempting. How had he ever resisted her? How had he thought he could deny himself all that she offered? He slipped his hand between them. She was already slick with desire. He lowered his mouth to her breast and suckled, and her back arched up off the bed. "Please, Jason," she said. He would deny her no longer. With one smooth movement, he pushed inside her. Hot, tight, deliciously wet. He squeezed his eyes tightly closed, trying his damnedest to not lose control. Sucking in a breath through his teeth, he narrowed his focus. Pleasure pulsed through him, but he turned his attention to her. She was a virgin, so he remained still until she could adjust to him. She pulled her legs up and around his waist, and he knew she was ready for more. He shifted his body low so that his pelvic bone met the center of her desire. Then every time he moved inside her, he'd rub against her. Her eyes flickered open, then drifted back closed. His next thrust, and she pushed her head into the pillow, her breath coming out in short pants. She was with him. He wanted them to go over the edge together. "Isabel, look at me," he said. She opened her eyes. Her pupils were wide and dark with desire. Then he moved out, almost leaving her body, then plunged forward again. "Stay with me, love." Her moans grew louder, more frenzied, and then he felt her muscles clenching around him. She cried out his name again and again. "Jason!" And on the last one, he let go. She was now his wife. Chapter 14. Isabel stretched her body against the bed, noting the telltale soreness between her thighs. She smiled, feeling much, she suspected, like a cat who'd just snuck a lap of milk. Jason. They had made love all night long, and yet she felt more rested now than she had in a long time. She sat upright and searched her room, but there was no sign of her husband. Doubt crept into her. Had he regretted their night together? His admission to her, the truth about his birth, had not changed things for her. She certainly didn't care who his parents had been. She knew him now. That was all that mattered. She'd hurt for him and the beleaguered young man he must have been when he'd made the decision to punish himself by not siring any children. The next time they spoke, she would tell him as much. Last night hadn't been the right time. There had been only murmurs of love-making exchanged. When she had dressed and gone downstairs in search of Jason, she'd been told he was out. He had left a message for her, informing her that the Brotherhood had made progress with their investigation. He'd meant to tell her the night before. He'd increased security, which explained the footman waiting outside her bedchamber this morning. The day passed with no sign of Jason, and she was beginning to feel as if she were a prisoner in her own home, as she was scarcely alone. She'd asked if she could take a walk, but had been told no. So she'd resigned herself to sitting in the parlour reading another instructional manual on fencing. There came a rap at the door, and in stepped one of the new guards who was currently dressed as a butler.
"A Lady Candace to see you, Lady Ellis," he said in his deep voice.
Isabel nearly winced. Precisely what had she done to deserve an evening call from her? "Very well," Isabel said. "Send her in." Isabel moved away from the window where she'd been standing, but not precisely looking out at anything. Lady Candace entered the room, grace personified, at least until Isabel glanced at her face. The smugness was nearly too much to bear, but Isabel forced herself to smile. "Good evening," Isabel said. "Lovely to see you again." She resisted the urge to ask the woman what in heaven's name had brought her back to Isabel's door. "This isn't a social call," Lady Candace said. "My father asked me to courier this over to you straight away." She held out an envelope. Isabel might be a novice when it came to some proper etiquette, but she was almost certain that it wasn't customary to send messages through one's daughter. She took the note. "Would you care for tea? It's a little late, but I'm certain the kitchen can prepare some." "There isn't time. My father said you should read that immediately," Lady Candace said. Isabel's pulse sped. She knew for certain that this was not customary. She turned over the envelope and slid a fingernail beneath the brown wax seal, quickly unfolding the letter. "Your Royal Highness Isabel Fiona Rindquist, Princess of Saldania. We have your husband. Should you prefer to see him before he meets his demise, please accompany my daughter back to my address. I shall await your presence with bated breath. Yours, Lord Edward Blakely." She levelled a gaze at Lady Candace. "Do you know what this says?" The woman's face went pale at the severity in Isabel's tone. She shook her head. "Father does not discuss business with me. He merely requested I bring this to you, and then wait for you to read it." Isabel nodded. This Lord Blakely was clever. He'd obviously known that Jason had Isabel heavily protected, so he'd sent his daughter on what appeared to be a social call. The guards would not question her leaving with Lady Candace for a dinner engagement. Jason had told her he was trained, that she wasn't truly putting his life in danger, and she'd wanted to believe him because, selfishly, she wanted to be his wife. This was her fault. She had brought this on to him. Well, she refused to allow them to hurt her husband. "We must leave straight away," Isabel said. She grabbed Candace's arm and pulled her to the door. "Go where?" "To your town home. It would seem I've been invited to dinner," Isabel said. Jason stood in the shadows watching Lord Blakely's townhome. He'd seen this townhome hundreds of times before, as it was directly next to the late Sir Potterfield's townhome. But Jason had never paid much attention to the brown brick or white columns of Lord Blakely's home. Jason had met him on more than one occasion, although they did not know each other beyond colloquial greetings. The man himself had not left the building for more than 2 days, although he'd had a handful of visitors. His wife and daughter, however, were in and out as if the door spun on its hinges. The younger Lady Blakely had left not more than half an hour earlier. He wondered if Somersby or Linford were having more success with the houses they were watching. Eventually they'd uncover the man and money behind this entire traitorous operation, but so much rode on this being solved sooner rather than later, namely the safety of his wife. One of Blakely's carriages pulled to a stop, and the daughter stepped down, followed by another woman. The second lady turned her head, glancing up and down the street, and Jason swore under his breath, "Isabel." And then his world went black. Jason winced against the pain pounding in his head. He didn't know where he was and couldn't manage to open his eyes. He tried to sit up, but a great force pressed onto his chest, pinning him down. "Leave him alone," Isabel said, and her voice sounded panicked. Jason forced his eyes open, but was met with only darkness. Fabric brushed against his eyelashes, but he could hear Isabel's voice. "The letter said that he would be unharmed if I agreed to come here," she said. "I demand to see Lord Blakely." "We never promised nothing," a man said, his voice thick with a Cockney accent. "We'll have to kill him eventually, since they want you to marry that other bloke." Pain radiated from the base of Jason's skull, the point of impact, he'd guess. The last thing he remembered was seeing Isabel step down from Lord Blakely's carriage, behind his daughter. They'd lured her here because they'd known he was there, hiding outside.
He'd been careful, but evidently not careful enough, and he'd put his wife in harm's way. "Now you two be quiet in here," the man said. Then a great and heavy door slammed, and his footsteps retreated.
"Isabel," he whispered.
"Jason!"
She moved her hands to his blindfold and peeled it away.
"I'm so sorry."
The look of concern on her face was a knife to his gut. If he ever got them out of this, he'd make things right with her, treat her as she deserved to be treated. He'd been such a fool. He sat upright and glanced around the room. Judging by the cobbled stone, they were on the bottom level of the townhome. "On the contrary, I didn't have any other plans for this evening, and this provides me with an opportunity for entertainment," he said.
"Stop that. This is not the time for your charming deflections. This is quite serious."
She touched his forehead.
"Are you hurt?"
"I've had worse." He continued to scan the room. A heavy door closed them in the dimly lit space.
"He sent his daughter with a letter."
"So that you could leave," he said. "She wouldn't create concerns with my guards."
"That is precisely what I was thinking," she said. "I had no choice, Jason. I couldn't allow them to hurt you. I'm sorry I made you marry me."
"You did nothing wrong, love," he said. A chill breezed past them, and Jason caught sight of movement behind Isabel. He primed himself, ready to fight as best he could in his current position, but realized he had seen only a flapping piece of cloth, a window covering.
"A window,"
he whispered. She raced over to see if she could reach it. Her arms stretched up, and she could reach it standing on the tips of her toes.
"It is already open,"
she whispered. He motioned her back to his side. "We are directly next door to Potterfield's townhome. He's the former leader of the Brotherhood, and his wife will know how to contact Lords Summersby and Linford. Do you think you can climb out? Maybe you could reach it with that chair?" She followed his gaze, then nodded.
"Of course."
She bit down on her lip.
"I don't want to leave you here alone."
He shook his head. "There is no need to worry about me, but we haven't much time. You must get out and get word to the rest of the Brotherhood." She took a deep breath.
"I suppose it is time for me to make use of all the training I did on the rope in your room,"
she said with a smile. "Isabel, when you get outside, I need you to make certain the house you go to has a number 12 and a red door. Do you understand?"
"Yes."
She moved the chair over to the wall to better reach the window, and something bumped the heavy door. The men were returning. "Go now," Jason said. He pulled himself to his feet, even though he hurt everywhere. Blakely's thugs had obviously hit him in other places besides just his head.
"If I'm gone, they have no reason to keep you alive. They intend to make me a widow,"
she said. "I know that. You let me worry about keeping myself alive. Our best chance is for you to go get help." The door swung open, and a large man came in. He caught sight of Jason standing and Isabel on the chair at the window.
"I'll kill him,"
he roared as he faced Jason. The man slammed a fist into Jason's stomach, and he doubled over in pain.
"Go, Isabel, now!"
She took one final look at him, then jumped and grabbed onto the elevated window ledge. Balancing her hips against the ledge, she brought one knee up, then the other, and launched herself out the window. The last thing Jason saw was her skirts snagging on something as she jumped free. Potterfield's wife would know what to do. The man struck Jason, again and again. Blood pooled into his eyes, and his remaining thought before he blacked out was that at least Isabel was out safely. Isabel ran as swiftly as she could to the adjacent house and was relieved when she saw the number 12 next to the red door. She knew some of the men were following her. She could hear them shouting. She banged loudly on the door.
"Over here!"
one man yelled from not too far away. Again she banged on the door. It opened, and she found herself facing the barrel of a gun. Instinctively she held up her arms.
"I'm Lady Alice. My husband is with the Brotherhood. He needs help."
A hand reached out, grabbed her, and pulled her into the house. The door slammed behind them. Isabel's heart pounded so fiercely she could hear it in her ears. She realized the person holding the weapon was a woman about her size, although at least 2 decades her senior.
"Mrs. Potterfield?"
Isabel asked. The woman nodded as she bolted the door. She rang for a servant and gave explicit instructions to send word to Summersby Linford and several other names Isabel thought she recognized. She tried to calm her breathing. Jason would be saved. Those men, his friends and colleagues, they would not allow anything to happen to him. But they didn't even know where Jason was. Not yet. They might not get here in time. "Come this way," Mrs. Potterfield said. Isabel followed her down the wood-panelled corridor. They entered a door on the right. It was a typical gentleman's study, boasting a large desk and a few shelves. But instead of books, the shelves were lined with a myriad of weapons. "My husband is a collector. Was," she corrected herself. "I am still getting accustomed to the fact that he is gone." Her eyes grew misty, but the older woman did not cry. "I'm sorry for his passing," Isabel said. "He died doing what he loved. He was a hero to this country," Mrs. Potterfield said, pride radiating off her petite frame. "Yes, he was." "I know your husband. Have since he was straight out of the schoolroom," Mrs. Potterfield smiled. "He's smart and strong. He shall survive." Although Isabel believed the woman's sincerity, the words did little to calm her. She glanced around the room. The weaponry ranged from daggers to pistols to swords to a fencing foil. Isabel's throat tightened. She didn't think she could be one of those wives who sat at home and waited for notice that her husband had been killed, especially not because of her. She grabbed the foil and ran out of the room with Mrs. Potterfield calling her name. Jason was alone. He could no longer see out of his right eye. It was swollen and bloodied. The stairs leading to the room where he was being held creaked beneath the weight of someone approaching. It was the same man who had been beating on Jason since he'd arrived. He grabbed Jason and yanked him upright. "Walk, or I'll drag you," the man growled. Jason stood, despite every bone in his body aching. He wasn't dead yet, which meant there was still time to make things right with Isabel, make things right with his wife. He followed the brute up the staircase and down a corridor. They emerged into the gardens behind the house. Yes, bring him out here. I do not wish to have any more blood on my expensive rugs," Lord Blakely was saying. He nodded with recognition as Jason stepped forward. "Ellis, you've certainly looked better." "Yes, well, your brute here has spent the better part of the evening pounding my face," Jason said. "You were far too handsome in any case," Blakely said. "Damned annoying if you ask me. No character to your face, just pretty lines like a woman's." Blakely's rotund figure perched on a bench, taking up nearly the entire width of it. His enormous belly was stuffed in a waistcoat, and the cravat at his throat was tied big and flamboyant. The combination made his head look much smaller in proportion. He was the very picture of excess. Too much money, too much food, too much greed, and evidently the perception of far too much power. "It was you this entire time?" Jason asked. Blakely didn't even bother to deny it. He merely grinned broadly. "It has been my greatest puppet show yet. Truly, the pieces fell into my lap. Granted, we are still missing one." He glanced around the gardens. "I'm certain she'll show herself soon enough. Princess," he called, "we know you're out there." Isabel was here? Why wouldn't she stay at Potterfield's where she would be safe? But she did not answer Blakely or show herself. "Thornton?" Jason asked. "It took some time for me to uncover that he was the one who had the princess. But once I did, he was easy enough to control. It merely took promises of future positions of power within the new monarchy." Blakely shook his head. "Fool." "And what do you get out of this?" Jason asked. "I see what you're doing, trying to stall me so that I don't kill you so quickly." He shrugged his great beefy shoulders. "I can wait. I do want that pretty wife of yours to watch while I make her a widow." Jason said nothing, and though he longed to search the garden for signs of Isabel, he kept his focus on Lord Blakely. "I shall be the new king's closest adviser," Blakely said.
So promises of future power worked on you as well, Jason goaded.
Those fools would not have come this far without my plans, Blakely roared. I am master architect of this entire scheme. I have no actual claim to the throne myself, but there is certainly no reason why a stupid girl should be England's leader. That will never do.
Isabel is the same age as Queen Victoria, Jason said.
True, but Victoria is unmarried and will listen to no one save Lord Melbourne. Isabel shall be safely married off, and I shall control her husband.
Blakely was mad, that much was evident. The Crown didn't even have that much practical control. It was primarily a figurehead, with Parliament and the Prime Minister running the actual government. But the promise of power and prestige was often too tempting for people to ignore. Jason was weighing what to do next when a flash of light caught his gaze. Isabel had hidden herself in the large shrubs that bordered the west side of the garden. In her hand, she held a long, thin blade. A sword, perhaps, or a fencing foil, he wasn't certain. His heart swelled. His warrior princess had come to save him. Isabel ran over to Jason as Summersby and Linford jumped from the shrubs, followed by several other members of the Brotherhood, all wielding weapons of their own. He knew she wouldn't have come alone. She gave him her sword. Blakely was far too rotund to make an escape, and gave up quickly once his thugs were taken down. Her hands cupped his face gently. "You look terrible," she said. "Thank you. And thank you for coming to rescue me." He pulled her to him, so very thankful that she was safe and next to him again. Chapter 15. 2 days later, she'd been questioned by several members of the Brotherhood and then subsequently presented to the Queen herself. There had been a seemingly endless number of questions regarding her intentions toward her position as princess, if she planned to return to Sardinia and take her rightful place. She'd explained that though she would welcome a visit to her birth nation, she had no desire to be anything save the Viscountess Ellis. Isabel finally felt as if the entire ordeal was over, at least the danger. Perhaps that meant she and Jason could finally begin to build a real marriage, a real life here in London. She wasn't certain this scenario counted, as her heart pounded with nerves. "Where are you taking me?" she asked. He'd blindfolded her at their townhome, then led her to a carriage where they'd ridden somewhere. Now he was leading her into a building and up a staircase. "You shall see," Jason said, a playfulness in his tone. "Not if you have me blindfolded, I will not." "Relax, Isabel, it is almost time. One more step up, that's it." They reached the top of the staircase, and a door opened. The chill of the night air brushed against her, and she knew they'd stepped out onto a balcony. Precisely what was he up to? He'd never given her any kind of surprise. "Now you may remove the blindfold," he said. She reached up and pulled a strip of fabric from her eyes. They stood on a balcony overlooking the lights of the city. Their friends and his family were already there, waiting quietly. She scanned their faces but could tell nothing from their expressions. She felt the weight of a frown. "What is this?" "Isabel, our marriage was not born of love. We hastily agreed to be husband and wife for our country, and I want you to know that I do not regret that decision. However, things have changed." Her heart seemed to have stopped beating. The blood halted in her veins, and her breathing slowed. What was he saying? Had he brought her here in front of his family and the only people in London whom she knew to tell her their marriage was no longer necessary? After all, they had caught the people responsible for the plot to usurp the crown. Jason dropped to one knee in front of her. "Though I fought it every step of the way, I fell in love with you, and I want to make you the vows a husband makes a wife." His head tilted to one side. "If you will still have me." "You love me?" she asked numbly. "I do." He stood. Will you marry me again?" Tears clouded her eyes, and love filled her chest so wholly that she feared her heart might burst from her body. "Yes, of course."
"Linford, would you do the honours?" "No one can call him the priest any more," Summersby said. "Still, he's the closest thing we've got," Jason said. "I'd already asked him."
"Right here, right now?" Isabel asked, swiping at her tears.
"Yes, I want to begin our new life together straight away," Jason said.
Isabel grinned at her Aunt Lilith and then at Jason's mother. She probably looked every bit the lovesick fool she was, but she didn't care. Jason loved her. Her husband loved her. Linford opened the Common Book of Prayer, then cleared his throat.
"Wilt thou have this woman to thy wedded wife, to live together after God's ordinance in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou love her, comfort her, honour and keep her, in sickness and in health, and forsaking all others, keep thee only unto her as long as ye both shall live?"
"I will," Jason said. His blue eyes never left her own, and Isabel barely heard Lord Linford ask her the same questions. "I will," she said. Jason held her hands and vowed, "I, Jason, take thee, Isabel, to my wedded wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish till death us do part, according to God's holy ordinance, and thereto I plight thee my troth." She repeated the vows, and then they kissed, and their friends cheered, celebrating with them. 2 hours later, Jason had come upstairs to the exercise room as she'd instructed him. She stood in the middle of the room with a foil hanging from her hand. "We are well and truly married now," she said. He took a step toward her. "We are." "There is something I want to know. What changed?"
"I didn't imagine you'd be armed when we had this conversation." He nodded toward the foil, but she made no move to drop it. "You were right about everything. It all comes down to my damned foolish pride." He closed the distance between them, but made no move to touch her. "I don't want to pick pride over us. I choose you. Again and again I choose you. We can have as many children as you want, or none, whichever you prefer."
"I love you, Jason."
He grinned. "I don't believe I'll ever tire of hearing that from you."
She tilted her head and grinned. "I think I've loved you since that first time you rescued me. I suspect I always will."
He looped an arm around her waist and pulled her to him.
"I've been itching for another match."
A wanton look filled her eyes. Then she stepped back, swiped the foil, and slid it down the front of his shirt. The fabric fell open. "Is that how this is going to be?" He moved swiftly from her and retrieved his own foil. Thus began their approach-retreat dance. It took only 2 swipes for him to slice open her bodice, the dress falling away to pool at her feet. She shrieked and lunged at him, and he fell to his knees, dropping the foil. He held up his hands in surrender. "You have slayed me, my lady fair," he said. "You were a notorious beast, and now I am victorious." He pulled her down with him and covered her with his body. "I believe it is I who won. I love you, Isabel. I'll spend 6 lifetimes trying to make amends for hurting you. Thank you for not giving up on me so quickly."
"I'll never give up on you, Jason. You are my heart."
He may be her heart, but she was his everything. Then he lowered his mouth to hers to show her precisely that. This concludes Eloping with the Princess by Robin DeHart, narrated by Pearl Hewitt. Copyright 2017 by Robin DeHart. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Entangled Publishing, LLC, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.